a long speech on January 21, 1929, the anniversary of Lenin's death, which was published in Pravda as a pamphlet with the evocative title Lenin's Political Testament. He cited Lenin to emphasize that a period of peaceful development was necessary and that the Third Revolution had to be avoided. Stalin was losing patience with this debate over programs when immediate action was necessary. In February 1929, Bukharin, Rykov and Tomsky were summoned before the party's Control Commission, accused of having contacted the discredited leftist leader Kamina. They immediately presented an accusation to the Politburo, which, according to Stalin's later report, criticized one-man command and bureaucratization. They also demanded that industrialization be slowed and that the creation of collective and state farms be stopped, the restoration of private trade, and that radical measures against the kulaks be ended. The Politburo, meeting with the Presidium of the Control Commission, rejected his theses, especially his apparent defense of the kulaks, his conduct in contacting Kamina and threatening to resign, and accused them of forming a faction. In April 1929, Stalin made an extensive attack on Bukharin at the meeting of the Central Committee. He was not going to allow the leaders of the right wing to appear as champions of the peasantry or of a gradual and undemanding economic policy. He claimed that the right wing was so eager to join the peasants that he accepted even the kulaks. And the Trotskyists, by opposing counting on the peasants, were at the other extreme, and both extremes were wrong. Stalin took the middle path, uniting with the poor peasants against the kulaks. He began a campaign discrediting Bukharin for his excessively theoretical thesis. The Central Committee condemned the right-wing leaders and recommended that Bukharin and Tomsky be relieved of all their positions. The Central Committee's decision spread within the party, although it has not yet been made public. But the division in his leadership would soon become known. Bukharin, the favorite of the entire party, as Lenin had called him, had been a friend and member of Stalin's family circle, but this did him no good. Iosif abhorred weakness, passivity, and defeatism. He interpreted the opposition's theses in these terms, and cruelly ridiculed them. "Have you ever seen the fishermen before the storm on a large river like the Yenisei?" he asked at the joint plenum of the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission in April 1929. "I have seen them more than once. A group of fishermen mobilizes all their resources in the face of the approaching storm, exhorts their people and boldly directs their boat towards the storm saying, 'Stay firm, boys. Stronger the rudder. Cut the waves. We will win.' But there are other types of fishermen who become disheartened when they see the storm approaching. They begin to complain and demoralize their people. 'Damn, the storm has broken out. Boys, lie down on the bottom of the boat. Perhaps, somehow we will be washed ashore.' Is it necessary to demonstrate that the attitude and behavior of Bukharin's group are as similar as 2 drops of water to the attitude and behavior of the second group of fishermen, those who retreat in panic in the face of difficulties? The laughter with which this comparison was celebrated showed the disdain of those present towards Bukharin and his cowardly supporters. This meeting marked the end of Bukharin, Rykov and Tomsky, and of the right-wing opposition as a political force. The party breathed heroism, he needed firm and energetic leadership, and at this juncture he had no patience with cautious men who showed fear in the face of danger. The new leader. On December 21, 1929, the nation celebrated the 50th anniversary of Lenin's birth with unprecedented tributes. The newspapers competed in panegyrics. Huge portraits were placed on the walls of the Kremlin. Statues and busts dominated the squares and public buildings of all cities. Party organizations, factories, collectives, and simple groups of people from all areas of the country sent him declarations of loyalty. The slogan "Stalin is today's Lenin" appeared on banners and was chanted at public meetings. The name of Stalin, the man of steel, was given to several towns, as well as to the highest mountain in the Pamirs. His name and his portrait became part of the town's daily life. It was the beginning of the cult of Stalin, which would acquire enormous dimensions. This frenzied adulation was partly the enthusiastic work of the party machinery in Moscow and of party officials throughout the country. They praised the leader and got the people to join in praising the general secretary of the party. They owed their positions to him and knew to what extent his authority extended to the most remote corners of the party. But servility and self-interest were accompanied by true veneration. The expressions of reverence were, in part, the spontaneous popular expression of relief and satisfaction at Russia finally having a powerful leader. The traditions of 5 or more centuries were revived and the cult of Lenin was strengthened, and even more so was the cult of Stalin, who, indeed, encouraged it. Of course, once it had gained momentum, it is doubtful that it would have been able to stop it. He was, in a sense, a prisoner of his own power and position. But the cult was important to reinforce his authority within the party and among the people. The power of the Tsars had been his unalterable inheritance, and he had relied on the Orthodox Church. Stalin's leadership was based on the cult and almost mystical veneration of the Communist Party. Although he accepted the need for the cult, Stalin probably did not play a very active role in its development. The Yugoslav communist Milovan Djilas, who met him in 1945, concluded that Stalin's deification was due as much to Stalin's bureaucracy and circle, which needed such a leader, as to Stalin himself. Stalin was not, in fact, a vain and self-centered man who had to be surrounded by adulation and servility. He detested mass adulation of his person, and throughout his life he did everything possible to avoid demonstrations in his honor. Of course, he only appeared in public at party congresses and on gala days in Red Square, when he was a remote figure standing in Lenin's mausoleum. He lacked personal vanity like Peter the Great and Lenin, but, also like them, he possessed the same arrogant conviction, which transcended mere vanity, that he was a man predestined to guide the destiny of Russia, who knew what was best for the country and to the people, and that, as Djilas observed, he was carrying out the will of history. An immeasurable abyss seemed to separate the 50-year-old man of 1929 from the boy at the religious school in Gori and the young man with the pockmarked face who studied at the seminary in Tiflis and was preparing for the priesthood. At each stage of his career he had grown in stature by showing his confidence and ability to face greater challenges. He possessed natural authority, strength, and inner courage. He was not overwhelmed by the responsibility that now fell upon him as the sole ruler of a nation of 200 million people, at a time when his survival was threatened. He did not play it safe, avoiding dangers that could lead to destruction. On the contrary, although prudent by nature, he pursued his objectives with implacable firmness, without allowing himself to be deterred by risks. Of course, he was about to launch the nation into a new revolution that, as he clearly saw, could end in catastrophe. As a person, however, Stalin had not changed much. He had power and position, but he showed no interest in possessions or luxury. His tastes were sober and he lived austerely. In summer he wore a simple linen military tunic, and in winter a similar wool tunic, and a coat that was more than 50 years old. He also had a short coat, squirrel fur on the inside and reindeer on the outside, which he began wearing shortly after the revolution and would continue to wear along with his old fur hat until his death. The gifts from him, many of them valuable and even some priceless works of craftsmanship, which were sent to him from all regions of the country, and on the occasion of his 70th birthday, from all over the world, made him feel uncomfortable. He thought it would be wrong for him to make personal use of such gifts, and, as his daughter commented, I couldn't imagine why people would want to send him all those things. This gives us an idea of the paradoxical humility of this extraordinary man. Stalin strove to maintain direct contact with all sections of the party and government. It was a supervision that several autocrats, Nicholas I in particular, had tried to exercise without success. Stalin was more effective, although he had to depend on a tedious bureaucratic machine. It was a gigantic task that required working an excessive number of hours. At the beginning of his political career he had gotten into the habit of working at night and sleeping, with some breaks, during the day, and members of the Politburo and senior officials had to do the same. For long periods he did not leave his office next to the small apartment he had in the Kremlin. In the summer, however, when possible, he moved to his small country house, not far from Moscow. There he lived with his wife and his children, family, and friends, and there he seemed like a calm and homely man. From the details given by Stalin's daughter, the Zubelovo house must have had the warm and lively atmosphere of a manor house before the revolution. There were nannies and tutors, cooks and servants, and numerous relatives and friends, living in a kind of tumultuous harmony under one roof. The parents and siblings of Nadia, Stalin's wife, lived there or made frequent visits. Orджonikij, Vorokilov, and Molotov and his wives, Kirov, Bukharin and others visited the house frequently. There were family dinners, picnics and children's commotion. But there were also disagreements, centered mainly on Nadia, because although she ran the house and gave it a family atmosphere, he felt unhappy and unable to adapt to the situation that marriage imposed on him. Nadia had been born in Baku and had been raised in the Caucasus. Within the family circle she had imbibed the revolutionary spirit. She became a beautiful young woman, with an oriental appearance, languid at times, but with no time for appearances. She was a typical woman of her generation, with great enthusiasm for working for the socialist millennium. Without a doubt, in her childhood she had idealized Stalin, whom she remembered as an escaped revolutionary, protected by his parents, and later as the revolutionary who had just returned from Siberia. Her marriage to such a man probably seemed to her the highest form of service to the revolution, but there was also a true and deep attraction between them. Nadia's mother was opposed to the marriage. She and her husband had known Stalin for 20 years and had always considered him a close friend, almost like a son. But she had suffered from being married to a revolutionary, and Nadia was young and romantic. Her brother and her two sisters had spoiled her. Her mother probably thought that happiness would not last long if she married a tough revolutionary like Stalin. Plus, there was the age difference, 22 years separated them. Nadia married Stalin in 1918. They first lived in the Kremlin, in Moscow, but she soon began to hate that stone fortress. She had worked as a secretary in Stalin's Commissariat for Nationalities. After her marriage he became part of Lenin's team of secretaries, headed by L.A. Fotyeva. She then accompanied her husband to Tsaritsyn. Life in the grim city, besieged by hunger, torn by violence over grain shipments, and threatened by the White Army, must have been a harrowing experience for a young wife. From the beginning, her married life must have been hard and lonely. Her husband was stationed at the front during the Civil War and, later, completely dedicated to the party in successive crises and the struggle for power. He undoubtedly left her alone for long periods and was often sullen and distracted, although he was neither oblivious nor entirely insensitive to her feelings. On one occasion she felt unwell after an official reception and Stalin took her to bed and consoled her. "So you love me a little, after all," she told him. It was an incident, but probably similar to many other situations that in some marriages are covered in bitterness. Her son, Vasily, was born in 1920, and her daughter, Svetlana, in 1926. But the marriage was under constant strain, mainly, it seemed, because Stalin was absorbed in his work. On one occasion Nadia took the two children and went with her father to Leningrad, but she soon returned to Moscow. Nadia was little with her children and gave them little affection. She was, however, a responsible mother who made sure that they completed a careful study program with governesses and tutors. She had a tendency to favor Vasily, possibly because her father was harsh with him. She was, however, stricter with Svetlana, who was her father's favorite. Stalin was affectionate and playful with her daughter, to whom he wrote notes calling her Zhozyaika, in which he asked her what the orders of the day were. The notes, which she kept, reveal a tender interest in her health and her happiness. For some reason, Stalin did not feel affection towards Yakov, his son from his first marriage, who had been educated by his grandparents in the Caucasus. When the time came, Alexander Svanich insisted that his grandson should go to Moscow to study and take advantage of the possibilities that the capital offered. But from the day of his arrival, Stalin harassed his son with criticism. He disapproved of his first marriage, his career choice, and his way of being. When Yakov attempted suicide in 1928 or 1929, his father cruelly remarked, "Wow! I could shoot more accurately." Yakov turned to his stepmother, who was only 7 years older than him, for affection and understanding. She took charge of his situation and tried to compensate him for Stalin's insensitivity. She, too, was probably disconcerted by the attitude of her husband, who at times was kind, affectionate, sensitive and charming, but at other times he was cruel and brutal. While Stalin was probably a difficult and neglectful husband, Nadia was an inadequate wife and companion. It appears that she did not understand the extent of her husband's responsibilities or the pressures he was under. She hated the role of First Lady of the country and apparently did not try to support her husband in her position. When possible, she kept her identity a secret. She avoided traveling by car when it attracted attention. She spent her time studying French, music and other subjects in a frantic attempt to feel herself on the intellectual level of those with whom she interacted at official events. She was an emotional and sensitive woman, married to a dominator of men and leader of the nation. In the mid-1920s, Stalin thought long and carefully about the way forward, and the measures he finally decided on were going to keep him even further away from his wife and his family. He had a sense of duty and an inflexibility in pursuing his goals that they did not share. He had been cautiously leaning towards the policy of collectivization and industrialization. He neither underestimated the scope of these measures, nor was he afraid of them. He already thought on a large scale or, as he had said, on a Russian scale. He also knew that carrying out the forced collectivization of more than 100 million peasants would necessitate violence. It meant a return to the cruel destruction and bitter hatreds of the Civil War. But this time it would have greater reach. As he prepared for this conflict, his courage, his sang-froid, and his determination were shaken. It was essential, from Stalin's perspective, that communism take hold in Russia not through education and exhortation, but by force. The party had to impose socialism on the people because they would only accept it from the experience of the new lifestyle. He accepted that initially his policy would cause suffering on a large scale. He was going to declare war on the great mass of the population, and war involved victims in the same way that victory provides compensation. For this reason, she despised Bukharin and all those who recoiled from dangers and sacrifices. Every century the Russian people had suffered monstrous calamities both in war and when some positive development occurred in their history. By imposing Moscow's rule on Novgorod as part of the unification of Muscovy, Tsar Ivan IV had annihilated some 60,000 men, women, and children from the city. Peter the Great, by building the first ships in Voronezh and founding his city in the swampy estuary of the Neva, had sacrificed countless human lives. History provided numerous precedents and had formulated an ethic that Stalin, like previous Russian rulers, accepted. At that moment, when he was preparing to launch the nation into this horrible revolution, Stalin was perfectly aware of the risks. It was not just about his personal survival, but about putting into practice the measures that, according to him, only he had the foresight and determination to impose. Popular adulation, already at the national level, did not provide him with a feeling of security, much less made him feel immune to betrayal and perfidy. He viewed this tribute with suspicion, especially among those around him. During his career as a revolutionary, party leaders, including Lenin himself during the last months of his life, had tried to ignore and dismiss him. The survivor's sudden change of attitude reeked of hypocrisy. His daughter observed that she was surprisingly sensitive to hypocrisy and was impossible to fool. Behind the facade of flattery, they conspired against him. He did not believe he was a demiurge, as they said, although he was convinced that he was the only one who knew what the appropriate political measures were and, of course, the only one who could lead the nation. In the course of the new revolution, the left-wing opposition could try to undermine his leadership, accusing him of having usurped his program. But he had transformed that program, and with his leadership and his criteria regarding the timeliness of the steps to be taken, he had made its application possible. However, he still had an exaggerated idea of Trotsky's prestige and influence in the party, and in January 1929 he expelled him from the country. Thousands of leftist opposition supporters had been arrested and deported to Siberia after the 15th Party Congress in December 1927, and they remained there. He did not fear Zinoviev or Kamenev. They had lacked courage when the October Revolution occurred. Expelled from the party, they made an abject confession of their errors and were readmitted in June 1928. The campaign against Bukharin and the right-wing opposition had given them hope for complete rehabilitation, and this guaranteed their good behavior. But he didn't trust them. Bukharin, Rykov and Tomsky had been defeated, but when the tensions of the new revolution intensified and the weaker members cowed before the storm, they could divide the party with their calls for moderation. He suspected that they would quote Lenin's phrase, "There is nothing more stupid than the idea of force in economic relations with the common peasants." This, perhaps, would gain some support, thus weakening the party in times of crisis. Stalin knew, however, that in such circumstances, when the party was in fact at war with the people, the call for solidarity would keep the militants united, and that any attempt to form a current contrary to the official line would be condemned as betrayal. But he was on guard and ready to act against former members of the opposition on the right and the left. This especially affected the members of the left-wing opposition, who, after the change of political line, had accepted his leadership. Many former members of this faction requested to be readmitted to the party. They were usually granted reinstatement and assigned secondary positions. The first of these capitulators, as they were called, was Pyatakov, whom Lenin in his testament described as a man of undoubtedly exceptional will and notable talent. In July 1929, a group, in which Radek and Preobrazhensky were the oldest members, applied for readmission. The return of these men meant a recognition of Stalin's primacy as leader, which none of them had foreseen or considered possible a few years earlier. But it also demonstrated the power of the party as a dominant force in their lives. He was the substitute for a lost religion and, for many of them, patriotism. The party appealed to them as a community that subsumed selfish individualism and united them in a higher goal. Expulsion from this community meant spiritual and moral death, and those who were expelled were willing to make any retraction and suffer any humiliation in order to be readmitted to it. A graphic description of what the party meant to a convinced communist was given by Pyatakov in 1928. In Paris, where he was then a Soviet trade representative, he met Nikolai Volsky, a former Menshevik, who at times had been close to Lenin. Volsky was a sympathetic and morally upright man who was outraged by the brutal intolerance of the Bolsheviks. At his meeting, shortly after Pravda had published his retraction and readmission, Pyatakov provoked Volsky by accusing him of lacking the courage to join the Bolsheviks. Angry, Volsky replied that it was Pyatakov who lacked moral courage, because he had publicly renounced his own convictions in order to re-enter the party. Pyatakov responded with a lengthy declaration of faith. Lenin, during the last months of his life, Pyatakov said, had been sick and tired, and his writings, even the NEP itself, did not reflect his thoughts. The authentic Lenin was the man who had had the courage to first carry out a proletarian revolution, and then undertake the creation of the objective conditions that were theoretically considered prior to such a revolution. What was the October Revolution? What is the Communist Party, if not a miracle? No Menshevik will ever understand what it means to be a member of such a party. The basic principle of Lenin's party, he continued, was that it recognized no limitations. He did not recognize moral, political, or physical breaks. Such a party is capable of achieving miracles and doing things that no other group of men could achieve. A true communist, that is, a man trained in the party and who has been deeply imbued with its spirit, is somehow becomes a miracle man. From this concept of the party's unlimited potential arose its acceptance of complete submission. By such a party, a true Bolshevik will discard from his mind ideas in which he has believed for years. A true Bolshevik has immersed his personality in the collectivity, the party, to such an extent that he can make the necessary effort to abandon his own ideas and convictions, and he can honestly agree with the party. That is the test of a true Bolshevik. There could be no life for him outside the ranks of the party, and he would be willing to believe that black is white and white is black, if the party demanded it. To become one with this great party, he would merge with it and abandon his own personality, so that there would be no particle left within him that was not one with the party, that did not belong to it. Pyatakov was overcome with emotion, but he expressed his deep faith, and there were many others who shared his enthusiasm. Another revolutionary, Victor Serge, wrote that all communists, all who participate in the revolution, feel like humble servants of an infinite cause. They pay absolute obedience to the party. It is the party that does everything. His orders must not be discussed. At the 13th Congress of the CPSU, in 1924, Trotsky had also spoken of the party as the only historical instrument given to the proletariat and the collective to which all members owe absolute obedience. It is questionable whether Stalin ever regarded the party with the same religious fervor as Pyatakov and others, or whether he accepted the collective will that Trotsky hailed as supreme, but which he could never accept as superior to his own judgment. Stalin had been a devoted servant of the party since its formation. He had emphasized obedience and discipline as essential qualities of his members, but he, for his part, had always maintained a certain independence of judgment. Like Lenin, Stalin was a leader and a politician who formulated the collective will and guided it along the appropriate paths for its fulfillment. Lenin had declared in March 1920 that Soviet social democracy is by no means incompatible with the rule and dictatorship of one man. The will of a class can sometimes be carried out by a dictator, who is sometimes more effective acting alone and who is often necessary. It had been a bold statement made to party members who were calling for greater democracy. But he had always insisted that the party should be a disciplined organization, an army under a single leadership. Stalin simply developed and strengthened the party, and exercised absolute power over it according to the guidelines clearly laid out, though never fully followed, by Lenin. As to whether he carried out the collective will of the party, he was convinced that he fulfilled the will of history. Stalin became vождь, or leader, not only because of his personality, talent, and unyielding determination, but also because of his energetic and defiant command. He inspired in people faith in the necessity of their sacrifices and hardships because with them they would achieve victory, security, and other advantages. Of course, Stalin believed that anything that led to the justice and prosperity of socialism was justified. With his concept of socialism in one country, he encouraged the party and the people to be masters of their own destiny, and thus, far from depending on foreign parties, show the way to the West and the world with his heroic efforts. It was a direct call to national pride and the sense of messianic vocation so deeply rooted in Russian idiosyncrasy. The response, especially among young activists, was a wave of enthusiasm, work, and passionate struggle to achieve impossible goals. Everyone concentrated on the task of creating socialism in Russia and opening the way to the entire world. Within the party, the doubts and disagreements had not centered on the basic need for the development of industrialization and the organization of large agricultural holdings, but on the methods and calendar to follow. Stalin himself had doubted for a time and accepted the right-wing thesis that the peasants would be convinced of the clear advantages of socialism. He was undoubtedly influenced by Lenin's warning that any policy that confronted the peasants would destroy the communist regime. Stalin did not believe, however, that peasants would ever be attracted to socialism. He knew them better than any of the intellectuals in the party. Since he carried out his rapid tour of Siberia to seize the peasants' stored grain, he was convinced that only by forcing them would they form collectivities. Meanwhile, he was not willing to let the party depend on the peasants in its great historical task of building socialism. Another extremely important factor was his sense of urgency. He demanded immediate action because he was convinced that the implementation of his program was crucial to the survival of the party and the nation. Survival meant catching up with and surpassing the industrialized Western powers. Soviet Russia was weak and at its mercy, and would remain so until it had transformed its economy and consolidated its industrial potential. In one of his most revealing speeches, Stalin explained in defiant terms this urgent need to catch up with and surpass the West. This was on the occasion of the First Inter-Union Congress of Socialist Industrial Workers in February 1931, when everyone was experiencing the delirium and tensions of the first five-year plan, and longed for some kind of relief. Stalin did not allow relief. Sometimes the question arises, he declared, whether it is possible to reduce the pace slightly, to slow down. No, it is not possible, comrades. It is not possible to slow down, on the contrary, as long as forces and circumstances allow it, it is necessary to increase it. Our obligations towards the workers and peasants of the Soviet Union demand this of us. Our obligations to the working class of the world demand it of us. Slowing down the pace means falling behind. And those who delay are defeated. We don't want that. The history of ancient Russia is characterized, among other things, by having been constantly defeated due to its backwardness. The Mongol Khans defeated her. The Turkish Beys defeated her. The Swedish feudal lords defeated her. The Polish-Lithuanian nobles defeated her. The Anglo-French capitalists defeated it. The Japanese barons defeated her. They all defeated her, because of her backwardness. Because of its military backwardness, its cultural backwardness, its administrative backwardness, its industrial backwardness, its agricultural backwardness. They defeated it because it was profitable, and they went unpunished. In the past we neither had nor could we have a homeland. But now, when we have overthrown capitalism and power belongs to us, we now have a homeland and we will defend its independence. Are you willing for our socialist homeland to be defeated and lose its independence? If you do not want that, then you have to end its backwardness as soon as possible, and intensify the current pace in the construction of its socialist economy. We are between 50 and 100 years behind the advanced countries. We have to bridge that separation in 10 years. Either we do it, or they finish us off. This clarity of objectives, together with those personal qualities that by a kind of alchemy give some men dominion over others, made him an energetic leader. He acted with the conviction that the Marxist doctrine interpreted by Lenin provided the infallible formula to achieve a strong nation and social justice. But this method, rooted in the Bolshevik ethic that the ends justify the means, transformed him into a cruel tyrant. The New Revolution. The first five-year plan was a program in which production objectives and slogans were established with which Stalin intended to tackle Russia's backwardness. It was launched in 1928, although it would not be approved until April 1929 by the 16th Congress of the CPSU. It set ambitious objectives for the industry and a massive socialization of agriculture. But the primary element of the plan was that it posed a challenge to the Russian nation by demanding of the people a life of heroic effort. At the same time it provided cover for a brutal collectivization of agriculture. It was a bold attack on two fronts. The first five-year plan was probably in size and results the largest planned economic enterprise in the history of humanity. The results did not reach the objectives set, but were nonetheless prodigious. This feat, furthermore, was carried out in 4 years and 3 months, since on December 31, 1932 the plan was considered fulfilled. The proportion and the cost in human suffering and sacrifice were terrible, but Stalin was convinced that the price had to be paid. The party, ecstatic by his demand for maximum effort, also accepted the price. And with extraordinary resistance, the mass of the Russian people worked and served. The collectivization and industrialization programs were launched simultaneously. The collectivization campaign had made some progress in 1928. The number of kolkhozes, or collective farms, had risen in 1 year, starting June 1, 1927, from 14,830 to 33,258, and the number of peasant families integrated into them had increased from 194,200 to 416,700. But for Stalin this rate of growth was absolutely unacceptable. As the winter of 1928-29 approached, famine became a serious threat. Deficits in grain deliveries were permanent. The peasants ignored and perhaps actively challenged the Soviet government and its policies. Stalin demanded urgent measures. During 1929 the campaign gained momentum. A destructive wave was soon going to spread throughout the country, reminiscent of the Mongol invasions in the 13th century. On December 27, 1929, Stalin proclaimed, "We have recently passed from a policy of limiting the exploitative tendencies of the kulaks to a policy of liquidating the kulaks as a class." This was equivalent to a declaration of total war and even a death sentence on a not very well defined sector of the peasants, whose number amounted to 10 million. It is estimated that some 5 million were deported to Siberia and the Arctic area, and at least a quarter of them perished on the journey. Thousands lost their lives trying to defend their properties. On January 5, 1930, the Central Committee decreed that the goal of collectivizing the vast majority of peasants within the plan's time frame was perfectly achievable. Furthermore, the total collectivization of the grain-producing areas was set for the fall of 1932. This gave the campaign a frenetic pace. In October 1929, 4.1% of peasant families had already been collectivized. In March 1930, the figure exceeded 50%, and on July 1, 1934, it reached 71.4% of farmland and peasant families. The percentages were made in relation to 100 million human beings. It was an astonishing progression. Stalin achieved this revolution in agriculture through the relentless use of force and terror. The local Soviets were in charge of confining the properties of the kulaks, which became indivisible collectives of common property. In practice, this applied to the lands and animals of all peasants who did not voluntarily join the collectives. The OGPU, which had been expanded for this purpose, was the main instrument to carry out the campaign. But in addition, some 25,000 workers with adequate political and administrative training were also sent to the countryside to act as shock forces. The poor committees that had spread destruction and hatred at chilling levels during the Civil War were re-established. These committees fostered bitter hostility between poor and well-to-do peasants, and helped make joint action against the government's campaign impossible. The ETMs, a type of agricultural centers, were one of the main means by which peasants were forced into collectivization. Agronomists, veterinarians, and mechanics were assigned to each of these centers that served various groups. In 1929 there was only one ETM. During the 16th Party Congress in June-July 1930, Yakovlev reported that about 200 centers were already in operation with Russian-made tractors. Tractors were desperately needed, especially after horse slaughter, and were used only on collective farms. Peasants who resisted collectivization found themselves without the means to plow the land. Party documents from the Smolensk region, obtained during the World War and published later, provided first-hand evidence of the chaos and violence that convulsed rural areas. The documents show that the collectivization campaign became an orgy of indiscriminate arrests, destruction and looting. Attempts by party officials to put an end to the excesses were ineffective. The motto of many brigades charged with liquidating the kulaks was, "Let's drink. Let's eat. Everything is ours." In many regions the peasants fought with a blind and destructive fury. Murders and arson were commonplace. The communists were their enemies. Party archives in Smolensk reveal that as reports of murders and arson multiplied, party members were advised to stay away from windows when working in Soviet premises, and not to go out at night in the villages. The street. The campaign continued inexorably. Regional party officials were threatened with new disciplinary action if they did not obtain grain quotas and the entry of peasants into collective farms. Slogans such as, "Whoever does not join the kolkhoz is an enemy of Soviet power," forced the peasants to choose between joining, being deported, or being killed. The peasants expressed the hatred they felt for the regime and its collectivization policy by killing their animals. For a peasant, his horse, his cow, his few sheep or goats were highly valued assets that provided him with food in difficult times. But faced with confiscation and having to hand over their animals to the collective farms, the peasants preferred to kill them. Of the 34 million horses in Soviet Russia in 1929, 18 million were slaughtered. Additionally, 67% of sheep and goats were slaughtered between 1929 and 1933. The wave of violence and destruction threatened to escape control. Party leaders announced the success of the campaign in 1929, with the state's grain collection exceeding that of the previous year by 50%. But Stalin was worried about the danger of anarchy spreading throughout the country. On March 2, 1930, he published his famous article The Vertigo of Success in Pravda. The time had come, he stated in it, to restrain the excessive zeal of party officials and to put an end to the compulsory entry of peasants and their animals into collective farms. Many officials had forgotten the Leninist principle that entry into collective farms had to be voluntary. All officials and activists had to observe the model character of the collective farm as described in the latest issue of Pravda. As a continuation of the article, on March 14, 1930, detailed instructions of the Central Committee on Distortions of the Official Line in relation to the collectivization movement were published, which called for special care in the treatment given to the peasants. Many illegal actions were cited and it was insisted, in particular, that the treatment of thousands of low and medium-income peasants as if they were kulaks had to end. Stalin's article had the immediate effect of putting an end to the violence that prevailed in many regions. At the same time, the peasants understood the meaning of the statement that entry into the collective farms should be voluntary, and they exercised their right to leave them. After 2 months, the proportion of collectivized families in the RSFSR fell from 60 to 23.4%. In June 1930, Stalin's agricultural policy faced collapse. It seemed that the resistance of the peasants had stopped the collectivization program and defeated it. At the 16th Congress of the CPSU, held in June-July 1930, however, Stalin himself and some 2,100 delegates unanimously hailed the victory of the party line. Stalin was perfectly aware of the opposition of the peasants and the disasters caused by the imposed collectivization, but he showed full confidence in achieving a satisfactory result. He attacked right-wing oppositionists who had made dire predictions of the horrors that would result from the campaign against the kulaks and from forcibly imposed collectivization. And now we are going to put an end to the kulaks as a class. The previous repression of the kulaks was nothing compared to this measure. You see that we are alive. In the critical conditions of June 1930, right-wing leaders might have been expected to present opposition. They could maintain that they had anticipated the disasters that would result from the measures advocated by Trotsky and the left-wing faction, and that Stalin was putting them into practice so drastically. But they showed their fervent support for Stalin and the official line. Rykov and Tomsky made abject confessions before the full Congress, admitting that they were completely wrong, and asked for the party's forgiveness. Bukharin was absent from the Congress, but would adopt a similar attitude later. The need to maintain party unity once again showed itself to be an irresistible force. Many of the delegates who had direct knowledge of the disasters that occurred in the countryside acted for the same reason. The party had to maintain its unity, especially at this time when it was the object of popular anger. If the party split and lost its control over the country, anarchy would prevail and all of them, without exception, would be murdered by the furious peasants. The solidarity of the Congress was in part inspired, no doubt, by the general need to defend the party, the revolution, and themselves. But Stalin's leadership was the positive uniting factor. He dominated the Congress, he remained calm and self-possessed among the delegates, he was convinced that the official line was correct. He inspired a confidence and security that eliminated the doubts and fears of the congressman. Furthermore, he presented the party's measures as bold adventures that could not fail. Infected by his enthusiasm, the delegates gave a standing ovation to their leader, who declared, "There is no fortress that we Bolsheviks cannot assault or conquer." At the Congress, Stalin made it clear that the peasants had to accept collectivization. The campaign was renewed during the fall of 1930 with evident results. On this occasion the tactics used were kept under control, but the peasants found themselves forced by force and subjected to unbearable pressures. By mid-1931, 52.7% of peasant families had already been collectivized. About 4 years later, collectivization reached 90.5%. The peasants were beaten, condemned to starvation, stripped of their property and finally forced to join the hated collectives, but they managed to extract an important concession, to maintain the yuzhidbas, plots of private property that continued to belong to each peasant family. The private trade in foodstuffs characteristic of the NEP was prohibited in 1929, and permitted again the following year. Private markets, supplied by farmers' yuzhidbas, played a vital role in the provision and distribution of food at times when shortages and malnutrition were constant threats. The industrialization campaign also began with signs of moderation. Stalin was ecstatic, however, at the vision of Russia becoming an industrialized country. He gave such impetus to the campaign that it turned it into a true industrial revolution. In 1927 the industry surpassed its pre-war level. In his address to the 15th Congress of the CPSU in December 1927, Stalin proposed approving an annual rate of increase in output of 15% for subsequent years. In mid-1929 the fever of industrialization took hold and he called for an annual growth rate of 50%. The campaign was given a military structure with the Politburo as headquarters. This maintained close control over all sectors of the economy through the party machinery and government agencies. Incessant propaganda besieged the worker, instilling in him a grandiose idea of the role he played in this heroic plan, and demanding a constant increase in productivity. Giant boards were placed in all the factories reflecting the performance of the groups and even the unions, and those who did not achieve the objectives were harassed and publicly criticized. The brigades were placed side by side in socialist competition. Militants and young people, especially members of the Komsomol, responded enthusiastically. They were all eager to put into action their faith in the party and its mission as builders of the new socialist world. Their selfless and sacrificial work was an important factor in the industry's achievements during the early plans. The mass of workers did not share this enthusiasm. They were tired from the long hours of work and the constant demand for increased productivity. The scarcity of food and the drastic decline in their standard of living were aggravated by the multitude of hungry peasants who invaded important towns in search of work. The exhortations, proclaiming them the vanguard of the world proletariat, and the omnipresent slogans, declaring that Soviet Russia was a workers' state and that the workers were owners of the factories, only intensified their disenchantment. The older workers, especially, were upset by their change of position in the factories. The initial spirit of the revolution, which occurred during the period of the NEP, instilled in workers a feeling of equality and belonging to their factories. Having forgotten this feeling and under enormous pressure, they now worked in much harsher conditions than in the capitalist era. Absenteeism increased, as workers tried to evade factory discipline. This gave rise to more repressive measures. In December 1932, the internal passport system was introduced, which allowed close control over all citizens in towns, factories, and border areas. However, the plan's basic objective of laying the foundations for a new, widespread heavy industry was achieved during these years. Industrial performance increased, but not only was importance given to increasing production, important decisions were also made on industrial policy. A new geographical distribution model was established for heavy industry. The aim was to ensure a more rational location of industry throughout the country, to install heavy industries near sources of fuel and raw materials and to reduce transportation overload. It was also warned that the concentration of the industry in European Russia made it vulnerable to attacks from the West. There is no doubt that the creation of important industrial centers east of the Urals was going to be one of the decisive factors that saved the Soviet Union from a crushing defeat in World War II. This redistribution of industry promoted the development of a second coal and steel industry in the Ural-Kuznetsk area. Magnitogorsk, the center of this new industrial area of the Urals, began in 1931 as a series of barracks where the workers who built the blast furnaces and rolling mills were housed. 8 years later it was a city of 146,000 inhabitants. Kuznetsk, in Siberia, called Stalinsk after 1932, and Karaganda in Kazakhstan, became large industrial cities in the same period of time. Large-scale industrial production saw a dramatic increase of 113%. Although below the 133% target set for the end of the 5-year plan, it was a real achievement. The worst results were in the production of iron, steel, and coal, so special production campaigns were organized to ensure that these objectives were achieved at the beginning of the next plan. The campaign, initially based on the principles promulgated by the industrial policy initiated in the 1880s and following, was soon mired in difficulties. The enormous increase in the industrial workforce meant the acceptance of new workers from the towns who knew nothing about machinery and were oblivious to manufacturing processes. In all manufacturing phases, the lack of specialized workers was worrying. Technicians and engineers had to be hired from the United States, Germany, and France. In March 1931, a director of the Supreme Council of the National Economy stated that about 5,000 foreign specialists worked in Soviet industry. Hundreds of Soviet engineers and students received training abroad, particularly in the United States, and returned home to work as instructors and factory managers. These hasty measures did little to solve a problem that, like the plan itself, was occurring on a large scale. Numerous university technical schools were created, and others, at the secondary education level, in factories. In 1933, about 200,000 students were trained in higher technical colleges, and another 900,000 attended secondary technical schools, while factory schools and specialist courses trained 1 million workers a year. At the end of the first plan, these schools and these courses managed to partially satisfy the demand for engineers and specialized workers, and the second plan, put into practice without delay, benefited from this. Soviet imports of machinery were limited by lack of capital, difficulty in obtaining loans abroad, and discrimination against Soviet exports. The fact that the plan coincided with the Great Global Economic Depression added to the already existing difficulties. In this era of dramatic growth, attention was not paid exclusively to industry and agriculture. The railway network was outdated, and a large-scale expansion began. The construction of railway lines was hampered by a shortage of iron and steel, and did not go ahead until the second plan. But spectacular attempts were made to improve the waterways and work began on building a motorway network. The nation was immersed in a desire for reconstruction and expansion that affected all aspects of life. The educational system was reinforced, greater importance was given to discipline in schools and to instilling respect for authority. The revolutionary tradition of defiance of the government and its representatives was no longer acceptable. Stalin's new Russia demanded an obedient and disciplined people, and the young generation that had known the anarchy of the post-revolutionary years had to be educated in that spirit. A campaign was begun to eradicate illiteracy, which was reduced in 1929 to 48.9% of the population between the ages of 8 and 15. Local committees were created in January 1930 to direct the campaign, and in 1939 the proportion of illiterates fell to 18.8%. Numerous social reforms were also introduced. Blunders and misdirected efforts were common in all of these enterprises, but the building of a new nation had begun, and continued in epic proportions. Stalin was in command through the Politburo, closely monitoring each new advance. His responsibilities were immense, but he could appreciate the progress achieved, which justified the efforts of the people and vindicated the measures they had adopted. The nation was at the beginning of a strong resurgence, but the threats to its continuity worried it. His distrust caused him constant anxiety, since he was sure that within the party some were instigating to sabotage this great advance. He considered them as a negative force that had to be destroyed. His greatest fear was that Trotsky would rise like a phoenix from the ashes of his political career to disrupt everything he was doing. During the 1930s, Stalin maintained an intense propaganda campaign condemning Trotsky as the most hateful and dangerous enemy of the Soviet regime. 3 minority groups are known to have conspired after the 16th Congress to bring about some changes in official policy. The first group comprised a number of quite young militants, close to Stalin, who maintained an appearance of loyalty towards him. The group's leader, THIRD-WORLDISM, was a candidate member of the Politburo and Prime Minister of the RSFSR. His idea was to build a bridge between left-wing and right-wing dissidents and create a group that would receive the incongruous name of the right-wing leftist bloc. The OGPU soon exposed Surtsov and his associates. They were all dismissed from their positions, but nothing else happened to them at that time. During the winter and spring of 1932-33, a terrible wave of famine gripped the country, causing thousands of deaths. At the end of the summer of 1932, when famine began to spread through Ukraine and the North Caucasus, and the people lived in rabid desperation, another opposition group was discovered. It was headed by M. Ryadin, former secretary of the party committee in Moscow and a supporter of Bukharin. Ryadin drafted a 200-page document, known as the Ryadin Platform, in which he accused Stalin of being the great agent provocateur, the destroyer of the party and the undertaker of the revolution and of Russia, and pledged to fight to overthrow him. His political program favored a slower pace of industrialization, the end of collectivization and the return of private farming, and the restoration of democracy in the party. He sent copies of his platform to many prominent militants and former oppositionists, including Zinoviev and Kamenev. Again, the OGPU acted promptly, arresting Ryadin and his few followers, as well as many who received copies of the platform. Stalin had hardly taken Surtsov seriously, but Ryadin's platform exasperated him. The condemnation against his person was intolerable, and his proposals meant the denial of everything in which Stalin believed and was convinced that he would save Soviet Russia. But Ryadin's ideas were dangerous. By advocating the slowing down of industrialization and the abandonment of collectivization, he could receive the support of many members who could not endure the violence in the countryside or the sacrifices that were inevitable at this stage of the nation's development. In the Politburo, Stalin called for Ryadin to be executed. It was an exceptional demand. For the first time he requested the death penalty for a member of the party. The opposition within it had been treated as wrong and even dangerous. Members of the opposition had been persecuted, expelled, imprisoned, and exiled, but never formally sentenced to death. It was acceptable to execute those who were not members of the party. In fact, thousands of people had been sentenced to death. There was no objection to imposing the death penalty except on party members. Lenin had warned of this drastic action against the militants, because this meant following in the footsteps of the French Revolution, which had devoured its own children, the Jacobins. Now Stalin asked that in these critical moments any type of opposition be considered an act of treason, worthy of the death penalty. And for him Ryadin's platform was treason. Stalin was shocked when the Politburo rejected his demand. Of its 10 members, Molotov and Kaganovich must have supported him, Voroshilov and Kalinin probably hesitated, but would also vote in favor of his proposal. Kirov, Ortjonikij, Kasier, Rudzutak, and Koubiev probably voted against. This division among his closest comrades demonstrated that, despite his supreme position, the acclaim of the 16th Congress, and national adulation, he had opponents even within the Politburo, whom he considered as dangerous as anyone. Ryadin. A few months after the Ryadin case, the OGPU discovered another type of opposition. It was headed by A. P. Smirnov, who had been elected to the Central Committee in 1912. His group included several old Bolsheviks and syndicalists, who defended theses similar to those of Ryutin. They were all found guilty, but probably due to their inefficiency and advanced age they were treated with benevolence. It was Ryutin whom Stalin could not forget. A wave of persecutions began during the first 5-year plan and intensified after the discovery of these opposition groups. The first of the trials took place in 1930. Several economists and engineers were arrested in August. All of them had held positions of responsibility in the Gosplan or in the commissariats of commerce, finance, or agriculture, and probably at some point expressed their doubts about the viability of the plan. They were divided into 3 groups, and 2 of the trials were carried out in public. The accusations were that they had instigated for the benefit of capitalist enemies, and that they were ruiners and saboteurs. The objective of these trials was, apparently, to galvanize the patriotism of the people and alert them to the dangers of internal enemies, responsible for the decline in their standard of living and the failures of the industrial program. The trials were also a warning to the intelligentsia and especially to the engineers, technicians, and administrators to fulfill their mission without questioning any of its aspects. The propaganda media repeatedly insisted on these teachings and warnings. The defendants were found guilty and sentenced to different prison sentences. Also around this time the party's militancy was completely purged. Members under suspicion were interrogated, generally found guilty, and secretly sentenced. Between the second half of 1930 and the end of 1933 the party's Central Commission convicted 611 members and candidates for counter-revolutionary activities. In the period from 1931 to the first half of 1933, the regional organizations, which included 62% of the party, examined some 40,000 accusations of political deviation, and 15,442 members were expelled. In the campaign to eliminate all real and potential opposition, 3 men promoted by Stalin in the early 1930s played a leading role. A.N. Poskrabichev became head of his personal secretariat in 1931. One Western observer described him as sinister-looking. 1.53 meters tall, stocky, broad-shouldered, hunched back, large head, hooked nose, and similar eyes to those of a bird of prey. His exact mission is not known, but it seems that he had all kinds of skills and certainly maintained close contact with the security forces. He loyally served Stalin behind the scenes throughout his political career. The second man was A.I. Vikinsky, a former Menshevik and law professor, who became deputy prosecutor in 1933 and prosecutor general in 1935, and who would play a prominent role in the trials of 1936–38. Another of the new key men was Nis Hove. He emerged in 1933 as a member of the Purification Commission. Stalin's suspicions reached the OGPU itself. His top boss, Jertinsky, had imbued the security service with his fanatical devotion to the party. But Stalin doubted that the officials and agents of the OGPU were sufficiently submissive to his will. Hove, as a member of the Purification Commission and later of the Orgburo, had access to the secret files of all militants, including those belonging to the OGPU. This information and his experience made him the ideal man for the role of Stalin's trusted agent and later for that of head of the security forces. The 17th Congress of the CPSU, held from January 26 to February 10, 1934, was called by Kirov the Congress of Victors, and this appellation adequately reflected its atmosphere. The delegates were carefree and exultant. The party had survived famine and fierce opposition from the peasants. The terrible famine of the winter of 1932–33 was followed by an extraordinary harvest. Collectivization had reached more than 90% of peasant families who seemed to have abandoned the struggle and resignedly accepted life on the kolkhozes. The industrialization campaign had achieved extraordinary results and the second plan could have firm foundations for the development of heavy industry. The cost in human lives and suffering seemed forgotten. They looked hopefully toward the future. The Congress was, above all, a triumph for Stalin, who had guided the party through the dangers and horrors of these tumultuous years. He had shown the strength, unshakable confidence and determination of a great leader. The nation was immersed in an avalanche of creative activity that he had inspired and continued to direct. The delegates competed in expressions of praise and veneration. They called him father of the nation and maximum genius of the time. Notarin greeted him with the title of Captain General of the Proletarian Forces, the best of the best. Kamina stated, "This era in which we live, will go down in history as the era of Stalin, just as the previous era will be known as the era of Lenin." There seemed to be no limits to the extravagant praise of his person. Finally, Kirov declared to the delegates that it would be useless to think about what kind of resolution to adopt on Stalin's presentation. The most correct and most useful thing for the task at hand will be to adopt as party law all the proposals and considerations of Comrade Stalin's speech. By unanimous acclamation, Stalin's speech was adopted as the party law. With biting distrust, however, Stalin did not believe the acclaim with which he was invariably received. He thought that among the crowd of delegates there were innumerable pockets of opposition, each waiting for an opportunity to overthrow his program and replace him. He considered the attempts of Surtsov, Smemov, and especially Ryadin, as proof that his suspicions were justified, and made the decision to purge the party. He had to remove all those whom he could not trust and, at the same time, tighten personal control over the security organs. The terror had its origin in Stalin's phobias, which prompted him to eradicate the opposition, and in the need for absolute obedience to the party and its leader. Rumors spread at that time, which would be published some 30 years later, according to which there was a conspiracy to remove him from the position of General Secretary and assign him another position, but they are not corroborated by any evidence. It is possible, however, that Stalin himself considered stepping down as General Secretary. He was almost 55 years old and had borne tremendous responsibilities for 17 years without interruption. It seems reasonable that he would put aside the administrative burdens and assume another position of executive leader of the party and the government. If he was considering this possibility, it would explain why the Central Committee, which had just been elected by the Congress, did not make the usual formal declaration confirming Stalin to his position. Furthermore, the fact that he was then listed as Secretary rather than General Secretary of the Central Committee suggests that he was downgrading the position so that his successor would not appear to occupy a position of the same importance. Much has been said about these topics. It has also been said that he was on the verge of being defeated in the new committee. Nothing could be further from the truth. His control over the party and over the Central Committee had never been stronger. Proof of this is that the members of the Politburo and the Secretariat were not listed in alphabetical order, but in order of importance, and their name was at the top of the list. These protocol matters had great relevance in the Soviet world. Furthermore, the newly elected committee included several men, such as Lz Mejli, Nis Hove and Gigi Yagoda, who were known Stalinists, while others who did not have their support were not re-elected. If indeed Stalin considered giving up the post of General Secretary, he probably preferred Kirov as his successor. Kaganovich had been cruel in the collectivization campaign and was not popular. He was also Jewish, and anti-Semitism was always latent among the militants. Molotov had previously worked, without success, in the Secretariat. Kirov was a typical Russian with a wide face, a blunt nose, a good speaker and enjoyed popular acceptance. He had met Stalin in May 1918 and possibly accompanied him to Tsaritsyn in July. He was subsequently sent to Astrakhan, probably at Stalin's behest, to restore party command in the city. The following year he had a confrontation with Trotsky, who had ordered the evacuation of Astrakhan before it was captured by Denikin's white troops. Kirov was against the order and appealed to Lenin, who revoked Trotsky's decision and ordered that Astrakhan be defended to the end. This challenge to Trotsky made Kirov align himself with Stalin, Orджonikidze, and Voroshilov, whom he strongly supported in the controversy with Trotsky over the most appropriate time to invade Georgia. Again he worked closely with Stalin as a member of the congressional committee that drafted the draft resolution on the nationalities question. In 1926 he was posted to Leningrad, where his work in purging leftist elements from local party bodies was praised. He always showed himself to be a loyal Stalinist. It has been stated that after the 16th Congress, which elected him to the Central Committee, Kirov received a proposal from Stalin to move to Moscow, and that he declined this promotion and asked to continue in Leningrad. Perhaps he preferred to exercise his position independently, rather than be in Moscow under the close surveillance of Stalin, where he would also be the object of envy of Kaganovich, Molotov, Voroshilov, and others whom he could outrank. Evidently, he was allowed to continue in Leningrad until the end of the second five-year plan. After a short vacation in Sochi with Stalin and his daughter, and a brief stay in Kazakhstan, where he solved problems of food shortages and difficulties due to collectivization, he returned to Moscow, and from there to Leningrad. After the 17th Congress in Moscow and elsewhere it seemed that the worst was over, and Stalin himself perhaps considered the possibility of softening the demands. Bread rationing was abolished in November 1933. Another reassuring sign was that the OGPU, feared throughout the country, was renamed the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, known as the NKVD, which seemed, at least then, less threatening. The powers of the political police were also restricted. Opposition members were allowed to write for the press, although without criticizing the party's policies. Another reason for the apparent relaxation of repression was that the Soviet government was trying to present a more liberal image to the West. Trade with other countries, the collaboration of Western experts, and loans were desperately needed, especially from Great Britain, France, and America, where public opinion was sensitized by information regarding repression and violence. Perhaps other minor concessions were also considered in the eyes of Russian and world opinion. But then, a decree that imposed collective responsibility on each family for the betrayal of one of its members came to warn that the party maintained its repressive vigilance. Two events, which affected Stalin personally, set back any weak progress that might have existed. On the night of November 8 to 9, 1932, Stalin, his wife, and party dignitaries were attending a banquet to celebrate the 15th anniversary of the October Revolution. In the presence of other people, Stalin said to his wife, "Come on, drink something." She was obviously in tension, she was not allowed to taste alcohol, and she was in fact obsessed with the bad consequences of drinking. He continually warned her children against her, and disapproved of her husband's custom, common in the Caucasus, of offering them wine at dinner. The invitation to drink, or the disrespectful way in which he addressed her in public, exasperated her and, springing to her feet, she yelled at him, "How dare you talk to me like that?" and ran away from him. The room. Paulina Molotov came out to console her. On the cold winter night, the two walked around the Kremlin palace. Nadia was going through a period of depression and overexcitement. For a few days she had been complaining about that everything bored her, that she was fed up with everything, even children. She was then studying the textile branch at the Industrial Academy and wanted to start working, but her depression was deep. Talking to her friend Paulina, she calmed down little by little, and she seemed calm when she went alone to her apartment. But during the night she ended his life with a shot, using a small revolver that her brother Pavel had brought from Berlin. Stalin was stunned. He didn't understand why his wife had taken her life. He rebelled against her suggestions that he had been a sullen and inconsiderate husband, stating that he had always loved and respected her as his wife. He asked those around him if it had really been important that he couldn't always go to the theater with her. The fact that Nadia could have complained about this shows how little she understood and supported him in her work. He was hurt and exasperated, too, by the note he had left her. It was immediately destroyed, but her daughter learned from those who read it that the note was full of reproaches and accusations, not only on a personal level but also on a political level. It was a distressing time when hunger and violence had reached their maximum crudeness in the countryside. She had probably heard her fellow students tell horrible things. She was horrified and accused him. For Stalin, this last note from the woman he had considered his closest and most loyal friend was a devastating betrayal. He was beside himself, hurt and angry. At the civil farewell ceremony she approached the coffin for a moment. He suddenly made a gesture of rejection, turned on his heel and left. He didn't even go to the funeral. And believing that she had abandoned him because she considered him a personal enemy, he refused to visit her grave in the Novodevichy cemetery. He moved to a different apartment in the Kremlin because he couldn't bear to live in the rooms he had shared with her. At the Zuvalovo dacha he was tormented by memories, so, although his children continued to go there, he had a new house built on the outskirts of Kuntsevo, where he lived alone for the next 20 years. But he never forgot her, and years later he ordered enlargements of photographs taken in the spring and summer of 1929, when she was happy, to be placed on the walls of her Kremlin apartment and his country house. He talked obsessively about her, trying to understand why he had taken her life. Svetlana Alelueva, his daughter, has written that my mother's death was a terrible and overwhelming blow that destroyed her faith in friends and people in general. His distrust of the people became more acute in the last months of Lenin's life, but the death of his wife meant the beginning of the clouding of his mind and the atrophy of his feelings. After Nadia's death a drastic change occurred in Zuvalovo and Kuntsevo. She had hired the service staff, and had maintained the family atmosphere, leaving the security guards on another level. The housekeeper, the cook, the maids, and the rest of the staff had been considered members of the family. Gradually, the old personnel were replaced by NKVD employees. Only Svetlana's old governess remained. Someone had told Stalin that she was untrustworthy, and that she should be fired, but her daughter wept bitterly at the prospect of losing her. Her father could not see her crying and ordered that the governess be left alone. But Nadia's aunts, uncles, cousins, and friends were gradually excluded. They awakened unpleasant memories. Stalin even began to suspect her complicity in the betrayal and death of his wife, and some of them were arrested and imprisoned for some time. Kirov's unexpected death in Leningrad, on December 1, 1934, was the other great shock. On the night of November 30 he was working late into the night on a report on the recent meeting of the Central Committee, which he was going to present to senior party officials in Leningrad. He arrived at its headquarters, at the Smolny Institute, around 4:30 p.m. He was heading to a colleague's office when his killer, Nikolov, emerged from a corner and shot him in the back, killing him instantly. Nikolov fell next to his victim and was arrested. Leonid Nikolov was then 30 years old. He had participated in the Civil War and had been admitted to the party while still very young. He held a position in the Leningrad Inspection Commissariat until its abolition in January 1934. He was assigned another position, but by protesting vigorously that he had been unfairly demoted he came into conflict with senior officials of the Leningrad Inspection Commissariat. And was sent off. He was reinstated about 2 months later, once he had agreed to accept party discipline. It was obvious, however, that he was unbalanced, as were many people of his generation who had endured the horrors of the Civil War and the strains of the first 5-year plan. Although a member of the CPSU, he had a keen sense of injustice, and political assassination was a means of expressing his protest. Stalin was immediately informed of Kirov's death. He decided to personally direct the investigation and left Moscow by train for Leningrad that same afternoon, in the company of Voroshilov, Molotov, and Kaganovich. The murder of his close collaborator demonstrated with crystal clarity that he was surrounded by enemies within the party. After the death of his wife he was obsessed with finding out the cause of his action. His death had been a suicide, but Kirov's death was a political assassination. He reacted violently. He could not admit the possibility that it was the singular act of a madman seeking revenge or protest against him. In every act of protest Stalin saw conspiracy, treason, and felony. The assassination of Uritsky and the attack on Lenin carried out by the socialist revolutionaries in 1918 had been political actions, and part of a conspiracy to overthrow the Bolshevik leadership. He was convinced that Kirov's murder also had its roots in a political conspiracy, and that the investigation would uncover the murderer's ties to members of the opposition, and particularly to Trotsky. The party's response had to be a campaign of terror and a complete purge among the militancy. He would discover the enemies and annihilate them all without exception. He knew that, in the same way that a surgeon who removes a malignant tumor from a patient cuts away the healthy tissue around it in case it was also affected, innocent people would suffer in the process, but these victims were inevitable and they were not going to deter him from his idea. The terror. Kirov's assassination opened a dark and terrible chapter in Stalin's rule. Like the collectivization campaign, the terror itself achieved frantic momentum. All government bodies and all segments of society were reached by the maelstrom. Stalin unraveled the party, purged all government agencies and overwhelmed the people. The arrests were in the millions. Few of those who were executed or sentenced to hard labor were guilty of any crime. For 4 years the terror continued in full force. In launching this campaign of terror and allowing it to reach such extremes, Stalin was not acting out of cruelty or lust for power, but out of the conviction that all potential or actual opposition which for him amounted to treason must be eradicated and destroyed. It was a time of crisis, war threatened, and it was necessary to act inexorably. He had to ensure that the party was a monolithic, strongly consolidated organization, capable, under his leadership, of facing any challenge and achieving a strong, socialist Russia. He was completely determined to achieve these objectives that monopolized his attention. At the same time, his paranoia increased regarding his role as a leader, as a man who would go down in history for being destined to lead Russia to those goals. Another factor that may have influenced Stalin's decision to unleash terror was his study of history. He read widely and knew Russian history in detail, particularly the reigns of Ivan the Terrible and Peter the Great. Tsar Ivan had been noted for his use of terror and for the oprichniki, officials responsible for his security. Ivan saw his duties as an autocrat in the terms expressed by Ivashka, son of Semyon Persvetov, who wrote down his opinions and political proposals in his great petition, which he boldly presented to the Tsar. Persvetov proposed the need for a strong, autocratic ruler, the centralization of power and the creation of a standing army. Two themes reiterated in his petition were the importance of justice and the equality of all the Tsar's subjects. His ideal of justice was cruel, but he accommodated himself to Ivan's ideas, and of course to the customs of the time. There cannot be a ruler without terror, he wrote, as a horse without a bridle mounted by a rider, so is a kingdom without terror. The autocrats, Ivan the Terrible and Peter the Great, were the precursors from whom Stalin was directly inspired. They were part of Russian tradition. Lenin invoked his example when he unleashed the Red Terror, created forced labor camps and demanded the inexorable suppression of all opposition. Both Ivan and Peter had dedicated their energies to transforming Russia into a strong and advanced country, and had not hesitated to exercise power uncompromisingly to achieve this. What they had done in the feudal era, Stalin would do in the advanced socialist era of the 20th century. Peter the Great had taken the first steps to create an effective administrative machinery, and had promoted social and educational reforms. Stalin was now leading a similar, but more far-reaching, revolution in Russian life. At the same time he shared Peter the Great's belief that the people must be forced to enter the new era, by himself, he would become mired in the old traditional ways. With Ivan the Terrible, the first Russian Tsar, who had fought to impose the autocrats' absolute power and to forge a strong Russia, Stalin felt a special affinity. Ivan had been surrounded by conspirators and traitors, the princes and the boyars. He had used terror to eliminate these enemies, and it was his example that encouraged Stalin in the cruel tactics he used against the opposition. Obsessed by possible threats to his high design, Stalin saw enemies everywhere. He had reached a stage in which he believed that all those who did not fervently support him or criticize his policies were enemies and, as such, allies of the imperialist camp and potential destroyers of the new Soviet Russia. Trotsky was still the archenemy, and in this connection too, Kurbsky's betrayal of Tsar Ivan set a precedent. Trotsky was his Kurbsky. Trotsky was the representative of institutionalism and cosmopolitanism, which were still typical of the former Bolsheviks, even though they had accepted the principle of socialism in one country. Although confined to the small island of Principe as agreed with the Turkish government, Trotsky continued to be a threat. He published the Bulletin Oppositii, which was a sign that he received updated information through his agents inside Russia. The criticisms and proposals of the bulletin were similar to those spread in Ryatin's platform, but it placed more emphasis on the change of leadership in the party, and had all the force of Trotsky's poisoned personal hatred. Stalin was suspicious of the old party members, the old Bolsheviks, among whom Trotsky could find supporters. Many disagreed with the methods used by Stalin during the first five-year plan. But they had no alternative program to present, and they always supported the Stalinist line at party meetings. They posed no direct threat and had no one around them who could join them in their stance. Furthermore, Stalin inspired them with respect and fear at the same time. But they exerted decisive influence and were treated with distrust. The assassination of Kirov decided Stalin to take action. He could no longer tolerate those members who, as he had come to convince himself, were actively or passively against him. He had to eliminate them. In his place I would place young men of the new generation, educated and prepared for leadership tasks, and completely loyal to him. Before hastily leaving Moscow on December 1, 1934, he signed a decree that was published the next day and granted basic powers for the establishment of terror. In Leningrad, the first immediate action to take place was the secret trial of Nikolov, who had murdered Kirov, and 13 alleged accomplices, accused of creating an organization in Leningrad to plan assassinations. All were found guilty and executed. 100 or more people, detained before Kirov's death and accused of being counter-revolutionaries, were convicted of terrorism and executed. During the first months of 1935, several thousand Leningrad citizens were detained on suspicion of having sympathies with the opposition, and deported to Siberia. Zinoviev, Kamina, and their main collaborators were imprisoned in Verkhneyuralsk. Months later they were secretly tried on charges of conspiracy to assassinate Stalin. 2 of the accused were executed, and the rest, including Zinoviev and Kamina, were sentenced to prison terms. This secret trial set a sinister precedent, because it was the first time that the political opposition of party members was tried and sentenced as a criminal act, but this was only the beginning of the terror and the Great Purge. Investigation of party militancy had become routine practice. In 1933 the militants and candidates numbered more than 3.5 million. In May 1935, months after Kirov's assassination, the Central Committee decided that all party documents should be verified. On January 1, 1937, the number of militants and candidates was less than 2 million. In 3 years, more than 1.5 million militants and candidates had lost their status as such. During these months, Stalin promoted to command positions several men whom he could trust in the atrocious period that was coming. On February 1, 1935, A.I. Mikoyan, already known as a staunch Stalinist, and Vyat Chubar, who was probably a moderate, were elected to the Politburo in place of Kirov and Kuibychev, who had died suddenly of a heart attack on January 26, 1935. At the same time, A. Zhdanov, also a Stalinist, successor to Kirov in command of the party organization in Leningrad, and Ij, a moderate like Chubar, were elected as candidate members. The 2 moderates would soon be eliminated. Ezhov took over the Control Commission instead of Kaganovich. The worst period of terror was going to be named after him. Nadezha, wife of the poet Osip Mandelstam, remembered Ezhov as a modest and quite pleasant person. He was short and limped on one leg, which did not prevent him from dancing the Gopak, an exhausting Cossack dance, or from flirting with girls. Nadezhda wrote that it is hard to believe that we were sitting at the same table, eating, drinking and chatting with this man who was going to be one of the greatest murderers of our time. Kaganovich had organizational skills and knew how to achieve results, as he had demonstrated by directing the construction of the gigantic Dnieprogrez hydroelectric project, a symbol of the new and modern Soviet Russia, as one of Stalin's most faithful henchmen. Upon leaving the Control Commission, he was in charge of the reorganization of the Transport Commissioner. In Ukraine he had seen Nikita Khrushchev, a burly Ukrainian peasant, at work, and had seen his energy and his proclivity for using brutal methods to solve problems. In the 1930s Kaganovich was responsible for the modernization of Moscow, which included the construction of the metro, an underground railway in which Stalin took special interest because he was determined that Moscow would surpass Leningrad and become a worthy capital of a great industrial nation. Kaganovich called Khrushchev to work as one of his assistants. In 1933 Khrushchev became Kaganovich's deputy in charge of party organization in Moscow. This rapid rise showed that he had become part of the Stalinist elite. Two other men rose to relevant positions around this time. Georgy Malenkov was appointed deputy director of the command department of the party secretariat, where he was to work closely with Zhov. The other was Lavrenti Beria, an official of the NKVD and the first secretary of the party in Transcaucasia, a perverse man who managed to insert himself into Stalin's circle of trust and was one of the main architects of the era of terror. In the shadows, and closer to Stalin than the latter two, was A.N. Poskrebichev. If Stalin trusted anyone, it was Poskrebichev, who was the only one, it was said, who owned a rubber stamp with Stalin's signature that he used at his discretion. He was responsible in 1934 for creating the special secret political section of state security as part of Stalin's private secretariat. It was this special section, to which Zhov, Shkiryatov, and later Malenkov belonged, that planned the Great Purge. On the surface of party life everything seemed calm. The severe reprisals that were expected after Kirov's death had not developed on a large scale. The threat of terror seemed to have receded. The constant improvement in the food supply, the rapid expansion of industry, and the incessant demand for greater and more heroic efforts distracted the people from their fears of the NKVD. Only 2 months after Kirov's assassination, the 7th Congress of Soviets elected a commission to draft a new constitution. Stalin was its president, and he presented the new constitution to the 8th Congress, which was proclaimed by the press and radio as the most democratic in the world. He discarded Lenin's electoral system, favored the working class and introduced direct and secret voting. This advance was possible, he stated, because the first stage of communism had been reached. It included guarantees for citizens' rights, which seemed to further distance the fearsome arm of the NKVD. But during the months in which this new, more liberal constitution was drafted, the Great Purge was getting underway. The arrests, carried out at night and in secret, were increasingly frequent, but everyone maintained the appearance of normality. At the end of July 1936, party organizations throughout the country received secret instructions with the ominous title on the terrorist activity of the Trotskyist Zinovievist counter-revolutionary bloc. It called for special vigilance to discover and denounce the regime's enemies and ordered a new review of the party's militancy. Terror erupted in the nation in August 1936 with the sensational trial of 16. Zinoviev, Kamina, and 14 other Bolsheviks were accused of having created a secret terrorist organization under the direction of Trotsky from exile. The organization, it was alleged, had planned the assassination of Kirov and was preparing attacks against Stalin and his closest collaborators. Stalin had foreseen the disbelief that such accusations would arouse and had ordered that everything be carefully prepared. Their goal was not only to get rid of the old Bolsheviks, but also to modify the revolutionary tradition so that the new generation of leaders would have an education and attitude that would allow Soviet Russia to advance. The revolutionary murderers of the past had been turned into heroes. The assassins of Alexander II and numerous high-ranking Tsarist officials, and even those who had failed in their attacks, such as Lenin's brother, were members of the revolutionary pantheon. All Russian youth knew of their exploits, their defiant attitude in front of the courts at their trials and their death as martyrs. This tradition was no longer relevant, it could even become dangerous. Stalin considered it essential to re-educate the new generation by setting an example of true heroes instead of destructive terrorists, who belonged to another time. While schools instilled in young people discipline and respect for authority, the state began to create new heroes to inspire them in the construction of the new Russia. The press and radio were already praising Stakhanov, the miner who raised productivity to unprecedented levels, and the aviators and explorers of the Arctic, who were advancing towards new frontiers. The ideals that had to be instilled were service and effort. The trial at 16 was celebrated with maximum publicity. It showed that dangerous traitors were everywhere, even among the old Bolsheviks, who were not heroes but enemies trying to destroy the new Russia. The trial was effective for these purposes. It would have seemed impossible that Zinoviev and Kamina, old comrades of Lenin, who had held high positions, could be sinister enemies of the new Russia. But before the court each of the 16 defendants confessed guilty to the fantastic accusations against them. They confessed their guilt abjectly and convincingly. They were all sentenced to death and executed. In the course of the trial, the defendants had implicated others. The chief prosecutor, Vikinsky, made it known that he had ordered the investigation of Bukharin, Rykov and Tomsky. A few days later, Tomsky, the old Bolshevik and trade unionist, committed suicide. The terror seemed to waver. Tomsky's suicide and a critical current among the old militants of the party perhaps intimidated Yagoda and others responsible for the investigations. Stalin was away at the time, in the summer center of Sochi, on the shores of the Black Sea, accompanied by Zhdanov. He was evidently surprised by the statement issued in Moscow on September 10, 1936, stating that the investigation of Bukharin and Rykov had been closed, and that no evidence had been found against them. On September 25, 1936, he and Zhdanov sent a telegram to Kaganovich, Molotov and other members of the Politburo, which read, "We consider it absolutely necessary and urgent to appoint Comrade Ezhov as Commissar of Internal Affairs. Yagoda has obviously not shown himself up to the desired level in the task of unmasking the Trotskyist Zinovievist bloc. The OGPU is 4 years behind on this matter." The next day, Ezhov's appointment as head of the NKVD marked the beginning of a more savage phase of terror, the Ezhovkina, which lasted until 1938. The most senior officials of the security service, some of whom had worked for the Cheka under Djertinsky, they were replaced. A cleansing hysteria gripped the country. The belief that spies and traitors were at work everywhere spread insidiously. Unbalanced by the overwhelming slogans and exhortations to remain vigilant, and fearing for their own safety, people denounced their neighbors, their co-workers, and even members of their own family. There was a queue outside the NKVD offices, where people waited patiently to file their complaints. Terror debased the entire nation. The second major public trial began in Moscow on January 23, 1937. The 17 defendants were, according to the accusation, leaders of the Trotskyist anti-Soviet center. They had conspired with the Japanese and German governments to overthrow the Soviet regime. Their main weapon was sabotage of the economy. Once again, as a sign of Stalin's obsessive hatred, Trotsky was condemned as the gray mastermind of the conspiracy. Vikinsky, who in his capacity as prosecutor led the trial, was calm and moderate in the way he handled the case, which had been prepared with impressive thoroughness. The conduct of the accused made his task easier. An eyewitness at the trial wrote, "All the defendants seemed eager to add accusation after accusation about themselves mea culpa maxima. They demanded a lenient interrogation from the prosecutor. All were declared guilty. 13 were shot and 4 were sentenced to 10 years in prison. The death of Sergo Ortjonikidze shortly after his trial further highlighted Stalin's cruelty and inhumanity. Sergo Ortjonikidze was one of his oldest comrades and friends. In 1912 he spoke to Lenin about Stalin, and intervened in the preparation of his first election to the Central Committee. They worked together to solve the Georgian problem. Ortjonikidze revealed himself, on this and other occasions, capable of carrying out brutal actions. At other times, however, he could be a caring and humane companion. He accepted Stalin's leadership, but as an old comrade and also a member of the Politburo and Commissar of Heavy Industry, he did not hesitate to say what he thought. It was said that he was the only one who protested the activities of the NKVD and that he interceded on behalf of some of the detainees. His influence was in decline, however, while that of his rival and enemy, Lavrenti Beria, was on the rise. Almost everyone knew that Beria hated and feared him. Ortjonikidze considered him an unscrupulous scoundrel, and told Stalin so. He opposed Beria's plans whenever possible. But he managed, with some sinister method, to sow doubts and fuel suspicions in Stalin's mind. He was a master of intrigue, more cunning than the boastful Sergo. It seems, however, that regardless of Beria's influence, Stalin had decided to dispense with him. The pressures on Ortjonikidze were increasing. Accusations of destruction and sabotage in the industry had been an important topic in public trials, and the incessant demand in the press and radio to remain vigilant against saboteurs reached him personally. His deputy, Pyatakov, found guilty of conspiracy and sabotage, was shot. Many of the senior officials of his police station were arrested. He was now required to draw up a report on industrial sabotage and to recommend further measures against spies and saboteurs to the Central Committee, which was due to meet on February 19, 1937, to consider the lessons derived of the trial of the 17. Ortjonikidze was in poor health. He had high blood pressure and heart problems, but he refused to rest or take a vacation. Terror had invaded his private life. He was worried about his older brother, Papulia, detained by the NKVD and subjected to interrogation under torture. His statements were falsified, and Stalin is said to have sent Ortjonikidze quotes with the comment, "Comrade Sergo, look what they write about you." On the morning of February 17, 1937, according to Medvedev, Ortjonikidze and Stalin held a stormy meeting. The former angrily protested that the NKVD had searched his Kremlin apartment on Ezhov's orders. Stalin calmly replied that the NKVD can search even my apartment. There is nothing strange about that. Ortjonikidze undoubtedly complained about the terror measures and the detention of his friends and officials from his own commissariat. Apparently, both lost their nerve and the ties of their long friendship were broken. Ortjonikidze returned to his office and worked until 2 in the morning, at which time he returned to his apartment. According to the testimony of his wife, Zinaida Gavrilovna, he later refused to get out of bed. He did not want to see the friends who came to see him, nor did he eat anything. He spent the day writing. Around 5:30 in the afternoon, his wife heard a gunshot and ran to the room, where she found him lying lifeless. The bedclothes were stained with blood. She immediately telephoned Stalin, who, although he had his apartment very close to him, did not arrive until later, accompanied by other members of the Politburo and by Ezhov. On February 18, 1937, the newspapers reported Ortjonikidze's death from a heart attack. The official certificate was signed by 4 eminent doctors, 3 of whom were soon arrested and eliminated. The NKVD meticulously detained members of his family, except his wife, and everyone who had worked with him, including the caretaker of his dacha. Although there were some rumors, the report that he had died of a heart attack was generally accepted until 1956, when Khrushchev declared that he had committed suicide. Suicide worried Stalin. It was a form of betrayal. His wife had betrayed him in this way, and now Sergo Ortjonikidze had shot himself. His protests against the arrest of Pyatakov and others demonstrated his inability to detect oppositionists and traitors close to him, but perhaps his protests were not only due to his compassionate and trusting nature, but because he also supported these traitors and had become a dangerous enemy. Judging people and events from this cruel perspective, Stalin felt betrayed. Once suspicions arose, they came to obsess him, poisoning his mind against his old comrade and all the people close to him. Beria was aware that Stalin erased suspects from his mind, treating them and everyone close to him as if they were already dead, and this allowed him to exert a deep and sinister influence on him. The meeting of the Central Committee, postponed after Ordzhonikidze's death, began on February 23, 1937 and proved premonitory. Stalin spoke at length about the destruction and espionage activities by foreign agents and Trotskyists, which undermined almost all party and government institutions and harmed industry. They had not only infiltrated into positions of little importance, but also into the highest positions. He then criticized those present, and consequently all the militants, for their carelessness, indifference, and innocence, which were the cause of his failure in his attempt to unmask the saboteurs, spies, and murderers. Overly enthusiastic about the party's dramatic achievements since the revolution, they forgot that as long as there were capitalist states there would be saboteurs, and that the greater the success of the Soviet Union, the greater the efforts of its capitalist class enemies to destroy it. Constant vigilance was essential to eradicate such people under any banner, whether that of Trotsky or Bukharin. On this basis, not even the most dedicated worker was free from the suspicion of being a saboteur. He was injecting distrust, like a virus, into the veins of the nation. The fact that he paired Bukharin's name with Trotsky's indicated that Bukharin's fate was cast. When Bukharin and Rykov tried to defend themselves, the assembly silenced them with their shouts. Like a pack of wolves, the delegates demanded that these old militants be arrested, tried, and executed. But Stalin decided, let the NKVD take charge of the case. A practical measure, ordered by Stalin, was the immediate appointment of 2 deputies to each party position, from the lowest to the level of the Union Republic. Even the Central Committee was ordered to organize courses to prepare employees of the party in the regions regarding problems of internal policy and foreign policy. A sufficient number of students should enroll in these courses to make available not one, but several teams capable of replacing the leaders of the Central Committee of our party. He could hardly have more brazenly warned the committee members that he was going to get rid of them, appointing in their place new and more trustworthy men. Everyone without exception applauded his prescience. The Central Committee, according to the party's statutes, had the power to dismiss him and other members of the Politburo. But his authority over them was extraordinary. Stalin was the embodiment of the party, that mystical union they served, and his word was law even when it threatened his own destruction. For the first time, the party fully felt the impact of terror. A measure of this impact can be given by the fact that of the 1,966 delegates who attended the Congress of Victors in 1934, 1,108 were arrested and did not survive, while of the 139 members elected to the Central Committee, 98 were shot. Stalin, however, looked beyond the eradication of latent opposition within the party and government. The threat of war was always present in his mind. It was an imminent and real threat. In the past, Russia had been attacked in moments of weakness. Now it was not only weakened, but had also embarked on the path of socialism, which gave the capitalist powers one more reason to try to destroy it. Soviet Russia was in the vanguard of socialism and would be attacked first. Germany represented an immediate danger. From the time of the Baltic Knights until World War I, Germany had been a terrible enemy. The German military might of World War I had made a lasting impression on Russians of Stalin's generation. Germany was now going through a process of rearmament. Since the birth of the Third Reich in 1933, the budget for weapons had risen from 2 billion to 16 billion marks. 5 years later, Hitler did not hide his decision to impose German hegemony over Europe. His anti-Comintern pact with Japan in 1936, which Italy joined months later, was directed against the Soviet Union. Since taking control of the armed forces in 1926, Stalin had worked to increase and modernize them. He was no longer so concerned about the role of the army and security forces as support elements for the party. The primary need was to prepare against an attack by the Germans and other powers. To this end he was urgently building up Russia's military power and heavy industry. During the second five-year plan, the arms industries developed about 2.5 times more than the rest of the industry. Budget allocations for the Army and Navy amounted to 1.43 billion rubles in 1933, 23.2 billion rubles in 1938, and in 1940 the figure reached 56.8 billion rubles. The equipment was modern and special attention was paid to tanks, artillery, and aviation. In 1934 the Red Army went from 562,000 men to 940,000, and the following year it would reach 1,300,000. 3 years later the Soviet armed forces numbered more than 4,200,000 men. By the mid-1930s the Red Army had already become an effective and better disciplined force than at any time in its past. Tkhachevsky, with his remarkable organizational talent and creative attitude, influenced significantly. Zhukov praised him in his memoirs for his professionalism, his understanding of tactical and strategic problems, and for having been aware of the importance of technical and scientific advances. Tkhachevsky had the support of quite a few men of similar ability. Under his command, Soviet military conceptions were undergoing a transformation. Molotov and Voroshilov headed two committees responsible for defense. Stalin was only a member of both committees, but it was he who directed the massive creation of the arms industries and the armed forces. Molotov and Voroshilov referred everything to him. Kuznetsov, upon being appointed naval commissar, wrote that at first, in his ignorance, he presented important naval matters to Molotov, as chairman of the Council of People's Commissars and the Defense Committee. Molotov simply referred them to Stalin. He also knew that Stalin took a special interest in naval affairs and that his approval was necessary for any important measure. Zhukov and others have stated that no weapons design could be adopted or rejected without Stalin's authorization. This certainly restricted the initiative of the defense commissar, as Zhukov commented, but he and others were impressed by Stalin's extensive technical knowledge. Armament Commissar Vanikov reported that in early 1941 Stalin chose the 107 mm gun as the main tank armament, and surprised Vanikov when he added that it was a good weapon, which he had known since the Civil War. Vanikov had advocated the 85 mm anti-aircraft gun for this purpose, but Stalin's preference for the 107 proved appropriate, as with some modifications it was found to be excellent in anti-tank fighting and continued in service. Harry Hopkins, Roosevelt's personal representative, wrote of a meeting at which Stalin requested 1 million or more American rifles, adding that he did not need ammunition because if the caliber was the same as that used by the Red Army, he had a large amount. G. Hilger, a member of the German embassy who observed Stalin and others at several meetings, wrote that Molotov faithfully followed Stalin's instructions and submitted to him in everything. Stalin was simple and unpretentious in his manner when he dealt with the German representatives, but brusque and cold when he explained his instructions to the Russian commissars. Hilger was impressed by Stalin's immense scope of authority. Nothing could be agreed upon without his express approval. He also drew his attention to Stalin's technical knowledge, even when discussing a topic such as the artillery specifications for the cruiser turrets that Germany was building for the Red Navy. Yakovlev, designer of Soviet aviation, wrote about Stalin's direct interest in the evolution of aviation and, of course, in this as in other fields Stalin made the final decision. When in 1940 Yakovlev went to Germany to buy fighter aircraft, he had to send his report directly to Stalin. At the same time Stalin impressed and imposed fear on many of the most senior officials and officials who had to deal with him. Hilger observed the submissive attitude of Marshal Chapoknikov, chief of the General Staff, when speaking with him. Hopkins also observed the fear with which the subordinates looked at their leader. Stalin demanded precise answers to his questions, and was quick to show his displeasure with vague or insufficient information. Emelianov, a metallurgical expert, was present at a meeting to discuss the advantages of cast turrets over pressed and welded ones, for the T-34 tank. Stalin asked for more information. Emelianov asked to speak. Stalin turned to him and said sharply, "What are you, soldier?" Emelianov gathered his courage and responded. Stalin asked, "How would the new turret alter the center of gravity? And what would be the difference in load on the front axle?" The answer that it would be light infuriated him. Light was not, he said, a technical term. Emelianov knew the exact answer, but his attempt to speak to him was ignored. Stalin rejected the proposal as inadequately prepared, but ordered it to be examined by a commission. He appointed Fedorenko, a cavalry general, as well as two others present. One of them was Emelianov, to form the commission. Stalin respected real experts. Although frequently immersed in the details of military, naval and government affairs, he did not lose sight of general policy. He was particularly concerned about the weakness that, in his view, was spreading insidiously in the armed forces, just as it had spread in the party and the government. He had to eradicate any source of opposition and mistrust. The danger was that by purging the armed forces he would weaken them for a time, which in turn might encourage Germany and the capitalist powers to carry out an early attack. But he did not believe that all the leaders of the army and navy would obey him with the unwavering loyalty that he demanded. The purge was inevitable and he had to do it as quickly as possible. In fact, the Red Army had consistently lent its full support to the party. During the collectivization campaign, the army, although its troops were recruited almost entirely from the peasant class, had never wavered in carrying out orders from Moscow. In previous purges it had turned out that the army harbored fewer unworthy elements than the party as a whole. Only 4.3% of army personnel had been purged in 1933, compared to 17% of civilian militancy. Furthermore, party militancy was increasing rapidly in the ranks of the Red Army. By the end of 1934, all senior chiefs, and 93% of division chiefs, were party members. Stalin had always paid special attention and preference to the Red Army and was popular among officers and soldiers. In particular, the importance he placed on professionalism and patriotism was welcomed. They were treated as an elite with special privileges, and officers had their own dachas, cars, and servants. He showered honors on the most senior officers. It was said that he harbored some resentment towards THIRD over disagreements that arose during the Civil War. He recognized, however, his talent, and instead of assigning him to some distant place, he kept him in important positions, and in 1935 he named him Marshal of the Soviet Union. But suddenly he became convinced that THIRD was a traitor. Storm clouds threatened the Red Army at the beginning of 1937. In the trial of the 17, testimonies had implicated several leaders. THIRD remained deputy war commissar, but he was known to be suspicious and many shunned him. It was also premonitory that in May 1937, the dual command system was reinstated. According to the system, the military commander had a political commissar at his side, who shared command and ratified all orders. The army had always been bothered by the system which, starting in 1925, was replaced by single command. On May 1, 1937, THIRD stood at Stalin's side at Lenin's mausoleum, presiding over the parade on Red Square. He was near the peak of his career, because in the event of war with Germany and he was convinced that this was imminent, he would probably be appointed commander-in-chief. He was appointed to represent the Soviet government in London on the occasion of the coronation of King George VI. A few days before his departure, however, his appointment was revoked. He was relieved of his post as Deputy War Commissar on May 20 and sent to command the Volga military district. He arrived there on May 25, and was arrested the next day. Pravda announced on June 11, 1937 that THIRD and 7 other generals were to be tried secretly. The military court, which only needed 1 day to hear their testimonies and declare them guilty, was made up of 4 marshals of the Soviet Union. Voroshilov and Budeny were completely faithful to Stalin's will. Yegorov was also under the influence of Stalin since the Civil War. But Blyucher was an independent officer, who had been seriously wounded in World War I, and had shown himself especially skilled and brave in command of Red troops in the Civil War. It is difficult to understand that such a man would agree to be part of a court to try a fellow officer and sign the execution order. He probably accepted the charges against Tikhachevsky as proven, otherwise, he either blindly followed the orders of the Politburo, or was dominated by Stalin. Both Blyucher and Yegorov were later arrested and shot. On June 12, 1937, it was announced that all had been found guilty of espionage and treason and executed. His crime, according to the press, was having spied for Germany and Japan, and having conspired to hand over Soviet territories in Ukraine and the Far East in exchange for support to overthrow Stalin and his regime. There were, of course, some signs of conspiracy. They were not enough, but they aroused Stalin's pathological suspicions of him, which quickly turned into conviction of the guilt of the accused. The execution of Tikhachevsky and the 7 generals marked the beginning of purification in the armed forces. It would achieve special furor during 1937 and 1938. The High Command bore the brunt of it. According to credible estimates, there were 35,000 victims. These included approximately half of the officers. 3 of the 5 marshals of the Soviet Union were purged, 13 of the 15 army chiefs, 57 of the 85 chiefs of arms, 110 of the 196 division heads, 220 of the 406 brigade leaders, the 11 vice commissioners of war and 75 of the 80 members of the Superior Military Council. Of the officers below the rank of colonel, 30,000 were purged. One of the priority objectives of this purge of the armed forces, apart from the eradication of real or latent opposition, was Stalin's determination to get rid of military attitudes that he considered outdated and irrelevant. He didn't like defensive strategies. He had in mind massive ground and air forces that would make defensive strategies unnecessary. Indeed, the commonly accepted strategy in the Soviet Navy was totally focused on the defense of the Russian coasts. Special emphasis was placed on the use of mines, torpedo boats, submarines, and airplanes, deployed to repel the invasion by sea. Virtually all those who advocated this coastal defense strategy were purged. In their place, Stalin placed young officers and appointed the young Admiral Nikolai G. Kuznetsov as Commissar of the Navy. The emphasis was now placed on the creation of a powerful high seas fleet. In 1937-38 he launched a massive shipbuilding program. The Third Five-Year Plan gave special relevance to the construction of warships within general rearmament planning. The plan called for the construction of 8 battleships, 8 battle cruisers, 14 cruisers, 12 flotilla leaders, 96 destroyers, 48 escort ships and 198 submarines. It was a program reminiscent of the naval ambitions of Peter the Great. But war engulfed Russia before the plan was finalized. The purge was carried out by Azov and the NKVD, with the active collaboration of Mejli and Shodenko. Mejli, a journalist and director of Pravda and a militant fanatic loyal to Stalin, was the director of the political administration of the army. Shodenko, who had fought alongside Voroshilov and Budeny during the Civil War, was deputy war commissar. Both men were hated by the army. The purge seemed to be divided into 2 phases. The intervening period was perhaps intended to allow trainee officers to take the place of those eliminated. In the new generation of officers were the men Stalin counted on. He had deliberately removed almost all of the Civil War veterans. These men were the ones who might question his orders and waver in their loyalty to Stalin and his policies. The army itself seemed to accept, or at least condone, the purge. Men like Shapoknikov, Zhukov and many others remained silent not only to save their own skin. They were dominated and even terrorized by Stalin, but they were also brave, highly intelligent, and professional patriots. They tacitly accepted that the officers being sacrificed might have posed a threat of treason, or they believed that their joint opposition to Stalin would lead to much worse consequences for the party and the country. The 9 officers who had been selected and prepared to be determined, totally obedient and loyal to Stalin, as the new men of the party and the government, belonged to the Soviet elite, but, hastily trained and promoted, the young officers lacked experience and of security in themselves. It took time for them to gain confidence in command, and it was in World War II when they achieved it and when the Red Army regained its morale and pride. In December 1937, the first elections to the Supreme Soviet were held in accordance with the new constitution. Stalin himself was the candidate in the Moscow district named after him. On December 11 he spoke before the constituent Cortes some kind and reassuring words, addressed to them not by a deified figure but by an equal. He said that he had no intention of speaking, but that the President Nikita Khrushchev has brought me here, we could say by force, and he has ordered me to make a good speech. He did not elaborate, stating that Molotov, Azov, and others had already said what was necessary. He simply wanted to assure them that you can fully count on Comrade Stalin. You can trust that he will fulfill his duty to the people. This was the statement that the people wanted to hear. Stalin understood the mood of the people and knew that reassuring promises of firmness and stability were necessary at a time when they were perplexed to learn that many leaders were saboteurs and traitors. The purge was still continuing. He did not directly reach the great mass of the people, but his life was dominated by fear and unrest. In the elections, 96.6% of the electoral roll voted in favor of the party's candidates. The press announced the result as a massive vote of confidence in Stalin and the Soviet government. Perhaps the election results were falsified, but without a doubt the nation supported Stalin. Somehow he was above the purges and betrayals, he was the leader to whom everyone looked. The confirmation of overwhelming popular support, however, did not deter him from ending the purification program. Preparations were underway for the third and most important of the public trials, the trial of the 21, which was held in March 1938. The main defendants were Bukharin, Rykov and Krestinsky, all former members of the Politburo, Yagoda, former head of the NKVD and initiator of terror, and Rakovsky, who had been president of the Ukrainian Sovnarkom and Soviet ambassador to England and France. The accusations against them included crimes of espionage, terrorism, and sabotage instigated and organized by Trotsky from abroad. Yagoda was also accused of having murdered Menzinsky, his predecessor in command of the NKVD, and of conspiring to assassinate Azov, his successor. He was also accused of having been an accomplice in the murder of Kirov and in those of Kuobachev and Gorky. Bukharin was also accused of having conspired with the socialist revolutionaries in 1918 to assassinate Lenin, Stalin, and Sverdlov. The trial did not proceed as planned. Krestinsky caused a stir in court by recanting his confession and admission of guilt. He did not expect this challenge, but later he backed down again. In the interrogation he decidedly adopted the attitude of acknowledging his guilt, in principle, of all the accusations, but denied having knowledge of any specific crime or having been an accomplice in it. Bukharin took the same stance but more firmly, and under interrogation his answers confused and angered the prosecutor. His general allegation was, "I admit guilty of being one of the main leaders of this bloc of rightists and Trotskyists. I consequently admit guilt for what follows directly from that, the sum total of the crimes committed by this revolutionary organization, regardless of my knowledge of or participation in any particular action." Yagoda and others proved difficult to handle under interrogation. But none of the reservations or partial denials impressed anyone. Bukharin, Rykov, Yagoda, and the others had confessed their guilt. 3 of the defendants, Pletnev, Rakovsky, and Besanov, suffered prison sentences. The others were sentenced to death and executed. Bukharin's execution illustrates the tragedy of the old Bolsheviks. Bukharin was one of the few among them who enjoyed esteem, although he had lost prestige because of his perverse and destructive attacks on his former colleagues Trotsky, Zinoviev and Kamina. He was a brilliant speaker and prolific writer whose words came like a torrent. He possessed great charm and had many friends, but he was very sentimental and very impressionable. Lenin, who had called him the favorite of the party, also referred to him as soft wax, an easily impressionable and politically unstable man. When the NEP was introduced, he moved from the extreme left to the extreme right, becoming a champion of the peasants. Between 1924 and 1928, Stalin allowed him to continue his policy of persuasion for the peasants to produce surpluses, and to develop industry with a low growth rate. He never spoke publicly against Stalin, but privately expressed his fears to Kamina and his Menshevik friends. He was in fact terrified of Stalin and intimidated by his terrible power, which moved inexorably to destroy him. In February 1936, Bukharin traveled with his wife to Paris in what would be his last trip abroad. He was one of 3 members of the Soviet delegation traveling with the aim of purchasing the archives of the extinct German Social Democratic Party. The archives, which included many of Marx's documents, were in the hands of Boris Nikolovsky, a Menshevik exile then living in Paris. Bukharin was depressed and upset. During his stay abroad, he spoke of his fear of Stalin with a frankness unusual for a party member. Andrei Malraux wrote that he absent-mindedly confided to me, "Now he is going to kill me." But he did not accept suggestions to remain abroad. Like a hypnotized man, he knew that his destiny was in Russia. In his conversations with Dan and Nikolovsky, on one occasion he spoke heatedly about Stalin. "You say you don't know him well, but we do. He is unhappy because he is not able to convince everyone, himself included, that he is more than anyone, and this unhappiness is perhaps the most human trait of him, perhaps the only human trait of him. But what is not human, but rather something diabolical, is that because of his unhappiness he cannot stop taking revenge on people, on everyone, but especially on those who are in some way superior to him or better than him. If someone speaks better than him, that man is doomed. Stalin will not let him live, because that man constantly remembers that he, Stalin, is not the first and the best. If someone writes better, things get difficult because he, Stalin, has to be the first Russian writer. No, no, Fedor, he is an intolerant and malicious man. No, he is not a man, he is a demon." It was the outpouring of a man frightened and under great tension. Stalin did not consider Bukharin a serious threat. He was, in his opinion, a popular but spineless man. At the same time he was intellectual and cosmopolitan and looked more Western than Russian. His impressionability and tendency to become excited when speaking or writing under pressure could make him an influential supporter of an opposition movement in times of crisis. For these reasons, rather than personal revenge, it was necessary to liquidate Bukharin. In all public trials, the accusations were barely credible. Stalin himself could not believe them and probably knew that they had been invented. But given his deep conviction that Trotsky's influence was an omnipresent cancer, he suspected that all dissidents were somehow related to him. In any case, he was not concerned about specific crimes. The accused were real or potential oppositionists and traitors. They were guilty in advance, but their trial and execution had to appear fair. And he was not mistaken in thinking that the Russian people and world opinion would share his conviction in the guilt of the accused. In trials they had to appear as convicted traitors. In fact, the trials managed to convince the Russian people, the diplomatic corps and foreign opinion that the accused were justly convicted. Sir Bernard Pears, a prominent specialist in Russian affairs at the time who had dedicated himself to interpreting events in Russia for the West, considered that the accusations of sabotage were proven to the point of exhaustion and that the rest of the evidence was convincing. Joseph E. Davies, United States ambassador from 1936 to 1938, considered that the guilt of the accused had been proven, adding that this was the most widespread opinion among diplomatic observers. The main reason for the credibility of the trials was that the defendants immediately and unconditionally admitted their guilt. Nothing is more disconcerting than these confessions in which dedicated militants pleaded guilty to crimes against the party that they had not committed. The NKVD had an arsenal of physical and psychological torture that it used at its discretion. Relatives, and especially the children of the accused, were held hostage, their safety depending on a confession. There were no limits to the sadism, deceit, and corruption used to extract confessions, not only from those accused in public trials but also from the thousands who were summarily tried by the NKVD. The horrible methods used by the NKVD, however, are not enough to explain why brave men, such as Bukharin, Pyatakov and many others who had given their lives to the revolutionary cause, confessed to having committed crimes against this cause. There was a typically Russian element in his attitude of confessing and self-immolation that Stalin understood. The same thing happened to them as to the ancient believers of the 17th century who, having rejected the innovations of Patriarch Nikan, gathered in churches built of logs and, singing psalms of the old liturgy, set fire to the wood until they were burned to death. The revolutionaries of the 20th century were members of a secular religion embodied in the party. They had given themselves completely to her and now believed they had no choice but to sacrifice themselves for her. By defending and disseminating ideas contrary to party policy and representing a threat of factionalism, they had sinned and had to confess. Bukharin and others among the accused had criticized Stalin in private circles, and that too was a sin. In trying to explain his attitude towards Stalin, Bukharin said, "We trust not in him, but in the man who enjoys the confidence of the party." In this surrender of the will, the conscience, and the ability to judge the party, lay the tragedy of these men, betrayed by their blind doctrinaire idealism. The purge, initially limited to Leningrad and Moscow, expanded its circle to regional party and government organizations. The republics of the Union suffered terror, and none more severely than Ukraine. Stalin was particularly distrustful of the Ukrainians. They had allied themselves with the Germans in 1917 and were stubborn nationalists, ready to break with Moscow. His suspicions were aggravated when Hitler declared his intention to annex Ukraine, which raised fears that Ukrainian separatism could lead to the alliance with Germany again. It was an important area for grain production, and of essential importance to the Soviet economy at a time when the industrial labor force was expanding rapidly. In January 1938 Stalin sent Khrushchev to reorganize the party and government in Ukraine, as well as the economy, which had been destroyed by collectivization. It was a sign of his confidence in Khrushchev's loyalty and in his competence as an energetic and inflexible administrator. Two good harvests that alleviated immediate grain supply needs seemed to lend credence to Khrushchev's claim that he had solved the Ukrainian problem. In 1938 he was promoted to the position of candidate member of the Politburo, and the following year he became a full member. The purge continued. Thousands were arrested and many of those arrested were sentenced to forced labor. The Gulag, General Directorate of Forced Labor Camps, part of the NKVD, was responsible for an extensive network of camps located preferably in the north and Siberia. The creation of the Gulag was the work of Lenin, who in July 1918 ordered this work to begin, and after 5 years there were already 355 labor camps and more than 68,000 people were in them. The most reliable figure for the total number of people who were detained by the NKVD during the Azovskaya is between 7 and 14 million. They were all required to work in logging, mining, road construction, and other similar jobs. The living conditions were horrendous. Food was severely rationed and those who did not comply with the imposed task received less than the minimum necessary to survive. Deaths due to exhaustion, malnutrition and poor conditions, especially in winter, were extremely frequent. But labor camps had already been officially recognized as the appropriate system to isolate political and common prisoners, and at the same time to make them useful to the state by contributing to the development of the peripheral areas of the Soviet Union. In early 1938, however, Stalin became concerned about the excessive zeal of the Azovskaya. His objective of liquidating the old Bolsheviks and the veterans of the Revolution and the Civil War, and other pockets of opposition, had already been achieved. But under Azov, the purge had spread like a plague. Everywhere people spied on and accused each other, and the number of arrests increased here and there. The terror was beginning to escape control. Stalin considered it necessary to interrupt the process. He displayed the same sense of timing and authority that he had displayed almost 8 years earlier with his article The Vertigo of Success. In January 1938 the Central Committee passed a resolution announcing what was later to be called the Great Change. The title of the resolution was, On the Errors of the CPSU Organizations in Excluding Communists from the Party, on Formal Bureaucratic Attitudes towards Applications from Members Excluded from the VKP, and on Measures to Eliminate These Deficiencies. The new orders were quickly transmitted to party secretaries at all levels, and to the command centers of the NKVD, and from the Kremlin. They were immediately obeyed. The new enemy now identified himself with the ambitious communist who had taken advantage of the purge to denounce his superiors and promote himself. He was guilty of spreading suspicion and undermining the party. He began the purge of ambitious. At the same time, massive repression diminished and the rehabilitation of retaliated militants began. However, the true end of the Great Purge did not come until July 1938, when Lavrenti Beria was appointed Azov's deputy. He immediately took charge of the NKVD, although Azov was not dismissed until December 1938, when he was appointed Commissar of National Water Transport. Shortly afterward he was shot. Many NKVD officials were tried and executed for extracting confessions from innocent people, while others were relegated to labor camps. The militants loyal to the party, waking up from a long nightmare, were relieved by the purge of the NKVD. This confirmed his belief that fascists had infiltrated the security forces and the government and were responsible for the cruel persecutions and injustices of the Azovskaya. This explanation was officially encouraged, and absolved Stalin and the Politburo of responsibility. Directly controlling all areas of Soviet policy, and deeply devoted to the reorganization of the armed forces and the direction of foreign policy, Stalin could not maintain meticulous control over the purge. He was aware that the NKVD had detained many who were not guilty and that of the 7 to 14 million people serving hard labor sentences in the Gulag camps, many were innocent of any accusation of disloyalty. They were inevitable sacrifices, inseparable from any great campaign. But he felt this loss of human material. Aircraft designer Yakovlev recalled a conversation with Stalin in 1940 in which Stalin exclaimed, "Azov was a rat, in 1938 he killed many innocent people. That's why we shot him." During those terrible years, Stalin showed extraordinary self-control and did not lose sight of his goal. He knew what he was doing. He was convinced that most of the eliminated people were guilty in principle, and he acted with inhuman and ruthless coldness. According to Medvedev, Stalin and Molotov signed some 400 lists with some 44,000 names of people during the years 1937 to 39, authorizing their execution. Stalin could not have known or studied so many cases, and he had to accept advice from men he did not like and trust, such as Azov. However, he must have acted on the basis that such sacrifices were completely justified by the end pursued. Of course, he insisted that in purging traitors, the NKVD must not leave behind possible secondary sources of treason. Relatives and friends of Tkhachevsky and others were detained and deported to Siberia. Such paranoia and fanaticism were controlled by a practical and relentless mind. Feeling and consciousness did not count. Everything was subordinated to the objective of building an invulnerable and powerful socialist Russia. The few first-hand reports from people who knew Stalin personally during that time are surprising. It is not as if we are presented with different facets of a single personality, but rather several different people embodied in one extraordinary man. Towards the end of 1936, Joseph E. Davies, a wealthy industrialist and convinced capitalist, was appointed United States ambassador to the Soviet Union. During his stay there, he traveled throughout the country and set out to thoroughly study the regime and its industrial program. He was honest and observant and earned the respect of the Soviet hierarchy. Like other ambassadors, he had never met Stalin personally, but he did see him in June 1938 when he made his protocol visits to President Kalinin, and to Prime Minister Molotov, before his departure. He was in the latter's office when the door at the back of the room opened and, to his surprise, he saw Stalin approaching. In a letter to his daughter, Davies wrote, "He greeted me cordially, smiling and with great simplicity, but also with true dignity." They had a long, frank conversation, and Stalin made it clear that he sought the help and friendship of the United States. Davies was impressed by his calmness and clarity of judgment. His brown eyes are extraordinarily kind and gentle. A child would like to sit on your lap and a dog would approach him nervously. It is difficult to associate his personality and this impression of kindness and simplicity with what has happened here in relation to the purges and shootings of the Red Generals, and with other matters. With officials of all categories, Stalin was concise, exact, and authoritarian. He demanded obedience and dedication, and respected efficiency and good preparation. But he could also be affectionate or interested, as the memoirs of Zhukov, Yakovlev, and others indicate. Zhukov even wrote of him as an impressive figure. Free from affectation and mannerism, he won the hearts of everyone with whom he spoke. The friendly moments, as well as their simplicity and charm of manners, are normally considered as theatrical manifestations aimed at some end. But he was a man at times humane and considerate, and at other times inhuman and implacable. His moments of affection and benevolence were strange displays of the true feelings of a man isolated by his position of power, by his inexorable sense of having a mission to fulfill, and by his distrust of others. At the end of this dark and terrible period of purges, Stalin found himself in an unattainable position. He was the father and leader of the people, who did not identify him with the repression. In the 16th century the Russians had blamed the boyars for the excesses of the reign of Ivan the Terrible, and in later centuries they had accused the Tsar's representatives, rarely the Tsar himself. Likewise, Stalin was not the target of accusations. He rarely appeared in public or gave speeches during the years 1936 to 38. His secretiveness fueled the general belief that he did not know about the NKVD's crimes and was therefore not responsible for them. On the other hand, Azhov was in the public eye. He and his officials were awarded the Order of Lenin, and the ceremonies received wide publicity. A resolution passed by the workers of the Stalin automobile plant, and other resolutions passed by factories, offices, and schools throughout the country, expressed their gratitude to the workers of the NKVD, under the command of the combative Commissar N.I. Azhov, for his determined and tireless fight to unmask the enemies of the people. The resolution ended with these words: "Long live the famous and vigilant Soviet counter-espionage and its iron Commissar Azhov." Ilya Ehrenberg, a prominent journalist of the time, wrote after Stalin's death, "We thought that Stalin did not know about the senseless purges of communists in the Soviet intelligentsia." She also described a meeting with Boris Pasternak, on a cold and snowy night, in Lavruchinsky Perulok, at the height of the Izveshchina. Pasternak raised his hands towards the dark sky and exclaimed, "If only someone would tell Stalin." However, Stalin achieved his goal. He had wiped out the old generation of revolutionaries and the intelligentsia, keeping only those whom he considered absolutely loyal and necessary. He now began to promote the new Soviet elite made up of young, tough men loyal to him. An English economist who from mid-1936 spent a year studying at the Gosplan Economic Research Institute in Moscow, and lived in the student residence of the All-Union Planning Academy, wrote that the academy was a kind of center of the party in which members of impeccable loyalty were prepared for positions of responsibility. Despite having different personalities, these people were very similar, as far as I knew them, in their practical, naive, and inflexible spirit. The Marxist theory and Soviet policy developed by Stalin fit them perfectly. I could not, nor can I, imagine a more suitable leader. In the opinion of one of these militants, there were about 50,000 party members of the same status, who were the owners of the country. The purge, which during this period was reaching its climax, caused them no pain at all or concern for their own safety, at least in a way that I could appreciate. With this new generation of Stalinist men selected and properly prepared, Stalin transformed the ruling class of the party and the state. They were inexperienced and faced with discomfort, aggravated by the years of terror, which manifested itself in fear and aversion to responsibility and taking initiatives. In the armed forces, the young and inexperienced officers, and the damage caused to their morale, were going to bring the country very close to disaster. But Stalin could claim that Soviet Russia had grown stronger as a result of its grandiose campaigns of industrialization, collectivization, education, and social transformation, and that the nation was better prepared to face the serious challenge that was already looming. The preludes to war. Pressures on Stalin grew during the 1930s. General policy, as well as major and often minor decisions on industrialization, social reforms, armed forces, and foreign policy, were ultimately referred to the Politburo. Normally these issues were debated there, but it was Stalin who personally made the decisions. Foreign policy was one of his primary concerns. The Soviet Union was threatened from the East and the West, and the conduct of foreign relations became increasingly complex and absorbing, as Stalin sought to stave off, or at least postpone, an inevitable war. He bore enormous responsibilities, and only a man of exceptional physical stamina, an alert and disciplined mind, and iron self-control could be equal to these demands. During the first years of the Soviet regime, Stalin showed only a slight interest in foreign policy. Lenin, in collaboration with Chicherin, Commissar of Foreign Affairs, and Litvinov, his deputy, as well as Bukharin, Kamina and Trotsky, assumed this responsibility. Stalin adopted a doctrinaire attitude. Marxist dogma flatly denied the possibility of a permanent peace between the socialist and capitalist camps. The objective of Soviet policy was to promote revolution in the enemy camp through the Comintern, the organ of world revolution, and by other means. Lenin had come to the conclusion, however, that for the sake of political and economic survival it was necessary to try to achieve normal relations with other countries. Soviet policy attempted to forge a system of alliances that would end Russia's isolation from the world community of nations. Progress was slow at first. The capitalist powers viewed with suspicion the rapprochement initiatives of a government that advocated revolution and that encouraged subversion in their countries. The efforts of Chicherin and Litvinov, however, were rewarded with peace treaties signed with Afghanistan, Persia, and Turkey, and then, on April 16, 1922, the dramatic Treaty of Mutual Friendship with Germany was signed in Rapallo. At the beginning of 1924 the recognition of Great Britain and most Western European countries further alleviated Russia's isolation. In 1925 Soviet foreign policy underwent a rethinking. The national interest, which required considerable continuity with the Tsarist past, became the primary interest. The new policy was considered a respite, and was defined as a long period of so-called peaceful coexistence between the Soviet Union and the capitalist countries. It was an article of faith for Stalin, as a Marxist, that socialism would eventually prevail over capitalism. For some time he had accepted that the promotion of world revolution through the Comintern was the priority objective. Shortly after the revolution his attitude was one of skepticism towards the prospects of the world revolution and contemptuous towards the Comintern. International communism was an ideal that Trotsky, Lenin, Bukharin and others considered achievable in the near future. Stalin was not optimistic about this and his interest was focused on the practical and urgent problems of Soviet Russia. It was the cradle of the revolution, and if it collapsed or was destroyed by its capitalist enemies, the world revolution would recede and become nothing more than a dream. Stalin's attitude was fundamentally different from that of other Bolshevik leaders. These were internationalists and cosmopolitans. Furthermore, Trotsky, a prominent internationalist, was one of the many Jewish Marxists who felt nothing special about Russia. By contrast, Stalin's perspective was decidedly Russian. Russia was his adopted homeland. His daughter wrote, "My father loved Russia deeply throughout his life. I do not know any other Georgian who has so completely forgotten his status as such and has come to love everything Russian as much as he does. Even in Siberia my father felt a genuine love for Russia. With the fervor of a convert, he was as chauvinistic a Russian nationalist as any of the emperors of the Romanov dynasty. Russia was, for him, the nation chosen to forge communism and lead the world. He himself was always a convinced Marxist, and his ideal was world revolution and socialism, but he placed them in the future. Russia represented his immediate and passionate interest. In the late 1920s, the Treaty of Rapallo was a cornerstone of Soviet policy. Stalin's persistent fear was that Germany might reconcile with the West and establish alliances against the Soviet Union. His anxiety was heightened in October 1925, when she participated in the Locarno Pact, and again the following year when she was admitted to the League of Nations. The Communists considered the League to be a sinister capitalist organization. But the German foreign minister, Gustav Stresemann, tried to maintain good relations with the East and the West. He reassured the Soviets, first with a new trade agreement, and then with the Treaty of Berlin, strengthening ties with Moscow. In 1932, 30.5% of German machinery exports were destined for the Soviet Union. Hundreds of German technicians and engineers worked and taught there, and German officers trained Russian troops. The beginning of the first five-year plan brought about further changes in the priorities of Soviet policy. In July 1930, in his speech to the 16th Party Congress, Stalin stated, "Our policy is a policy of peace and strengthening commercial relations with all countries." Trade had been considered merely as an instrument of foreign policy to enter markets and fight against the influence of capitalist powers. Now it was recognized as having a fundamental role in obtaining the machinery, technical assistance, and capital necessary for industrialization. But peace was the priority objective. A fundamental element in the political measures adopted by Stalin, both at home and abroad, was his conviction that war was inevitable and imminent and that it could devastate Soviet Russia before it became a power. This idea prompted him to demand immediate collectivization and hasty industrialization. There was no time to lose. The Treaty of Versailles was nothing more than a truce between two wars. Stalin closely followed events in the West, trying to notice the first symptoms of the brewing conflict. He pinned his hopes on the war being limited to the capitalist camp and that the Soviet Union would be able to remain on the sidelines as the United States had done in World War I, intervening decisively at the end. The danger was that Russia could become directly involved. In January 1925, Stalin told the Central Committee, "The preconditions for war are ripening. War may become inevitable, of course not tomorrow nor in a few days, but in a few years. The problem of our army, its potential and its preparation, will arise in connection with complications in the countries around us. This does not mean that in any of these situations we are obliged to actively intervene against anyone. But if war breaks out, we will hardly be able to sit with our arms crossed. We will have to take part, but we should be the last to do so. And we should intervene to put the decisive weight in the scales, the weight that tips the balance." As time went by, it became clear that Soviet Russia could not remain a spectator. In his conduct of foreign policy, Stalin showed great caution, moderation, and realism. He needed time to consolidate the industry and military power of the Soviet Union. He suffered constant provocations in the East and the West, and many of them must have infuriated him, but he never lost sight of the overriding need to delay the war as long as possible. This was the reason why he gave priority to peace and disarmament in international relations. At the same time it maintained a policy of collective security. In the early 1930s, Litvinov negotiated non-aggression pacts with Poland and Finland. At the World Economic Conference held in London in June 1933, he proposed a multilateral non-aggression treaty that led to the signing of treaties with all countries bordering the Soviet Union to the south and west. This was providential because, While diplomatic relations between this country and China had been re-established in 1932, a serious threat to Soviet interests and security arose in the Far East in September 1931, when Japan invaded Manchuria. Stalin was determined to avoid war at almost any cost. Remembering the humiliation suffered by Russia in the war against Japan in 1904-5, he must have found it extremely difficult to satisfy the Japanese aggressors. In the negotiations, however, both he and his officials acted with invincible restraint and impenetrable reserve, and despite Japanese provocations kept a cool head and restrained themselves. What they feared most, because it would make war inevitable, was that the Japanese would invade Outer Mongolia, the People's Republic that served as a buffer state and was virtually a Soviet protectorate. But this did not come to pass. The sale of the Chinese Eastern Railway to Japan reduced tension along the border, although the danger of war still remained. To anticipate this contingency, Litvinov tried to negotiate a non-aggression pact, but the Japanese rejected his initiative. Stalin had to admit that the immediate threat now lay in the east and not the west. Of course, at that time the situation between Japan and Russia was very tense and both countries believed that war was inevitable. Soviet troops were rushed to the Far East, and plans were put into place to support the Red Army. Stalin maintained his policy of strict neutrality, refusing to collaborate with Great Britain and the United States against Japan, and to be part of the League of Nations Commission, created to investigate the situation in Manchuria. He would not do anything that could serve as a pretext for war. In 1933, Hitler came to power in Germany and the storm of war hung over Europe. He had repeatedly expressed his hostility toward the Soviet regime, and had proclaimed his demand that Ukraine and other territories of the USSR satisfy Germany's expansion needs. His aggressive policy was worrying. However, during the early years of Hitler's chancellorship, Stalin made no reference to Germany in public. The Treaty of Rapallo and the two subsequent pacts were still in force, and he hoped that Germany would continue to respect them. But he watched closely for signs of Hitler's true intentions. At the 17th Congress of the CPSU, held in January 1934, he made a cautious allusion to fascism as a symptom of the weakness of capitalism. He also said that of course I am not enthusiastic about the fascist regime in Germany. But fascism is not the problem here, if only for the fact that in Italy, for example, it has not prevented the Soviet Union from establishing the best relations with that country. Nor is it about any supposed change in our attitude towards the Treaty of Versailles. We simply do not agree that the world will be dragged into the abyss of a new war because of this treaty. The Nazi leaders were increasingly aggressive and insulting. Stalin continued to adopt a cautious attitude and did not exclude the possibility of an alignment with Germany against the capitalist West. Bukharin, among others, did not share the implacable logic of his thesis that any alliance was acceptable if it strengthened the security of the Soviet Union. He would have preferred to ally himself with the more civilized capitalists than with the German barbarians, and at the Congress he harshly attacked Hitler and his policies. At that time, however, Stalin's proposals regarding a Russian-German alignment and, months later, a joint guarantee of the inviolability of Finland and the Baltic states, were rejected by Hitler. For all his caution to placate or at least avoid provoking Nazi Germany, Stalin became increasingly concerned by Hitler's bellicose statements. The German-Polish non-aggression pact seemed to show the German Chancellor's support for Polish aspirations regarding Ukraine and perhaps his acceptance that both countries could somehow share the vast steppes. Stalin's primary concern at the time was the security of the Soviet Union's borders. The way was open for a German advance from the north through the Baltic, as was the central route with Polish complicity. The treaties signed by the Soviet government in the summer of 1934 with Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Bulgaria gave a certain security to the southwestern border. But Stalin knew that the Poles' centuries-old hostility toward Russia made them the most dangerous neighbors. In 1934 he worked on a reorientation of Soviet policy. His plan was to forge strong alliances with Western European countries, but this attempt failed due to opposition from Germany and Poland. It was necessary to cast a wider net. In September 1934, Soviet Russia joined the League of Nations. On January 28, 1935, in his report to the Congress of Soviets, Molotov spoke of the desirability of collaborating with the League of Nations, although we are not inclined to overestimate the importance of such organizations. He later condemned German racial theories and cited Hitler's Mein Kampf when his policy of territorial conquest targeted the Soviet Union. He spoke of the growing power of the Red Army and increasing defense spending. He thus expressed his confidence in the military power of the forces of the USSR. But the Soviet leaders were alarmed. The pace of German rearmament, backed by highly developed heavy industry, far outpaced the rate of Soviet expansion. In 1935 Stalin began trying to achieve alliances with the capitalist West. For years, the United States had stubbornly refused to recognize the Soviet government. Communist doctrine and propaganda about the evils and imminent collapse of capitalism had turned American public opinion against the Soviet Union. The United States had enjoyed great prosperity during the 1920s, which was considered a sign of the superiority of capitalism and democracy. Any demonstration of support or understanding towards Soviet Russia was condemned as un-American. Relying on its wealth and strength, the United States did not feel the need to maintain diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union and exhibited a moral attitude contrary to communism. But trade between the two countries flourished during the 1920s. Americans traveled freely to Russia, and its technicians and engineers contributed to its industrialization. The economic depression marked a radical change in American attitude. Business interests began to press for recognition of the Soviet regime in the hope that this would help trade. It was, however, the need to counter Japan's growing dominance in the Pacific that motivated the change in U.S. policy in 1933. Roosevelt's team was ready to act upon coming to power, and the recognition of the Soviet regime came shortly after. The Soviet press joyfully proclaimed the signing of the new treaty with the United States. But relations were soon disturbed by the repayment of loans granted to the Kerensky government and by Soviet propaganda. The truculent behavior of the American ambassador, William C. Bullitt, aggravated the conflicts. However, a trade agreement signed on July 13, 1935 predicted more cordial relations. In March 1935, Anthony Eden, a young civil servant but already considered a future British foreign minister, visited Moscow. The fact that Sir John Simon, a minister in the British government, went to Berlin did not tarnish the courteous reception accorded Eden. Churchill later wrote that Eden established contacts with Stalin that were to bear fruit advantageously after a few years. The importance of the visit lay in the fact that Stalin himself went out of his way to welcome a young representative of a country that, along with France, had always been considered Russia's main enemy. 2 months later he received Pierre Laval and Édouard Benesse, and the Russian-French and Russian-Czech alliances were signed. Stalin's new alignment policy was surprisingly reflected in Soviet foreign trade. In 1932 Germany had supplied 46.5% of Russia's total imports. By 1935 the figure had dropped to 9%. Great Britain had displaced this country, and imports from the United States were increasing. Germany extended massive credits in its attempt to recover this vital trade. In 1936 the German share of the Soviet market rose to 22.8%, but soon fell again. Soviet propaganda was now beginning to present Russia as the champion of anti-fascism and peace. He refused and omitted her revolutionary mission. The Comintern's guidelines to member parties were drastically modified to conform to Soviet policy. The 7th Congress of the Communist International led to the creation of popular fronts formed by communists and including liberal, workers and even conservative parties to fight against fascism. Litvinov, who was Jewish and detested Nazism, tirelessly promoted the new policy. Stalin himself gave an interview on March 5, 1936 to the American journalist Roy Howard in which he firmly maintained that to affirm that we want to instigate revolution in other countries by interfering in their way of life, is to talk about something that does not exist and that we have never defended. Such statements, together with the Great Soviet Propaganda Campaign, had some impact on world public opinion, but distrust of the Bolsheviks and their regime remained widespread in the West, and the unclear Soviet attitude during the Spanish Civil War intensified Western doubts about his good faith. The Spanish Civil War posed serious difficulties for Stalin. He was against the fascist regime of General Franco and, certainly, at that time he presented himself to Russia as the champion of anti-fascism. He feared, too, that with a fascist regime on its borders, France would join an anti-fascist and anti-German alliance. At the same time he considered that a Republican victory, in which the radical left-wing predominated, would lead to a revolutionary regime in Spain, which would alarm the Western powers and reduce the possibilities of forging Soviet alliances against Germany. Stalin would have preferred to remain on the sidelines, and instructed Litvinov to join the non-intervention committee. But both Hitler and Mussolini lent their active support to Franco, and Stalin felt obliged to help the Republicans. Through the French Communist Party, he tried to get France to align with the Republicans. By his calculations, this would have had the effect of creating a combined military front against Germany and Italy. But France and Britain feared above all that the Spanish War could become a world war, and they refused to intervene. Stalin reached a compromise by providing the Republicans with minimal aid and insisting on the purge of far-left elements in order to appease the West. But his way of resolving the situation, and in particular the Soviet denials of having helped the Republicans in the face of irrefutable evidence, had the same effects that he, with devious diplomacy, had tried to avoid. In October 1936 the Berlin-Rome axis was formed at a time when tension between Moscow and Berlin was increasing. The Nazis were increasingly strident in their hostility toward Soviet Russia. Stalin conscientiously continued to avoid the slightest provocation that could lead to war. By then his gaze was turning with concern towards the east. On November 25, 1936, Germany and Japan signed an anti-Comintern pact. On the surface it was nothing more than a defensive agreement, however, Stalin suspected that the two governments had agreed on a secret plan to act in a coordinated manner against Russia and China. His suspicions were confirmed when one of his agents obtained copies of secret German-Japanese correspondence. Clashes with Japanese troops on the Manchurian border increased his fears. More troops were rushed to the area. A new security treaty was signed with the Republic of Mongolia, and a non-aggression pact with China was formalized the following year. But the pressure on the Soviet Union increased incessantly. In March 1938, Hitler occupied Austria. A crisis followed with the Sudeten Germans installed in Czechoslovakia. The belligerence of the Nazi leaders and the violent threats repeated by German propaganda cowed the British and French prime ministers. Both held anguished consultations with Hitler, and both governments agreed to pressure Czechoslovakia to hand over the border areas for peace. Stalin was not easily cowed. He reacted immediately by proposing that Great Britain, France, and Russia present a united front against Germany, and that a combined military plan be prepared with the Czechoslovak High Command. The three powers would turn to the League of Nations and prepare to enforce the provisions of the founding charter in the event of German aggression. Litvinov further confirmed that the Soviet Union would abide by the terms of the 1935 Mutual Assistance Pact, if France also respected its obligations under the same pact. The Soviet plan would have prevented the war, or at least delayed it for some time, and Stalin was desperately trying to buy time. But France wanted to free itself from its treaty obligations, and the British government, despite strong opposition in Parliament from many conservative MPs, showed its reluctance to support France if it participated in the defense of Czechoslovakia. The Soviet government was not consulted or included in the Munich Conference, held between September 28 and 30, 1938, which left Czechoslovakia in the hands of Germany. The Western powers did not respond at all to Soviet proposals to establish a grand alliance under the aegis of the League of Nations. Churchill observed, the Soviet offer was, in effect, ignored. The Russians were not included in the balance against Hitler, and were treated with indifference, if not disdain, a fact that left its mark on Stalin's mind. Events continued as if the Soviet Union did not exist. We were going to pay dearly for this later. Distrust of the intentions and good faith of the Soviets had arisen again in the West. Communist propaganda had aroused new suspicions. In a time of economic recession, at the end of the 1930s, the Soviet press predicted the leftist victory in Spain and the collapse of the capitalist system. It is, of course, surprising that Stalin allowed propaganda of this type at a time when he was trying to formalize alliances with the Western powers. Of more impact on influential Western public opinion was the savage purge of the Red Army, which, in the opinion of many, destroyed Western Europe's confidence in the strength of its army and the firmness of its government. It completely changed the largely favorable impression of the British and French generals who had observed the Red Army maneuvers in 1936. But while Stalin could have easily moderated or changed the content of Soviet propaganda, he would have instead considered his decision to purge the armed forces as unalterable. He was firmly convinced that the armed forces had to be pruned and freed from all elements that did not offer confidence in the preparation of future war. Stalin felt humiliated and irritated by the disdainful attitude of the Western powers. He did not comment at the moment. He was too deeply concerned about Russia's almost absolute isolation, and he would not make statements that exacerbated the situation. He had no doubts about the motives that prompted France and Great Britain to accept Germany's dismemberment of Czechoslovakia. They had obviously given Hitler carte blanche in the East, in exchange for peace in the West. As he later stated, it might be thought that the regions of Czechoslovakia were handed over to Germany as compensation for its commitment to launch an offensive against the Soviet Union. But they were surprised by France's behavior in failing to fulfill the obligations of its treaty with Czechoslovakia. Russia had not been guilty of bad faith, she had pledged to remain at France's side in the event of war. Britain was not engaged in an alliance with Russia or Czechoslovakia, and therefore could not be accused of bad faith, although it could be accused of having played an ignoble role in the sacrifice of a small nation. Stalin could not understand how two great powers, Great Britain and France, had allowed themselves to be defeated diplomatically by Hitler, except in return for guarantees of peace in the West. He overestimated the moral preparedness of both countries, while he underestimated the general fear and suspicion they harbored towards Soviet Russia. He had to accept that they were enemies and that, in any case, they were too irresolute and degenerate to constitute trustworthy allies. For the Russians, Neville Chamberlain, British Prime Minister, was the main culprit. They despised him and accused him of the collapse of the Soviet collective security policy. They were convinced that he was encouraging the Germans to advance eastward, leaving Britain and France to enjoy peace while fascism and communism destroyed each other. Ivan Maysky, Soviet ambassador to Britain from 1932 to 1943, described Chamberlain as certainly the most sinister figure on Britain's political horizon at the time, and as a narrow-minded and untalented man. Maxim Litvinov thought the same about him. But both were well disposed towards Britain and knew that there were influential groups who shared their opinion regarding Chamberlain. His reports undoubtedly dissuaded Stalin from closing himself to the possibility of an alliance with Great Britain. The winter of 1938–39 was a time of growing anxiety. Stalin knew that war was approaching and that the Soviet armed forces were not yet in a position to resist a German attack. Russia would again be defeated because of its backwardness. Considering the diplomatic tactics to follow to avoid war, Stalin considered all the possibilities in his mind. The problem was where to look for allies. The United States maintained its reservation, avoiding commitments of any kind. Great Britain and France had rejected his initiatives. Germany, Italy, and Japan behaved with increasing arrogance and bellicosity. The Poles were fawning towards Hitler and had sent their foreign minister, Colonel Joseph Beck, to Berlin, evidently to negotiate some anti-Soviet agreement. It was probably around this time that Stalin decided to open the door to an alliance with Hitler. It was a risky undertaking, but he had no alternative. In early March 1939, the 18th Congress of the CPSU was held in Moscow after a 4-year interval since the previous Congress. The Secretary-General's presentation on national and international affairs was of particular importance. Stalin presented his report on March 10 in a speech worthy of a statesman. He spoke of the approaching economic depression and the danger of it causing a world war. Germany, Italy, and Japan were the aggressive countries that would try to get rid of the economic crisis through war. He highlighted the importance of economic factors in diplomacy and spoke of the economic and potentially military supremacy of Britain and the United States. He assumed that this country would be involved in war. It was a bold assumption at a time when American policy rejected foreign commitments of any kind. He condemned the condescending attitude of Western countries. The war is being instigated by the aggressor states, which harm the non-aggressive states by all means, mainly England, France and the United States, while the latter inhibit themselves and retreat, making concession after concession to the aggressors. The peacemaking nations acted this way out of fear of revolution and a spirit of neutrality, but also out of their policy of allowing Russia and Germany to weaken and exhaust each other, and then, when they are weak enough, they will appear on the scene with new ones. Forces and would dictate conditions to the exhausted contenders. That would be cheap and easy. But later he stressed that, although the West was trying to push Russia to go to war with Germany, there were no visible arguments for war to break out between the two countries. He showed his contempt for Germany's so-called friends who urged her to attack Russia and who were ignored by German leaders. Finally, he summarized the objectives of Soviet policy. They were, in fact, mutually incompatible. He showed his concern about keeping the door open to an alliance with Great Britain, France, and the United States, and yet, although he strongly condemned Nazi aggression and promised Soviet support to countries subject to German rule, he did not exclude the possibility of reaching to an agreement with this country. "We are in favor," said Stalin, "of maintaining good and peaceful relations with all neighboring countries that have common borders with the Soviet Union." On March 15, 1939, German troops invaded Czechoslovakia. Hitler announced that Bohemia and Moravia were under German protection. Slovakia was detached and became a puppet state. Stalin expected this aggression against Czechoslovakia to be the inevitable result of British condescension, and he reacted immediately by sending a note of protest to Berlin. In the West, public opinion was outraged by the invasion of Czechoslovakia. In Britain, only Chamberlain voiced his disapproval in the House of Commons, and he was clearly surprised by the angry reaction this provoked. On instructions, the British ambassador in Moscow paid a visit to Litvinov to find out how the Soviet government would react if Hitler attacked Romania. Litvinov responded that same afternoon with a firm proposal that a meeting be held without delay between representatives of Great Britain, France, the Soviet Union, Poland, and Romania in order to coordinate the appropriate measures to avert this danger. The British government rejected this proposal. His proposal was that these countries make a public declaration that, in the event of new acts of aggression, they would hold consultations. Although irritated by this weak alternative, Stalin agreed to formalize the declaration, on the condition that Poland also sign it. But Colonel Beck, as anti-Russian as Chamberlain, refused to sign and proposed a Polish-British mutual aid pact that could be expanded to include other powers if necessary. Chamberlain and Halifax took a series of absurd measures. On March 31, 1939, the Polish-British Pact was proclaimed, and on April 13 it was expanded to include Romania and Greece. Stalin was surprised by this British commitment to come to the aid of these countries, two of which were inaccessible to Britain as they were situated between Russia and Germany. If Germany attacked Poland or Romania, Britain could do nothing without the support of the Soviet Union, and in some ways this was gratuitously insulting, since both governments had studiously ignored the Soviet government. Churchill, Eden, and others were quick to point out the blind stupidity of Chamberlain's policy. Then, under pressure from public opinion, the British government proposed that Soviet Russia give unilateral guarantees to Poland and Romania. Stalin rejected this proposal, which offered no help or security to Russia in the event of a German attack. However, he responded to a French proposal regarding a joint Franco-Soviet declaration of mutual aid, which was extended to Poland and Romania. On April 17, 1939, Stalin launched the idea of a British-French-Soviet mutual aid pact that would include a military convention and guarantee the independence of all states bordering the Soviet Union from the Baltic to the Black Sea. This was also a practical plan that would have served to deter Hitler. But Chamberlain and Halifax rejected it because it might offend Poland and Germany, and because it would commit Britain to the defense of Finland and the Baltic states. For Stalin, the inescapable conclusion was that the leaders of the British government were so blinded by their hostility towards the Soviet regime that even to avoid the horrors of war they would not consider allying with Soviet Russia against Germany. Litvinov was dismissed on May 3, and Molotov was appointed in his place. The change of Foreign Affairs Commissioner sparked controversy in the West. Litvinov had been a determined Westernist and defender of collective security, and he had many friends in the West. He was thought to be the inspirer of the Kremlin's alliance policy with the Western powers. They did not realize that he had always acted strictly according to the instructions of the Politburo, of which he was not even a member, and that it was Stalin who directed foreign policy. The new commissar, Vyacheslav Mikhailovich Molotov, was barely known abroad, but his granite presence and his inexorable defense of Russian interests soon made a deep impression. By then he was already president of the Council of People's Commissars, a position similar to that of Prime Minister, and one of the people who enjoyed Stalin's confidence. Churchill described Molotov as a man of remarkable talent and implacable cold-bloodedness. "I have never seen a human being who more perfectly represented the modern concept of the robot." His Siberian winter smile, his carefully chosen and sometimes wise words, his affable demeanor, combined to make him the perfect agent of Soviet policy in a world of tensions. Molotov's appointment did not mark an immediate change in foreign policy. On May 31, 1939, he harshly attacked Italy and Germany before the Supreme Soviet, and although he criticized Great Britain and France, he left it implicit that the formalization of a mutual aid pact with them was still part of his plans. In London, Chamberlain and Halifax were under increasing pressure to negotiate with the Soviet government. By the end of May, the British and French ambassadors in Moscow had put forward proposals for a tripartite pact, subject to the procedures of the League of Nations, but excluding a convention on military aid and assistance to the Balkan states. Again showing patience and moderation, Stalin responded on June 2 with a draft agreement, which maintained the purely defensive nature of the proposals, but specified the country's guaranteed protection against aggression, and the degree of commitment. Of the three signatories, Chamberlain seemed to agree. He told the Soviet ambassador, Maysky, of his interest in the project and proposed sending a representative to Moscow to speed up negotiations. Molotov gladly accepted this idea. But while Chamberlain and Halifax had gone to Berlin in person, a foreign affairs official was sent to Moscow. It seemed like a deliberate affront and was taken as such. He had refused a polite but pressing invitation to Halifax to visit Russia. The mission achieved nothing. In response to public demand, the French and British governments adopted an initiative. At the end of July 1939, Chamberlain suggested sending a military mission to Moscow. Stalin gladly accepted the proposal. There was hope in Moscow that Lord Gord, chief of the Imperial General Staff, would lead the mission. Chamberlain appointed an old retired admiral who arrived in Moscow on August 12 without instructions. This mission also turned out to be ineffective. Stalin insisted that a military convention must include a provision allowing Soviet troops to pass through Poland in the event of war with Germany. The Poles declared that they did not need Soviet aid nor were they willing to accept it. The British and French governments rejected the provision. The war was getting closer. The German army was ready to cross the Polish border. Hitler was hesitant only because he feared that the Soviet Union would align with Britain and France in defense of Poland. The certainty that this was him The only deterrent for Hitler must have made it more galling for Stalin to see that his repeated attempts to negotiate a tripartite pact had achieved nothing but snubs, humiliations and disappointments. His primary concern was still to buy time so that Soviet industry and armed forces could reach a good level. He now reluctantly considered the possibility of an agreement with Hitler. The first German initiatives suggesting a review of German-Soviet relations were evidently made on May 30, 1939. The Soviet government responded with evasion given that at that time it was in negotiations with Great Britain and France. On August 4, the German ambassador in Moscow, Schulenburg, reported. From Molotov's general attitude it seems evident that the Soviet government is, in fact, more prepared for an improvement in German-Soviet relations, but that the old distrust of Germany persists. My general impression is that the Soviet government is determined to sign a treaty with England and France, if they comply with all its wishes. The negotiations, of course, may still take a long time, especially since distrust of England is also great. It will require a considerable effort on our part to get the Soviet government to change. A German note, delivered in Moscow on August 15, showed a positive attitude. Molotov replied that the Soviet government welcomed the German desire for a serious improvement in relations and proposed a trade and credit agreement to be followed by a non-aggression pact or confirmation of the Neutrality Pact of 1926, and the formalization of a protocol that defined the areas of interest. On the afternoon of August 19, 1939, Stalin informed the Politburo of his intention to formalize a pact with Germany. Hitler was upset by the prolonged presence of the Anglo-French military mission in Moscow. He seethed with impatience to order the invasion of Poland. On August 20 he sent an urgent telegram to Stalin, asking him to receive Joachim von Ribbentrop, German foreign minister, on August 22 or the 23rd at the latest. Stalin accepted. He had finally made the decision to sign the pact with Germany. At that time, negotiations with the Anglo-French military mission had reached a stalemate, and the Poles had confirmed their refusal to allow Russian troops access to their territory. Stalin was also influenced by the fact that the clashes with Japanese troops on the Manchurian border continued, which is why he considered the negotiation of a non-aggression pact with Japan, Germany's ally, interesting. On the night of August 23, 1939, Stalin received Ribbentrop and they reached an agreement on the text of the pact. But the meeting was cold and unfriendly. Gauss, Ribbentrop's main assistant, wrote. Ribbentrop himself had included in the preamble a high-sounding phrase regarding the establishment of friendly German-Soviet relations. Stalin opposed this, pointing out that the Soviet government could not suddenly present to the public a declaration of German-Soviet friendship after having been covered with buckets of manure by the Nazi government for 6 years. Therefore, this phrase was deleted from the preamble. The pact was to last 10 years. Stalin and Hitler knew that this was a temporary measure. They were enemies, and war between them was inevitable. But their pact offered the immediate result of leaving Hitler's hands free to launch the invasion of Poland and give Stalin time. If his politics were dominated by cold blood, he was also a realist to a high degree at that time, Churchill commented. On August 31, Molotov reported to the Supreme Soviet. He explained how attempts to reach agreements with Britain and France had failed. The new German pact conformed to the policy of peaceful coexistence, formulated by Stalin and confirmed by Hitler. It would end the enmity between the two countries. His long report was intended to reassure the Russian people. They were accustomed to thinking of their country as the bastion of anti-fascism, and were disconcerted by the sudden change in policy that made them allies of Nazi Germany. But everyone trusted that Stalin and Molotov were in control of the situation. The general reaction was that this was a clever maneuver to keep Russia out of the war. On September 1, Hitler invaded Poland. 2 days later the Anglo-French ultimatum expired and both countries went to war against Germany. Stalin was surprised. He expected France and Britain to renege on treaty obligations. But war was a reality, and Soviet preparations accelerated. The draft age fell from 21 to 19, and as the younger age groups were recruited in the following months, the contingent of the Soviet armed forces rose to more than 4 million men. On September 10, partial mobilization was decreed. Meanwhile, negotiations had begun with Japan to end the fighting that had occurred since 1938 along the border between the Mongolian People's Republic and Manchukuo. Molotov presided over talks with the Japanese ambassador, and they reached an agreement to create a commission to establish the border. Stalin followed the German invasion of Poland with deep concern. It was a relentless demonstration of the German army's efficiency and maneuverability. He knew that the Red Army was neither equipped nor prepared to resist such an attack. Victory, he had pointed out at an informal meeting of the Supreme War Council, will go to the side of whoever has more tanks and better motorized troops. His army was far behind the German army in both aspects. The Soviet defensive industry was making gigantic efforts and closing distances. I needed time, and every month meant a lot. First of all, it was necessary to secure the Russian borders against incursions through Poland and the Baltic states. The occupation of eastern Poland, as stipulated in the secret protocol with Germany, would create a defensive zone. But Stalin allowed 2 weeks to pass before acting on Ribbentrop's proposal, made on September 3, according to which, and in accordance with the pact, Soviet troops would enter Poland. The day after the truce with Japan was signed, the Red Army crossed the Polish border. The Polish Army and Air Force, already devastated by the violent German attack, offered little resistance. In Moscow, Molotov spoke with contempt of the internal insolvency and obvious impotence of the Polish state, which had become fertile ground for any unexpected and accidental contingency that could pose a threat to the Soviet Union. He showed no signs of magnanimity. The Poles were enemies who, if the roles had been reversed, would have treated Russia in the same way. Stalin was worried about raids across the Baltic. Leningrad, with a population of 3.5 million, was only 20 miles from the Finnish border and within range of artillery fire. Mutual aid treaties were imposed on Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Finland did not want to cooperate. In 1938, Soviet proposals for an agreement regarding the northern Gulf coast were openly rejected. On October 14, 1939, a Soviet note raised firm proposals for an exchange of territory, along with a contract for the transfer of the Nango Peninsula for 30 years, as well as readjustments on the border in the Petsamo area and on the Kurilo Isthmus. The Finns refused to give up on any of the points. Attempts at negotiation continued, but there was no progress. On November 13, Stalin's patience reached its limit and he interrupted these attempts at negotiation. He decided to use force. On November 30, the Soviet attack occurred, thus beginning the Winter War in Finland, which was to last 4 months. The Red Army deployed 20 divisions against the 15 Finnish ones. However, the Finns had excellent equipment and preparation. The Soviet troops were untrained, and their leadership and means were inadequate. Their losses were heavy, and by the end of the year the Finns contained the Red Army on all fronts. World opinion was on the side of the Finns and decidedly against the Russians. The Soviet Union was expelled from the League of Nations. The British and French governments even considered declaring war on the Soviet Union. Chamberlain stated that it would be a strategic advantage to fight Hitler and Stalin, and thus kill 2 birds with 1 stone. On January 20, 1940, in a radio broadcast, Churchill declared that Finland had revealed to the world the military incapacity of the Red Army. Stalin was dismayed by the failure of the Finnish campaign. It was a humiliation and he was influenced by derogatory criticism, as well as the anti-Soviet campaign orchestrated abroad. The Germans secretly, and Britain and France openly, took pleasure in humiliating Soviet military power. The fact was that, compared to the German war machine, the Red Army was ineffective and heavy. Stalin was furious and continually summoned Merezkov, who was responsible for planning the campaign, from Moscow. He also took into account that an alternative plan prepared by Boris Chapoknikov had foreseen that overcoming Finnish resistance would take several months. Then, concerned about the real possibility of armed intervention by Sweden, Britain, and France, and irritated by the continued failure of his troops, he ordered a massive attack. In January 1940, Russian troops concentrated to carry out the great offensive that began on February 11. The Finns were overwhelmed by the numerical superiority of the Russians and by the constant bombing. They sued for peace on March 8, and 4 days later the treaty was signed in Moscow. Having conquered the territories necessary to prevent attacks from the Baltic on the Russian borders, Stalin did not consider the possibility of occupying Helsinki or other areas of Finland. The cruelty and contempt that the Russians showed towards the Poles was not repeated with the Finns, whom they respected. The Finnish war had been a costly and humiliating operation, but it had produced important results. Stalin quickly recognized the weakness of the Soviet forces. In a speech to the General Military Council on April 17, he stated starkly that all leaders had to study modern logistics. The traditions and experience of the Civil War were nothing more than obstacles to the conception of war. Profound changes were introduced. Zhukov was going to call 1940 the year of the Great Transformation. The authority and status of officers was raised. The ranks of general and admiral, as well as non-commissioned officer, were restored in place of the revolutionary titles. The single command system was restored, and the political commissars became subordinate to the military leaders. The lack of properly trained officers had been seriously felt during the war, so intensive courses were organized for them. More than 4,000 officers who had been convicted during the Great Purge were called up to the army, among them men like Rokossovsky, Rotmistrov, and Tolbukhin, who became marshals of the Soviet Union. Military manuals were redrafted, placing emphasis on command and discipline. All these changes reflected Stalin's authority and ideas. During these months of frenetic activity, Stalin also selected the top military leaders. Klim Voroshilov, his close comrade since Tsarist times, belonged to the revolutionary tradition, but, as he had demonstrated in the war against Finland, he had not evolved as a military leader. On May 8 he was replaced by Tymoshenko as defense commissioner. Stalin used Voroshilov in other positions of responsibility, because he was popular and absolutely loyal. Budeny, the Bizarre cavalry chief, had also not mastered modern logistics, but like Voroshilov he was kept in positions of responsibility. Chapoknikov belonged to a different category. He had obtained his commission as an officer in the Tsarist army in 1903 and had studied at the General Staff Academy in 1910. He had a broad vision and an analytical and penetrating mind. In the 1920s he wrote the Army Center and other basic works on military organization and strategy. He was modest and benevolent, but also in favor of iron discipline. Tall and stately, he was still in manner a typical Tsarist officer, who referred to his fellow officers as old friend, and usually began his orders with phrases such as "would you be so kind" or "I would like to ask you," but at the same time he was demanding and knew how to obtain results. He might seem an anachronism among the new generation of leaders, but Stalin and others had great respect for him. Merezhkov, unlike Chapoknikov in almost every way, was a gruff revolutionary who had served in the Red Guard and had largely self-made himself. In August 1940 Stalin appointed him chief of staff in place of Chapoknikov. He was impressed by his behavior as he kindly explained to him that the time had come to show the world that there had been a complete change in military command after the war against Finland. In this matter, Stalin, in addition to Chapoknikov's poor health, kept in mind the need to promote younger men. He valued his talent, however, and retained him at the time as Deputy Commissioner of Defense with special responsibility for military fortifications and engineering. Later he would appoint him again as Chief of Staff. Merezhkov remained Chief of the General Staff for only a few months. Large-scale maneuvers played an important role in this period of intensive preparation. The first of the tactical exercises under Merezhkov took place in Belarus in the late summer of 1940, and Stalin accepted the evaluation of these maneuvers. Shortly after the second drill, held at the end of the same year, Merezhkov and the top brass were unexpectedly summoned to the Kremlin. In the presence of Stalin, other members of the Politburo and the General Military Council, Merezhkov was unable to make an adequate assessment of the maneuvers. Vachidin, his deputy, tried to help him, but Stalin silenced her. When Merezhkov referred to the Soviet war regulations to support an argument, Stalin called it propaganda, adding that here, among ourselves, we have to speak referring to our true possibilities. Stalin unmasked Merezhkov and his appearance of confidence and dominance. On February 1, 1941, Zhukov was appointed Chief of the General Staff. Non-commissioned officer in the Tsarist army, just like Merezhkov had fashioned himself. He had achieved distinction in command of armored forces near Khaljim Gol, in the Far East, in 1939. He had natural talent and a strong personality, and was to be the extraordinary Russian commander-in-chief in World War II. His relations with Stalin were sometimes stormy, but were based on mutual respect. From many incidents related by Zhukov in his memoirs, written after Stalin's death, it is clear that he never questioned the authority of Stalin, whom he considered a leader of profound knowledge and command of affairs, even in the field. Military. Apparently, Defense Commissioner Tymoshenko had requested Zhukov's appointment. Called to Stalin's office, Zhukov was surprised when Stalin tersely announced that the Politburo had decided to appoint him Chief of the General Staff. He protested, claiming that he had no experience in General Staff work and that he was a field officer. Stalin heard his protests and then dryly repeated, "The Politburo has decided on your appointment," emphasizing the word decided. A few days later, when Tymoshenko told him that Stalin had asked how he fit into his new position, and wanted him to report in person, Zhukov was surprised. "What can you ask me about?" "About anything," replied Tymoshenko, "but he remembers," he added, "that he doesn't like long reports. What you say to me in several hours you will have to say to him in 10 minutes. What can I tell you in 10 minutes? These are important issues that require serious consideration." "Stalin knows much of what you want to tell him," said Tymoshenko, "so he tries to concentrate on the key issues. Directing all aspects of the training of the armed forces from the selection of top command to the mechanization program, especially the introduction of the T-34 tanks and the new mortar rockets, Stalin did not rely solely on meetings." Politburo formalities. The General Military Council valued direct personal contacts and first-hand reports from those responsible. At his dacha in Kuntseva he had frequent conversations late into the night with Tymoshenko, Zhukov, Vorokilov, Beria, Mejli, Chadenko, and others. About this time he ordered Chapoknikov to prepare a general staff report on the probable German invasion plan. The document was considered by the Politburo in September 1940 and rejected by Stalin. Chapoknikov intended that the main German attack would occur between the Baltic and the Pripet swamps, directed towards Smolensk and Moscow. Stalin was convinced that, for economic reasons, German strategy would concentrate in the south due to the need to obtain grain from the Ukraine, coal from the Donets, and oil from the Caucasus. Soviet defenses were based on this appreciation of enemy strategy. Chapoknikov was more accurate than Stalin in his prediction. In the spring and summer of 1940, lightning offensives by Hitler's troops in the West made Soviet preparations more urgent. The German occupation of Norway and Denmark was followed in May by the invasion of the Netherlands and the evacuation of British troops from Dunkirk. But the most striking thing for the Russians was the collapse of France and the German occupation of Paris on June 14. Stalin had hoped that the French army, secure behind the Maginot Line, would prove superior to the German army. Attention was then focused on Britain, now under the leadership of Churchill. But mixed with admiration for his stand alone with Germany and Italy, there was fear that Britain would make peace with Germany, allowing Hitler to turn eastward. Stalin meticulously observed the terms of the pact with Germany. Regarding Great Britain he maintained strict neutrality. But, alarmed by the fall of France, he hastily occupied the Baltic states and forced Romania to cede Bessarabia and Bukovina. The pace of Soviet industrial production accelerated, and everyone was asked to work longer hours. During this time of tension, an event took place in distant Mexico, which went almost unnoticed in Russia. The note in the Soviet press read, London, August 22. London radio reports that Trotsky has died in a hospital in Mexico City with a fractured skull as a result of an attempt on his life perpetrated by one of his entourage. Exiled from Russia in 1929, Trotsky requested permission to live in Germany, France, and England. No one was willing to receive this troublesome revolutionary whose activities were clearly dominated by an implacable hatred for the man who had defeated him and who had become the highest dignitary of Soviet Russia. Bereft of power, Trotsky's extraordinary intelligence and energy, as well as his scathing pen, were concentrated against Stalin and his regime. In January 1937 he arrived in Mexico, where he had been offered asylum. He was installed in Coyoacan, on the outskirts of the capital, in what he called the Little Fortress. It had heavily guarded doors, high-tension cables, automatic alarm signals and machine gun posts. 10 Mexican police officers guarded the outside of the house, and 4 or 5 guards were on duty inside. From here he continued his campaign of controversy and vituperation. In May 1940, despite surveillance measures, a machine gun attack against the house took place. Trotsky, his wife and his grandson were unharmed. Of course, the fact that they were not hit seemed so miraculous that the Mexican police suspected that Trotsky himself had carried out the attack to discredit the Mexican Stalinists. Trotsky insisted that the author of the attack is Joseph Stalin through the GPU, but the Mexicans were not convinced. At that time, a certain Ramon Mercader, also known as Mornar Jackson, came to work in the house. On August 20, when he was in Trotsky's office, he suddenly attacked him with an ice axe, shattering his skull. In 1940, relations between the Soviet Union and Germany continued to be formally correct, but tension was building. Hitler viewed the proximity of the Russians to the Romanian oil fields with suspicion. Stalin, for his part, was alarmed by reports regarding the presence of German troops in Finland, and of German plans for the Balkans. The 10-year pact signed in Berlin by Germany, Italy, and Japan on September 27, 1940, which excluded the Soviet Union, added to his fears. On November 12, at the invitation of Ribbentrop, Molotov arrived in Berlin to discuss a delimitation of long-term interests. He warned that the only thing that worried Hitler was the division of the British Empire between the Soviet Union and the Axis powers. Molotov was not interested, and infuriated Hitler by throwing question after question and demanding exact answers about German intentions regarding Finland, Romania, Bulgaria, and Turkey. Hitler was not used to interrogations of this type, and found himself annoyed by the Soviet minister's stony obstinacy. Already in the summer of 1940 he had begun to think about the invasion of Russia, but this conversation with the persistent and unflappable Molotov probably influenced him to finally decide to launch Operation Barbarossa. The cordial front relations were maintained during the first months of 1941. But the tension was increasing. In March, Bulgaria joined the Axis and Yugoslavia was determined to do the same. However, on March 27 a rebellion in Yugoslavia against pro-German policy resulted in the formation of a new pro-Moscow government. Stalin signed without hesitation a pact of friendship and non-aggression with the new Yugoslav regime, but could do nothing when German troops invaded the country and Belgrade was mercilessly bombed. On May 5, in the Kremlin, Stalin gave a speech to several hundred new officers, recently graduated from military academies. He highlighted the importance of modernization and re-equipment to consolidate the power of the Red Army. He went on to warn of the seriousness of the situation, and that the possibility of a Soviet attack in the near future could not be excluded. He told them clearly that the Red Army was not yet strong enough to crush the Germans easily, since it suffered from insufficient tanks, planes, and other modern means, and his troops were still in training. The Soviet government tried to ensure, through diplomacy and other means, that the Germans respected the pact at least until the fall, since the approach of winter would postpone any attack until 1942. If the Soviet tactic was successful, then the war against Nazi Germany would almost inevitably occur in 1942, but they would have gained some very valuable months. Getting to August was the difficult part. Following this meeting, desperate attempts were made to calm Hitler down. Friendly initiatives were carried out at the economic and diplomatic levels, and the line of efforts to avoid even the appearance of provocation continued. On June 14, 1941, the Soviet news agency TASS issued a statement highlighting friendly relations with Germany, which was unswervingly observing the conditions of the German-Soviet non-aggression pact, just as the USSR is doing, and denying rumors from London regarding an imminent war between the two countries. Berlin ignored these gestures. Hitler had already made his decision. The tension became unbearable in the Kremlin during these weeks of waiting. Affected by the situation, Stalin was irascible, and those who were obliged to inform him about relations with Germany did so with fear and confusion. Amidst the rumors and alarming news provided by the information service, he felt uneasy. On February 15, 1941, the chief of the German General Staff issued a special order with the following heading: Instructions for wrongly informing the enemy, in order to conceal Operation Barbarossa. False information was leaked that German troop movements in the east were part of the largest misinformation maneuver in history, designed to distract attention from final preparations for the invasion of England. Stalin was undoubtedly influenced by this bad information. He did not believe, however, that Hitler would ultimately break away from the traditions of Bismarck's Ostpolitik, according to which Germany should avoid military confrontation with Russia while at war on its western border. At the same time, he had an exaggerated concept of the power and influence of the German generals, even to the point of believing that, against Hitler's express instructions, they were trying to precipitate war against Russia. Among the members of the Politburo and the Soviet High Command there was a firm conviction that war could be avoided in 1941. Zhdanov maintained that Germany was engaged in war against Great Britain and was incapable of fighting on two fronts. On March 20, General Golikov, head of the Military Intelligence Service, presented Stalin with a report on the concentration of German troops in the border areas, but commented that, in his opinion, the news had its origin in the British and German information services. At the beginning of May, the head of the Soviet Navy, Admiral Kuznetsov, sent a similar report to Stalin, giving information received from the Soviet naval attaché in Berlin, regarding the imminence of war. In the same way that Golikov nullified the value of the report by adding that from his point of view it was false information promoted by some foreign service. In early April 1941, Churchill sent a private message to Stalin warning him of German troop movements and the imminent attack on the Soviet Union. An urgent notice was then sent to the Soviet ambassador in London on June 18. Reports from the Soviet embassy in Berlin and from Dr. Richard Zarga, a brilliant Soviet spy working in Japan, gave the exact date of the German invasion. Stalin regarded these reports with skepticism. He deeply distrusted Britain. There was no limit, it seems, to the perfidy of which he believed the British capable. He was convinced that Britain and the United States were doing everything possible to get Germany to attack Russia, and that Britain in particular saw the German campaign in the East as the only chance to save itself from catastrophe. He believed that the British government had recently held secret talks with Nazi officials, trying to reach a deal at Russia's expense. The trip of Hitler's Lieutenant Rudolf Hess to Scotland on 10 and May 11 intensified his suspicions of British secret diplomacy. On the afternoon of June 21, Zhukov was informed by telephone from Kiev that a German brigade had crossed over to Soviet lines and had reported that German forces would attack at dawn the next morning. Zhukov urgently telephoned Stalin and Tymoshenko. Stalin had them moved to the Kremlin, where he received them alone and listened to Zhukov's report. "Maybe the German general sent this deserter to provoke a conflict," was his first response. "No, we think he tells the truth," they replied. The members of the Politburo were arriving. They were asked for their opinion, but there was no response. Timoshenko drafted a statement with instructions to alert all commanders. But Stalin had not given up hope that it was a false alarm. He had the statement redrafted and finally approved its sending. He ordered all front units of the Leningrad, Baltic, Kiev, Western and Odessa military districts to immediately prepare to repel a possible German attack. The transmission of the communiqué ended at 0:30 a.m. on June 22, 1941. At 4 a.m. the invasion began. The German forces, made up of 3 million men divided into 162 divisions and equipped with 3,400 tanks and 7,000 guns, were advancing in three groups, from the north, towards Leningrad, in the center, towards Moscow, and in the south, towards Ukraine. The following 16 months were a period of immense conquests for the Germans, for the Russians, months of disastrous defeats, gruesome losses and devastation. The months of disaster. At dawn on June 22, 1941, Timoshenko, Zhukov and his deputy chief of the General Staff, N.F. Vachetin, received dramatic communications from the front leaders. All of them were reporting airstrikes and asking for instructions. Timoshenko told Zhukov to telephone Stalin. Stalin listened to his report and the proposal to order the troops to respond to the attack. There was a long silence during which Zhukov could hear the sound of Stalin's breathing on the other end of the line. He then ordered him to appear at the Kremlin in the company of Timoshenko, and for Poskrebichev to summon the members of the Politburo. At 4:30 everyone was gathered in Stalin's office, and he was standing next to his desk, his face pale and his unlit pipe in his hand. He was visibly shaken. Molotov quickly entered the room. He had just had a meeting with the German ambassador, and reported that Germany had declared war. Stalin dropped into his chair and remained seated in silence. This was one of the most distressing moments of his entire life. He had used every means at his disposal to avoid war. He had desperately tried to postpone it until at least next spring. He thought he had succeeded, but it had all been in vain. The arms industries began to send weapons to the troops, and the intensive training courses achieved daily improvements in discipline and effectiveness. 6 months would have made a huge difference. Stalin was aware that he had made a tragic mistake. The Politburo and the senior military leaders with whom he had discussed the decisions had shared his views. But they were dominated by him, conscious of his intellectual superiority and his supreme authority. He was honest enough to admit that he was solely responsible. He had misjudged Hitler's intentions. The Soviet Union was now threatened by a Holocaust that could destroy the communist regime and all it had achieved. It was later said that that afternoon and during the following weeks, when he received news of terrible defeats, he was absolutely broken and plunged into the deepest despair. Khrushchev claimed that around this time Stalin thought the end had come. He even exclaimed, "Everything Lenin created, we have lost forever." After this expression of his state of mind, he remained for a long time without doing anything, and he did not actively assume leadership again until a Politburo delegation expressly asked him to do so. But Khrushchev's statements are not shared by others who were at his side. In fact, Stalin was never more in his position than those critical days when everything seemed lost. At the meeting held at dawn on June 22, Stalin abandoned his silence and ordered Order No. 2 to be carried out, in which a call was made to all military districts to attack the invaders. The order was impracticable. The Red Army retreated in disorder. The interruption of communications posed acute problems. Moscow lost contact with the forces located north of the Pripyat and with other command posts. Around 1 p.m. on June 22, Stalin telephoned Zhukov to tell him that, since the front leaders lacked combat experience and were disoriented, the Politburo was sending him to the southwestern front as a representative of the Stavka. Khrushchev would meet him there. Chapoknikov and Kulik would go to the western front. When Zhukov asked him who would lead the general staff at these critical times, Stalin replied curtly, "Leave Vachidin in your place. Don't waste time. We'll figure it out somehow." Zhukov immediately traveled to Kiev by plane and, in the company of Khrushchev, traveled by car to Ternopil, where the head of the front, Kirponos, had the command post. Already on the first day of the war, Stalin used the tactic, used by Lenin in the Civil War, of sending trusted people to critical areas. For him, it was not only a matter of maintaining direct contact with the front and monitoring the inexperienced commanders, but also of making his presence evident. Overwhelmed by the turbulent German attack, the Red forces retreated. Order No. 3, issued by Stalin on the night of June 22, ordering to attack the southwestern, western and northwestern fronts, was absolutely unrealizable. The situation was confusing and information did not reach Moscow. Stalin had no idea of the speed of the German advance or the chaos in the Red Army positions. On June 26, Stalin telephoned Zhukov, who was in Thermopylae, ordering him to return immediately to headquarters. The enemy was approaching Minsk, and Pavlov, head of the Western Front, had clearly lost control. Kulik was missing and Shapoknikov was ill. On June 28, Russian troops in Minsk, the capital of Belarus, surrendered. German forces savagely annihilated the inhabitants and destroyed most of the city. On June 29, Stalin reported twice to headquarters. He was in a bad mood and reacted violently to the chaotic situation on the Western Front. Zhukov contacted General Pavlov by telephone, but it was clear that the situation was unsustainable. The next day, Stalin ordered Zhukov to bring Pavlov back to Moscow. Upon his arrival, Zhukov barely recognized him. He had changed a lot in the 8 days that the war lasted. Pavlov was dismissed and, along with other generals of the same front, put on trial. They were all shot. Stalin blamed them for the destruction of the Western Front. He gave special importance to this front because he was convinced that the Germans would direct their main attack against him. But in reality the condemned had been victims of the war and, more specifically, of Stalin's errors. The most serious error was that troops were not deployed in depth along the entire length of the extensive western border, with the result that German armored divisions, advancing rapidly, were able to outflank and surround strategic positions. The court-martial and execution of Pavlov and his assistants also had the effect of undermining the confidence of the troops and the people in the army leadership. Many doubted the accusations of treason against them, and feared that a new purge was being prepared. This fear increased with the decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of July 16, 1941, which restored powers to the military commissars. Stalin, however, took little time to realize that with his drastic action, far from strengthening the morale of the Red Army, he had aggravated its unrest at critical moments that demanded a tenacious and imperturbable defense. He didn't make the same mistake again. In the future, commanders who failed were demoted, or simply disappeared without their whereabouts being known. The need to create civil and military command structures had not been taken into account in the preparations for war. Stalin had focused his attention on defense industries, and on the equipment and preparation of the armed forces. He personally was not a fan of committee work because of the amount of time it demanded, and since all important matters came to the Politburo, and ultimately to him, perhaps he thought he did not need supreme command bodies. When the war broke out, it became clear that many responsibilities had to be delegated. At the beginning of June 1941, Timoshenko had presented a project to create a high command with Stalin at the head. The next day, before signing the decree, Stalin made some changes. He appointed Timoshenko Supreme Chief and created a high command headquarters, which had a war council, with Timoshenko as president and Stalin, Molotov, Voroshilov, Budeny, Zhukov, and Kuznetsov as members. In Zhukov's view, this arrangement complicated decision-making, since there were de facto two commanders-in-chief, Timoshenko de jure and Stalin de facto. The headquarters adopted the name Stavka, a title that had been used by the supreme headquarters of the Tsarist army. However, Stalin's Stavka did not have so many auxiliary personnel, but was initially a group of advisors only. Orders and instructions from headquarters were discussed and agreed upon in Stalin's study in the Kremlin. It was a large, bright, and austerely furnished room, covered in varnished oak, and with a large table covered with a green cloth. The walls were adorned with portraits of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, and these were joined later in the course of the war by those of Suvorov and Kutuzov. Stalin's work table, covered with maps and papers, stood to one side. Adjacent to the study was Paskrevichev's office, and attached to it was a small room occupied by security personnel. In the back of the studio there was a broadcast room with all the equipment used by Paskrevichev to put Stalin in contact with the front command. This was the main communications center. Stalin's office, and sometimes his Kuntsevo-dacha, served as the supreme headquarters of the Soviet armed forces during the war. On June 30, the State Defense Committee was created. It was the supreme body, and its orders were executed by the commissars of the People's Council through the machinery of the commissariats. The Stavka, responsible for the conduct of military affairs, was given the new name of Stavka of the Supreme Command. Its council now consisted of Stalin as president, and Molotov, Timochenko, Voroshilov, Budeny, Chapoknikov, and Zhukov as members. On July 19, 1941 Stalin became defense commissar, and on August 8 of the same year he was appointed Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the USSR. One of the first and most important directives of the State Defense Council, issued on July 4, was the transfer of industries to the east. The evacuation of 1,523 industrial units, many of them enormous, including 1,360 major weapons plants, was a gigantic undertaking and, on a human level, a heroic achievement. But the dismantling and transfer of these industries resulted in an immediate drop in production. The lack of weapons was especially felt in the fall of 1941 and the spring of 1942. In summer production increased rapidly. In the initial fury of the invasion, the collapse of the Soviet defense, the organization of the High Command and the resistance to the invader had fully absorbed Stalin. For a short time he forgot the people and the need to appeal to their fighting spirit and strengthen their morale. The nation was shocked and disoriented by the sudden and devastating invasion. No one believed that the Red Army would ever allow anyone to occupy Russian soil. Stalin himself was to some extent a victim of this propaganda. Although he knew the Red Army's weak points better than anyone, he had never accepted in his heart that an invader could cross the borders. It had approved the draft field regulations in 1939, which included phrases like these: "The Soviet Union will meet any enemy attack by dealing a terrible blow with the full potential of its armed forces, and the military activity of the Army Red will pursue the complete destruction of the enemy and the achievement of a decisive victory with the least possible bloodshed." This trust had been disappointed, and he knew that it was vital to unite the Russian people to face the ordeal before him. On July 3, 12 days after the beginning of the invasion, Stalin addressed a historic radio address to the nation in which, without rhetoric, he appealed to the national pride of the people and the tenacious Russian instinct to defend their homeland. He spoke as a friend and as a leader. This was what they had been waiting for. Russians of all walks of life, and especially members of the armed forces, felt enormous enthusiasm and patriotic fury upon hearing him. General Fedyuninsky, who was to play a prominent role on several fronts, wrote, "Suddenly it seemed that we felt much stronger. Comrades, citizens, brothers and sisters, fighters of our army and our navy. I am addressing you, my friends," were his first words. They were strikingly different from the ones he usually used in his speeches, and everyone immediately took his side. Then, with a deep knowledge of the mood and needs of the people, he made a presentation of the delicate situation, and each word burned with his implacable will to victory. At some points, Stalin exaggerated and apologized, but he did not obscure the truth. Although the enemy's best divisions and the best units of its air forces have been annihilated on the battlefields, the enemy continues to advance. The German-Soviet pact had been signed with the intention of ensuring peace or, at least, postponing the war, but Hitler, perfidiously, had broken the agreement and attacked, counting on the advantage of surprise. This favorable situation would not last long. Using simple and precise language, he let the people know what the war would mean to them. The enemy is cruel and implacable, he tries to occupy our lands, watered with the sweat of our brow, and to seize our grain and our oil, obtained with the work of our hands. His goal is to restore the rule of the lords, restore Tsarism, Germanize the peoples of the Soviet Union, turn them into slaves of the German princes and barons. He told them clearly that they were engaged in a war to the death with a vile enemy, and that they had to be ruthless, absolutely ruthless, to defeat him. They had to eradicate the chaos and panic in the rear. Then he emphasized in detail that they should follow the policy of raising everything. In case of forced withdrawal, all moving material must be evacuated, we must not leave a single engine, not a single railroad car, not a single kilo of grain, not a liter of fuel to the enemy. Farmers must take all the livestock and deliver the grain to the authorities to be transported to the rear. All valuable goods, including metals, grain, and fuel that cannot be removed, must be destroyed without exception. In areas occupied by the enemy, guerrilla groups must be formed, on foot and on horseback, sabotage groups must be organized to combat the enemy, foment guerrilla warfare everywhere, blow up bridges and roads, destroy telephone and telegraph lines, set forests, warehouses and transport on fire. In the occupied regions, living conditions must be made intolerable for the enemy and his accomplices. They must be harassed and annihilated at every step, and all their measures must be aborted. He expressed gratitude for Churchill's historic words in a quick broadcast on the afternoon of June 22, when he stated, "We will give what help we can to Russia and the Russian people." Stalin then spoke of the Napoleonic invasion and the Russian victory over the French, adding that Hitler was no more invincible than Napoleon had been. On that occasion, as on this occasion, the Russian people were waging a national patriotic war and fighting for the freedom of all peoples. He urged Russians to unite around the party of Lenin and Stalin. The summer of 1941 was a disastrous time. The German advance reached a terrible virulence that, it seemed, nothing could stop. On July 10, Stalin created the Western Line, which included the Western Front, the Reserve Front, and the Moscow Front. Timoshenko, the person in charge of it, found that the Germans, with the rapid pincer movement, had surrounded Smolensk. Russian troops fought valiantly, aware that the fall of the city would leave the road to Moscow open. Stalin was furious when he learned of the fall of Smolensk on August 5, 1941. At the end of July, when defeat was imminent, Poskrebichev telephoned Zhukov to say, "Stalin orders that you and Timoshenko come to his dacha without delay." Thinking that they had been called to discuss the military situation, he was surprised that almost all the members of the Politburo were present. Stalin was standing in the center of the room, he was wearing an old jacket and had an unlit pipe in his hand, which, according to Zhukov, was a sign of bad mood. "The Politburo," said Stalin, "has considered Timoshenko's activities in command of the Western Front, and has decided to relieve him of his position. He proposes that Zhukov take over. What do you think?" he asked, turning to them. Timoshenko remained silent. Zhukov finally responded and pointed out that the frequent replacement of front commands was producing detrimental effects. Timoshenko had been in command for less than 4 weeks. He had done everything possible in the defense of Smolensk. The troops believed in him and it would be unfair and counterproductive to relieve him at that time. "I think he's right," Kalinin commented. Stalin lit his pipe and, looking at the other members present, asked, "What do you think about accepting Zhukov's proposal?" "You're right, Comrade Stalin," several of them responded, "Timoshenko can still fix things." Zhukov and Timochenko were allowed to leave the meeting. Timochenko was ordered to immediately join the front. In the north, the German advance was equally rapid. German troops occupied the Baltic states. On July 12, 1941, they took Pskov. In Leningrad, work was going on desperately on the construction of fortifications, and the enemy's attacks on their approaches to the city were repelled. At the end of August 1941, German forces left Leningrad isolated from the rest of Russia. The morale of the people, however, remained high. Many were outraged at the government, particularly Voroshilov, Zhdanov, and Popkov, chairman of the city Soviet, for their lack of foresight and incompetence in preparing the fortifications. Some also criticized the Red Army for having failed to stop the German advance. The approach of the enemy and the air raids had turned Voroshilov into a victim of panic. In September, Stalin sent Zhukov to take command. Under his direction, the fortifications were duly arranged and Leningrad was prepared for the long and tragic siege of the winter of 1941–42. In the south, the German advance was briefly stopped at Lvov and other points, but then continued its push, threatening Kiev. On July 29, Zhukov asked to see Stalin to urgently inform him. Stalin received him in the presence of Mejli, who felt hostility towards him. Zhukov displayed maps and gave a detailed report of the situation. He then put forward his proposals to first move at least 8 divisions from the Far East to reinforce the Moscow sector, and then withdraw the southwestern front eastwards beyond the Dnieper. Stalin immediately asked about Kiev. In great embarrassment, knowing that his response would be met with indignation, Zhukov replied, "We will have to give up Kiev." Stalin was furious, "But how do you think of it? What nonsense is this? How can you think of ceding Kiev to the enemy?" Zhukov was offended and replied that if Stalin thought the chief of staff was talking nonsense, he would ask to be relieved of his position and his position at the front. "Don't be so impetuous," Stalin responded, "but if that's what you want, we can spare you. Continue with your task. We'll talk about it and call you." About 40 minutes later, Zhukov was summoned. "We have considered it and have decided to relieve you of the position of Chief of Staff," Stalin said. "The new boss will be Chapoknikov. His health is not very good, it is true, but we will help him." Stalin then asked Zhukov what destination he preferred, and it seemed good that he should take charge of the counter-offensive he had proposed on the Yalna salient. When Zhukov asked permission to leave, Stalin smiled and invited him to have a cup of tea. He regarded him as an experienced leader at the front and did not want him to leave feeling aggrieved. They drank tea, but the conversation was tense. Despite Stalin's attempts to please him, Zhukov did not forget what had happened. Before parting, however, Stalin reminded him that he was still a member of the Supreme High Command headquarters. The German High Command decided in August that the offensive should be directed towards Moscow. Guderian especially proposed that a massive attack, with his motorized divisions as the spearhead, take the city. Hitler rejected the plan on this occasion and decided to direct the main German advance in a southern direction, towards Ukraine. On August 8, 1941, Guderian's troops attacked the Russian Central Front near Gomel. This new advance was considered by Stalin and Chapoknikov as part of a maneuver aimed at outflanking the western and reserve fronts, and then making a major advance from Bryansk to Moscow. On August 14, Stalin hastily created a new front at Bryansk, commanded by Eremenko, who had made a favorable impression on him though not on Zhukov or Chapoknikov as a capable leader. An attack from Bryansk was, in fact, what the German commander-in-chief was preparing, but Hitler had not given his approval. Guderian's troops were stopped at the Desna River, and were awaiting orders to move north or south. Eremenko's offensive failed and, despite Stalin's furious messages, his troops retreated in disorder. In early September 1941, Guderian received orders to advance south. His armored divisions moved quickly and soon threatened the rear of the Russian southwestern front. Further south, another German contingent took Dnepropetrovsk and, although Stalin had strongly declared that the Dnieper line must be held, crossed the river and moved north. Kiev was in danger of being surrounded. On September 7, 1941, the head of the Southwestern Front, Kirponos, reported the seriousness of the situation to Budeny and Chapoknikov. Stalin ignored the warning. He was determined to defend Kiev and accused the front leaders of wanting to flee. He finally gave the order for the Southwestern Front to withdraw to the Desna River, but insisted that Kirponos had to defend Kiev. His reaction angered the front leaders who knew the seriousness of the situation. Kirponos blamed Chapoknikov for being a very competent officer of the former general staff, but he simply could not muster the courage to tell Comrade Stalin the whole truth. Budeny finally spoke by telephone with Chapoknikov and, failing to get his approval to leave Kiev, sent a note to Stalin on September 11, protesting Chapoknikov's position and highlighting the danger. Budeny was immediately relieved of command. Khrushchev, for his part, was kept in the position of political commissar. He evidently did not protest as vigorously as he later reported. Tilnochenko was appointed to Budeny's position. That same day, Stalin had an exchange of teletypes with the Front Military Council. He had all the data in his mind and was looking for a solution. He soon stunned Kirponos, confirming his belief that the retreat was unjustified. But he did not fully understand the danger nor appreciate the speed at which the German motorized divisions were making their movements to surround the city. After considering the arguments, he repeated the order that Kiev should not be surrendered and that the bridges should not be destroyed without permission from the Stavka. He also admonished the leaders. You have to stop looking for lines of retreat and start adopting measures of resistance, only resistance. Timochenko arrived in Kiev on September 13, 1941. 3 days later the Germans completed the siege of the city. 4 Russian army groups were trapped. 4 generals with command at the front lost their lives, and thousands of Russian soldiers died trying to flee. It was the most crushing defeat suffered by the Red Army. For the Germans it was a great tactical victory, although, as Guderian pointed out, it had the serious strategic disadvantage of delaying German plans to take Moscow before winter began. Hitler's first intention had been to capture Leningrad and occupy Ukraine, the Donets Basin and the Caucasus. Then the Central Army Group would advance towards Moscow at the same time as the Northern Army Group. During the first 3 months of the war, however, his troops had made such enormous progress that it seemed to him that Russia might fall as ignominiously as France. He changed his plans, now prioritizing the capture of Moscow before the onset of winter. The occupation of the Russian capital would be a notable triumph and could bring down the Soviet government. On October 2, 1941, Hitler issued an order of the day to the troops facing Moscow. Today is the beginning of the last decisive battle of this year. The German offensive had, in fact, already begun. Konev, head of the Western Front, had informed the Kremlin on September 26 that the attack was imminent. The Stavka ordered him to stand firm. The main German attack was launched from positions south of Vyazma and in the direction of Yuzhanov. Communications between the Russian fronts and the Stavka were disabled. The news received on October 5 that German tanks were already in Yuzhanov took Stalin by surprise. He had also been dismayed by Guderian's capture of Orel on October 2. The attacking German forces laid siege to Vyazma. Stalin did not realize the seriousness of the situation before it was too late to take action. The serious setbacks and the imminent threat to Moscow had cowed most men, but the effect on Stalin was to reinforce his inflexible determination to fight. No single factor was more important in preventing the nation from disintegrating at that time. On October 5, Stalin communicated with Zhukov by teletype, and ordered him to move from Leningrad to Moscow. He was concerned about the German advance south of Vyazma and their entry into Yuzhanov. He sent Zhukov to study the situation. On October 10 he telephoned Zhukov at the front headquarters and appointed him chief to replace Konev, who became his deputy. However, he accepted Zhukov's suggestion that he take command of the Kalinin sector. During these months dominated by desperation, Stalin watched the front leaders with an attentive and distrustful eye. Few of them had received adequate military training or had combat experience. The oldest among them had distinguished themselves in the Civil War, and had yet to learn to master modern logistics techniques. The fight against the fast and devastatingly effective German army soon revealed its weaknesses. Leaders who showed panic or indecision were not for him unhappy men who could not withstand the tension, but rather a danger to the country, and even traitors who should be treated as such. In the cruelty of this fight for survival there was no time for apologies or understanding. He asked the bosses for decision, courage, and adequate leadership. They had to spread their strength to the troops, who also had insufficient preparation and who on some fronts had fled in terror. At the same time, aware of the lessons of the Civil War, he exercised close control over them, frequently overriding his initiative and sometimes vetoing positive actions that in Kiev and elsewhere could have averted some disasters. There were commanders who were so afraid of him that they refrained from informing him of the losses because he might consider them guilty and punish them as traitors. Zhukov, Tymoshenko, and Shapoknikov had shown their worth and he trusted them. Zhukov and Tymoshenko came from the uneducated brigades of peasant origin who, through experience, had become outstanding campaign leaders. He especially valued Shapoknikov, a former Tsarist officer with a clear and disciplined mind, and when he had to leave the Stavka for health reasons, his position was occupied by Vasilevsky, who had been a staff captain in the Tsarist army and who had similar talent and clarity of judgment. But the fighting and defeats of the summer and winter of 1941 also gave rise to several brave and competent leaders. Stalin himself was at all times the supreme commander-in-chief, but he had to delegate more and more powers to Zhukov and to men like Vasilevsky, Malinovsky, Rokossovsky, Vachidin and Bagramian. As the enemy approached Moscow, fear took over the city. Already on October 12, the State Defense Committee had ordered the evacuation to the east of numerous government agencies, scientific and cultural organizations, and the diplomatic corps. By the end of the month some 2 million people had left the city. The air attacks had not ceased since they began in July, although the Germans, confident that they would soon take Moscow, did not intensify the bombing. Desperation took over the city's inhabitants as they learned of the enemy's approach. Mass evacuations and fear of German occupation caused panic. People crowded into railway stations trying to catch any train to the east, and looked for other means of escape. Widespread rumors that Stalin and the Politburo had already abandoned the city caused panic to reach a fever pitch. On October 17, the Secretary of the Central Committee, in a radio broadcast to the nation, stated that Stalin was in Moscow, and vigorously denied rumors that the city was going to be surrendered. On October 19, a state of siege was proclaimed. Spies, agitators, and those who spread panic could be brought before special courts and punished by summary procedure. Stalin's presence and the fact that the German advance was slower helped restore order. On November 6, Stalin addressed delegates attending the celebration of the 24th anniversary of the revolution, which took place this year at the Mayakovsky station of the Moscow metro, sheltered from air raids. His speech was broadcast and quickly published. He did not speak to the people often. A speech by Stalin was an event, especially at this time when the capital was in danger. He said that the Blitzkrieg had failed in the Soviet Union, and expressed his utmost confidence in the strength of the Red Army and the resistance of the Russian people. The setbacks suffered were due to the perfidious breaking of the German-Soviet pact by Hitler and the unexpectedness of the German attack. Another reason he gave for the Soviet retreat was a shortage of tanks and planes, so he called for a massive increase in production. He went on to say that the Soviet Union was not alone in the war against Hitler's Germany. Great Britain and the United States had expressed their support. They were not, however, true allies. One of the reasons for the retreat of the Red Army against the fascist German troops, he said, is the absence of a second front in Europe. The fact of the matter is that there are currently no troops from Great Britain or the United States on the European continent to fight the fascist troops, and therefore the Germans do not have to divide their forces and fight on two fronts, on the east and west. What is happening today is that our country is carrying out the task of liberation without help and without military cooperation against the coordinated forces of Germans, Finns, Romanians, Italians, and Hungarians. Accusing the Nazis of being imperialists, Stalin spoke with angry contempt of German arrogance, strident Übermensch propaganda, and the cruel and often bestial treatment of prisoners. He proclaimed the greatness of Russia with words that appealed to the patriotism of its inhabitants and exalted their hatred of the enemy. And it is these people without honor or conscience, these people with animal morals, who have the cynicism to call for the extermination of the great Russian nation, the homeland of Plekhanov and Lenin, of Belinsky and Chernyshevsky, of Pushkin and Tolstoy, of Gorky and Chekhov, of Glinka and Tchaikovsky, of Sechenaya and Pavlov, of Rapin and Sigrikov, of Suvorov and Kutuzov. The German invaders want a war of extermination with the people of the Soviet Union. Very good. If they want a war of extermination, they will have it. Our task will now be, to destroy all the Germans down to the last man who has come to occupy our country. No mercy for the German invaders. Death to the German invaders. The next morning, Stalin presided over the traditional parade on Red Square. The troops he addressed were on their way to the front. The distant roar of artillery he heard to the west gave his speech a dramatic immediacy. He again appealed to the patriotism of the people. They were fighting for the Soviet Union, their homeland, and the enemy was approaching the gates of Moscow, mother of the old Muscovy and capital of the country. The war we are waging, he said, is a war of liberation, a just war. May the heroic examples of our great ancestors inspire you in this struggle. May the victorious flag of the great Lenin inspire you. Long live our country, its freedom, its independence. Under the banner of Lenin, forward, to victory. Stalin spoke with passion and sincerity. Far from appealing to the love of Russians as a resource to unite them in defense of the party and the regime, he spoke from the depths of his being. The Soviet Union was Holy Russia, and Moscow was Matuska Moskva. Russia was his country, and for Stalin the difficult years of construction and reconstruction, and now the brutal experience of war, would eventually lead the Russian people to victory, and with it to justice, freedom, and prosperity. The texts of the two speeches circulated quickly among civilians and soldiers. The planes dropped specimens in the occupied territory. All Russians read them avidly. Its effect was a dramatic and extraordinary resurgence in the morale of the troops and the civilian population. Patriotic sentiment and veneration of Stalin were inseparable. He had known how to express the love of the Russian people for his land, and their hatred for the cruel and arrogant enemy. The British and American support that Stalin referred to in his speech on November 6 was followed by immediate offers of help. A British military mission flew to Moscow. Stalin and Molotov discussed with the British ambassador the terms of an Anglo-Soviet declaration. But in his July 3 speech and in his first letter to Churchill, Stalin mentioned the idea that was going to dominate and obscure his relations with the Allies: a second front should be opened on the continent as soon as possible. Churchill explained in his response that this request was unrealistic, and made several alternative proposals, including detaching British fighter squadrons near Murmansk, carry out naval operations in the Arctic, and send aircraft, ammunition, and other supplies to Russia. Stalin demanded more. His argument was that Russia was fighting the war alone and that Britain, its only ally at the moment, owed it help. Underlying his relationship with Churchill was his abiding distrust of the British. Churchill was, of course, completely different from the perfidious Chamberlain, and the British government had abandoned the policy of securing peace in the West by encouraging Hitler to wage war in the East. But Stalin considered the British to be a devious and subtle people. Also among the Soviet troops and people, the widespread belief was that the British were freeing their men from the war and leaving the entire burden of the fight to the Russians. As the winter of 1941 approached, the question on the minds of Churchill and Roosevelt was how long Russia could defer defeat and collapse. The opinion of the British and American military, with little disagreement, was that the Russian resistance would soon be defeated. To form his own opinion, Harry Hopkins arrived in Moscow on July 30, 1941, as Roosevelt's personal representative. Hopkins, the president's most direct advisor, he was an extraordinary man. Weak and sickly, but with great dynamism, with an incisive mind and completely dedicated to the Allied cause, he quickly hit it off with Stalin. He was going to play an important role in future relationships. His first meeting with Stalin at a time when the situation was disastrous on all Russian fronts, when Western leaders were waiting overnight for news of Russia's fall, made a strong impression on Hopkins. He welcomed me with a few quick words in Russian. His handshake was brief, firm, and courteous. He was smiling warmly. There were no empty words or gestures, no mannerisms. It was like talking to a perfectly coordinated machine, an intelligent machine. His questions were clear, concise, and direct, and his answers were prompt, unequivocal, and expressed as if he had had them on his tongue for years. If he is always as I know him, he never says an extra syllable. If he wants to soften a brusque response, he does so with an easy and controlled smile, a smile that can be cold but affectionate, austere but warm. He doesn't flatter you. He seems to have no doubts. He assures you that Russia will withstand the turbulent attack of the German army. He assumes that you don't doubt either. He laughs quite often, but his laugh is brief, somewhat sarcastic perhaps. There is no room for vanities with him. His humor is sharp, penetrating. I could not forget the image of the dictator of Russia when I said goodbye, an austere, robust, defined figure, with boots that shone like mirrors, thick pants with knee pads and a tight blouse. He did not wear any military or civilian insignia. He is approximately 1.65 meters tall and weighs 85 kilos. His hands are big and as vigorous as his mind. His voice is hoarse, but always controlled. When he speaks he gives the words the accent and inflection they need. Stalin presented Hopkins with an optimistic picture of Russian positions. He predicted that the fronts would be stabilized at the gates of Moscow, Leningrad, and Kiev by early October at the latest. The fact that he assured Hopkins that Kiev would not fall into German hands was probably a factor in his disastrous decision to prohibit an early withdrawal from the city. His assessment of the situation was perhaps somewhat exaggerated, or perhaps it simply reflected his refusal to accept the prospect of further major defeats. He was under great stress at this time, and Hopkins noted that he was smoking non-stop during the 4 hours of their meeting. Hopkins was deeply impressed by Stalin as a man, and by his determination to see the war through to the end. If you give us anti-aircraft guns and aluminum, we can fight for 3 or 4 years, Stalin had said. In a letter to Churchill written in early September 1941, however, Stalin candidly expressed his deep concerns. The loss of Kryvyi Rog and other points faces the Soviet Union with mortal danger. The only way to save this more than unfavorable situation is to open a second front this year somewhere in the Balkans or in France. And simultaneously, the Soviet Union needs 30,000 tons of aluminum at the beginning of October and a minimum monthly aid of 4,000 airplanes and 500 tanks. Without these two types of aid, the Soviet Union will be defeated or weakened to such an extent that it will long lose the ability to assist its allies with active operations on the front against Hitlerism. A few days later he wrote that if it was impossible to establish a second front for the moment, Great Britain should send 26 or 30 divisions to Archangel or the south to combat the common enemy. The suggestion that British troops move to Soviet soil must have been made by Stalin, overcome by desperation. Hopkins' report led to meetings in Moscow to discuss the distribution of our joint resources, with Lord Beaverbrook representing Churchill and Averell Harriman representing Roosevelt. The meetings with Stalin began on September 28, when the German offensive against Moscow began. The discussions at the first meeting were cordial. The second meeting was difficult. Harriman noted that Stalin seemed rude and distracted at times, and he was stern with us. Of this 2-hour meeting, Beaverbrook wrote, Stalin was very restless, walking and smoking continually, and it seemed to both of us that he was under great stress. At this time Vyazma was being surrounded and Guderian's motorized divisions were taking Or. Both operations caused devastating losses. The third meeting was again cordial. Russian requests for equipment, machinery, and raw materials were almost entirely accepted. Beaverbrook, always an enthusiastic and outspoken advocate of aid to Russia and even the establishment of a second front, communicated his enthusiasm to the meeting. His pro-Russian attitude, his admiration for Stalin and his trust in him made him a welcome guest. The offensive against Moscow was interrupted at the beginning of October 1941. The Germans immediately prepared a second attack. They were war-weary and ill-equipped for the Russian winter, but they were also brave and disciplined. The Russians vigorously strengthened defenses and prepared reserves. Within 14 days, 100,000 men, 300 tanks and 2,000 guns were properly emplaced. On both sides there was a firm determination to win this battle. In one of the phases of preparations, Zhukov informed Stalin that the enemy was concentrating troops against the Volokholamsk sector. Stalin gave the order to carry out skirmishes. He found it unbearable to wait for the enemy to attack, and he needed to take action. Zhukov was against skirmishes that would hinder defense preparations in the sector and would not impact the already reinforced enemy positions. Stalin stuck to his idea. The attacks were a failure. On October 13, fighting began on the main routes to Moscow. At some points, the enemy was up to 25 kilometers from the city. On October 17, Chapoknikov and the general staff were evacuated from Moscow. Stalin remained in the capital with two aides, Vasilevsky and Stemenko. Like everyone who remained in the city, he was deeply concerned by the seemingly irresistible advance of the Germans. He telephoned Zhukov, then stationed at the front, and asked, "Are you sure we will be able to defend Moscow? It hurts me to ask you. Answer me honestly like a communist." "We will defend Moscow at all costs," Zhukov replied, "but we will need 2 more army corps and another 200 tanks at least." "It's good that you are so sure," Stalin replied. "Telephone the general staff to arrange the assignment of the reserve troops that you request. They will be ready at the end of November. But we don't have tanks yet." At the end of October, the German advance slowed to a halt, but on November 15 they launched a new offensive and reached almost the outskirts of the city. They would go no further. Stalin showed signs of nervousness. He was in a bad mood and refused to listen to the forward commanders. On November 30 he telephoned Zhukov, asking him if he knew that Didovsk, a city located some 32 kilometers to the west, had been taken. When Zhukov replied that he knew nothing, Stalin abruptly said that the general in command of a front must know everything that happens on it. He ordered him to organize a counterattack to recapture the city. Zhukov made quick inquiries and learned that it was not Didovsk, but an insignificant town, called Didovo, that had been occupied. He telephoned to explain the mistake, but Stalin was furious and did not listen to him. He ordered Zhukov, Rokossovsky, and Govorov, all operational leaders, to take under his command a rifle company and 2 tanks to recapture the town. As soon as the German attack came to a halt, Stalin, Zhukov, and Timoshenko began planning a counter-offensive for the winter. On November 29, Zhukov telephoned Stalin to give him his report on the situation on the Western Front. He then requested 2 reserve army corps that would allow him to force the enemy to abandon their most advanced positions in the north and south of the front. Stalin commented that perhaps the Germans had reserves ready to defend these positions, but Zhukov assured him that they were completely unguarded. Stalin said that he would consider the proposal. A few hours later Zhukov was informed that not 2, but 3 army corps were going to be placed under his command and that he would have to communicate his plans the next day. According to statements made by Zhukov, this was the beginning of planning a massive counterattack on the Moscow front. Early on November 30, Stalin telephoned Zhukov and proposed that the entire Western Front go on the offensive. He expressed his concern about the lack of air cover and tanks, especially the new T-34, which had demonstrated his superiority. Stalin replied that he could not get tanks, but that heavy air cover would be organized immediately. Meanwhile, Tymoshenko had attacked and recaptured Rostov. With Stalin's approval, he prepared to attack the flank of the German Central Axis. Zhukov presented his attack plan to Vasilevsky, which was then immediately accepted by Stalin. Around this same time, Konaat, head of the Kalinin Front, worried Stalin. He did not show an offensive spirit, and raised objections to the proposed counterattack. Stalin spoke harshly to him on the phone and told him to stop his tactic of arguing over trifles and to carry out the offensive. On December 1, 1941, at 3 a.m., Stalin and Vasilevsky issued orders to the Kalinin Front. 3 days later Vasilevsky, as Stalin's personal representative, was with Konaat at the front headquarters to ensure that he carried out the offensive decisively. On December 2, Stalin received General Enders, a Pole who had served in the Tsarist army and whom the NKVD had until recently held in prison. Enders' mission was to recruit a Polish army to fight alongside the Russians. It was a plan that Stalin had accepted with reservations. He could never trust the Poles. He received Enders courteously, but without the enthusiasm that he had shown to Hopkins and that he was to show to Anthony Eden 2 weeks later. Eden found him more relaxed and without the signs of tension that he had noticed in September as the crucial advance on Moscow approached. The winter counteroffensive, begun on December 4, went surprisingly well at first. By mid-January 1942, the Germans had already been pushed back from Moscow and driven away in some areas by up to more than 300 kilometers. The Red Army, however, lacked tanks and motorized transport, and severe weather conditions slowed its advance. The Battle of Moscow was an epic event. Zhukov considered it to have marked the decisive turning point in the war. More than 2 million men, 2,500 tanks, 1,800 planes, and 25,000 cannons participated in it. The number of casualties was overwhelming. For the Russians it was a victory. They bore the full impact of the German blitzkrieg offensive and, despite their losses and the notable shortage of equipment, they were able to carry out an effective counteroffensive. They were beginning to destroy the myth of German invincibility that had undermined their morale and, above all, Moscow was not lost. Stalin was impatient to go on the offensive. He was concerned about the fighting spirit of his command. Any weakness on his part would rub off on the troops. Often his requirements to attack were unrealistic and even dangerous, although he considered the myth that the invader was invincible more dangerous. He believed that only by throwing new troops into the fight would they know they could defeat the Germans. When, towards the end of February 1942, Zhukov's advance was stopped by enemy resistance, he proposed to interrupt the offensive and consolidate his positions. Stalin responded with an order: attack. If you do not achieve good results today, you will achieve them tomorrow. Even if you achieve nothing more than holding back the enemy, the result will be felt elsewhere. At a meeting of the State Defense Committee held on January 5, 1942, Chapoknikov, recovered from his illness and back in his position as Chief of the General Staff, presented the general outlines of a plan for an immediate large-scale offensive. Scale from Leningrad, in the north, to the Black Sea, in the south. It was Stalin's plan. The Germans are bewildered after their defeat at the gates of Moscow. They are poorly equipped for winter. Now is the opportunity to launch the general offensive, he said. Zhukov and others expressed their fears, but Stalin ignored them. He said that he had studied the offensive with Tymoshenko, who was favorable to it, and added, "We have to tear the Germans to pieces as soon as possible so that they will not be able to launch an offensive in the spring." A counteroffensive on all fronts was an excessively risky undertaking. The official Soviet version of the war, written during Khrushchev's rule, criticized this general strategy without mentioning Stalin's name. She was excessively ambitious. The army still lacked the organizational experience and knowledge necessary to launch such a large-scale offensive. Stalin rejected these criticisms at the meeting of the State Defense Committee. If the army lacked the knowledge and experience necessary to launch massive offensives, it had to learn it now in the course of the war. If the plan was excessively ambitious, it was also a reflection of his authority and his vision of things. He thought and planned on a grand scale. He was also obsessed with the need to push his command and troops into the attack so that they would learn to annihilate the enemy. He infected them with his iron determination to expel him from Russian soil. The counteroffensive paid off. On the Moscow and Leningrad fronts, the Russian conquests, although small in extent, were important in freeing the two cities from immediate danger. The new lines were stabilized in the spring of 1942 and the Germans were unable to surpass them at any time during the war. The spring of 1942 was approaching. Stalin and the General Staff were convinced that the enemy's main objective would be the occupation of Moscow. Shapoknikov urged Stalin to create reserves by adopting a policy of defensive strategy. Stalin agreed, but could not desist from attacking, and also gave his approval to several major offensives. In reality, Hitler had decided not to resume the offensive against Moscow. His plan was now to attack from the north from the Kursk area and then advance east towards Voronezh. To confuse the Soviet High Command, false information was circulated that made it believe that the German offensive would be in Moscow. In March 1942, Timoshenko presented a plan to carry out a major offensive against the enemy concentrated near Kharkov, with the aim of forcing German troops to retreat into Ukraine westward to Kiev. Shapoknikov and the General Staff rejected the plan. Stalin, however, gave Timoshenko authorization to carry it out as far as possible using exclusively his own resources. He ignored Shapoknikov's objections and asked him if what he wanted was for them to remain motionless, waiting for the enemy to attack first. Zhukov sided with Shapoknikov, while emphasizing that the offensive should be carried out on the Western Front. Vasilevsky vehemently defended Shapoknikov and claimed that Stalin's strategy involved a disastrous dispersal of forces. The latter wrote, "Perhaps many will rightly censure the General Staff for not having warned Stalin of the negative consequences of his plans, but they will do so without knowing the difficult conditions under which the General Staff had to work." He added that the lesson learned was profitably applied the following year in Kursk. Meanwhile, and in the midst of contradictory opinions, a decision had to be made. Stalin approved the attack strategy and allowed Timoshenko to carry out his plan. It was a decision with disastrous consequences. The summer of 1942 was to be a time of terrible defeats in the south. After the capture of Kiev in September 1941, the Germans had advanced eastward, eventually occupying all of western Ukraine and most of the Crimean Peninsula, except for Sevastopol, which was besieged. Stalin was eager to liberate the city. In March he sent the head of the Red Army's Central Political Administration, Mejli, to Crimea. He trusted Mejli although he was hated by all Red Army officers, especially for his activities during the purge. Arriving at the headquarters of Kozlov, head of the front, Mejli immediately replaced Tolbukhin, chief of staff of the front, and according to Stemenko, following his usual practice, instead of helping, he capriciously began to relegate other leaders and senior officials. Instead of preparing the defenses and planning the resumption of the offensive, Kozlov and Mejli wasted time in long and fruitless sessions of the War Council. On May 8, the day of the German attack, Mejli sent a telegram to Stalin that began, "This is not the time to complain, but I have to inform so that the Stavka will consider the commander-in-chief of the front regarding which is," and then stated that the lack of preparation of the front was entirely Kozlov's responsibility. Stalin had no time for disqualifications of this kind. "You are adopting the strange attitude of a detached observer who accepts no responsibility for the affairs of the Crimean front," he replied. "That is a very comfortable but absolutely abominable position. On the Crimean front, you are not an alien spectator, but a representative of the Stavka with responsibility for all the successes and failures that occur there, and obliged to correct command errors wherever they occur. Attacked by the 11th Army, under Manstein, on May 8, the Crimean front was completely defeated. Another setback was the surrender of Sevastopol on July 4, 1942. This came after bitter fighting that cost the Germans 24,000 lives and even more casualties to the Russians. Before surrendering, the officers and commissioners committed suicide. In the caves in the cliffs where women and children had taken refuge, the defenders blew themselves up by placing explosives and blowing everything up into the air. It was a tragic and heroic defeat. The failure of the Crimean front and the fall of Sevastopol infuriated Stalin. He ordered Mujali to Moscow, severely reprimanded him, and demoted him. Kozlov, 2 army chiefs and other front officers did not return to command positions. The German strategy was now to advance eastward. The taking of Stalingrad was not currently one of his objectives, but Hitler asked that his troops reach the city or at least control the area with heavy artillery fire. On June 28, 1942, the German army's southern group attacked, opening a passage between the Bryansk front and the Russian army's southwestern front, and advanced rapidly toward Voronezh. The Germans met with stubborn resistance. But they did not press their attack on Voronezh and, turning south, they advanced along the right bank of the Don River towards Stalingrad. The replacement of the leaders of the Bryansk and Voronezh fronts had become necessary. The debate over the new appointments took place in Stalin's office in the Kremlin. Vasilevsky, once again appointed chief of staff to replace Chapoknikov, permanently incapacitated by illness, and Vachetin, his deputy, were present. It was immediately agreed that Rokossovsky would take command of the Bryansk front. Stalin rejected the names proposed for the Voronezh front. There was a long silence as everyone tried to think of the right boss. Vachetin suddenly stood at attention. "Comrade Stalin," he said, "make me head of the Voronezh front." Stalin was completely surprised. "What, you?" he exclaimed, frowning. Vachetin, a lieutenant general of artillery, had joined the Red Army in 1920 and had not commanded except briefly in the Battle of Moscow. Finally, breaking his silence and turning to Vasilevsky, Stalin asked, "What do you think?" Vasilevsky praised Vachetin. After a moment's thought, and without enthusiasm, he said to Vachetin, "If Comrade Vasilevsky is favorable, I will not object." Vachetin was to carry out the position of front leader with great distinction. In the south the enemy troops were advancing rapidly. Tymoshenko's southwestern front and Malinovsky's southern front made forced withdrawals to avoid being surrounded. Stalin had learned from his mistakes of the previous year in ordering Soviet forces to hold out in Kiev and Vyazma. At the end of July 1942, the Germans conquered the entire Donbas area, the source of 60% of Soviet coal and the center of the southern industrial region. The loss of this region disheartened the nation. The people had been told repeatedly after the Battle of Moscow that the enemy was exhausted and that the Red Army would go on the attack and drive out the invader. However, the Germans continued to advance and were now approaching Stalingrad. What shocked the Russian people most, however, was the rapidly spreading news that in Rostov, Novokirksk, and elsewhere, Red Army officers and soldiers had fled under attack, abandoning weapons and equipment. Severe disciplinary measures were taken. Many were shot for desertion or fleeing from the enemy, and several generals and officers were demoted or punished. Strong criticism of the Red Army appeared in the press and was heard everywhere. The army had always been considered the pride of the nation, but now the officers and men had to suffer the bitter disapproval of their fellow citizens, whom they had defrauded. At the same time, while a general call was made for sacrifice and iron discipline, strenuous efforts were made to raise the rank of officers and to appeal to their honor and patriotism. The need to consolidate a carefully selected and prepared officer corps that could take command was uppermost in Stalin's mind. The orders of Alexander Nevsky, Suvorov, and Kutuzov were instituted as awards exclusively for officers. The old revolutionary ideals of equality between officers and troops as comrades, and of committees of soldiers directing the army, had long been abandoned. But on October 9, Stalin took the step of abolishing the dual command system, according to which political commissars endorsed the orders of military leaders. The commissioners were instructed to refrain from indiscriminately shooting troops for cowardice or disobedience, and to limit themselves to political work. The imposition of discipline was the responsibility of the officers, not the commissioners. Relations between soldiers and officers were now based on the same principles as the Tsarist army. Among the exhortations made to officers and soldiers to fight to the death in defense of their homeland, an order of the day read to soldiers on all fronts and signed by Stalin made a profound impact. He said, among other things, "Soviet soldiers. Not a step back." Ilya Ehrenberg wrote about it. He was not talking about decorations, but about the undisciplined abandonment of Rostov and Novokirksk, about confusion and panic. Things couldn't go on like this, it was time for everyone to come to their senses. Not a step back. Never before had Stalin spoken with such frankness, and it made an enormous impression. A Red Star war correspondent told me, "A father says to his children, 'We are ruined, we have to learn to live differently.'" There was no irony or admiration in the way he pronounced the word father, it sounded like a simple statement of fact. On July 12, a new front was created in Stalingrad. The German advance continued, but more slowly as Russian resistance became more tenacious. In early August, the forces of the German army's southern group reached the outer defensive ring of the city, and 10 days later the 6th Army, under Paulus, was prepared to cross the Don. By August 14, all territory included in the Don Bend was in German hands, except for isolated Russian bridgeheads in the north. German troops were now advancing towards Stalingrad from the south, northwest, and north. In these moments of crisis Churchill arrived in Moscow to celebrate his first meeting with Stalin. The main reason for the trip was that Churchill felt obliged to personally deliver the news that there would be no second front in the West in 1942. It was, he said, like taking a big chunk of ice to the North Pole. He was also keenly interested in meeting Stalin and visiting this sad and sinister Bolshevik state. Stalin was curious to meet with Churchill, a declared enemy of Soviet Russia, who had defended the Allied intervention 23 years earlier. The meeting brought two men from very different backgrounds and ways of thinking face to face. Churchill, descendant of the Duke of Marlborough and popularly elected military leader, with great acting talent that was revealed in the drama of war, while he hated the suffering and sacrifices it demanded. Stalin, of humble origins, had become with his inexorable talent the leader of the nation, supreme commander-in-chief, and father of the Russian people. For him the war was part of the fierce fighting that he had always known in Russia. He accepted the terrible number of casualties as inevitable. The Russian land had been devastated and Russia was fighting for survival. It was a plight that Britain, sheltered by the sea, had not known for centuries. The first meeting, which lasted 4 hours, took place on August 12. Stalin, Molotov, and Voroshilov stood in front of Churchill, Harriman, representative of the President of the United States, and the British ambassador. The first 2 hours were gloomy and uninspiring. Frowning, Stalin listened to Churchill's careful explanation of why the British and Americans could not attempt to land on French shores before 1943. Stalin did not accept Churchill's explanation. He considered Great Britain and the United States to be the two most industrialized nations in the world, and he knew that both had powerful navies. If Russia's newly created defense industries, many of them dismantled and evacuated since the war began, could overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles and produce tanks and weapons in ever greater quantities, surely these two industrial giants could catch up. The level of production necessary to land on the coasts of France. He was convinced they could do it, if they had faith in it, of course. Again their suspicions grew that the devious British were evasive and leaving the fight to the Russians, they would only intervene when the Germans had been weakened on the Eastern Front. He angrily asked Churchill why the British were so afraid of the Germans. The troops had to be forged in the fight. He rejected the comment made by Churchill that Hitler had not invaded England because of the risks of the operation. He suspected that British caution was due to fear of suffering heavy casualties. Churchill and his generation were haunted by the memory of the loss of life in World War I. It was not an argument likely to move Stalin, who was keenly aware that Russia had suffered even higher casualties in the First World War, and that even more had been suffered since the German invasion, which continued while they spoke. Churchill then revealed details, still secret, about the offensive that the British and Americans were planning in the Mediterranean, known as Operation Torch. Stalin listened attentively and with growing excitement. "May God make that company prosper," he said. He asked a few questions and briefly summarized the most important aspects of the operation. "I was deeply impressed by his extraordinary exposition," Churchill wrote. "It showed that the Russian dictator was capable of quickly and completely mastering a problem new to him. Few people could have understood in so few minutes the problems we had faced. He saw them instantly." At the meeting the next day there were more recriminations regarding the Second Front. A long memorandum, signed by Stalin, accused the Allies of reneging on their commitment to land on French shores in 1942. Stalin claimed that the British were afraid of the Germans. Churchill, greatly irritated, made a warm defense of his fellow citizens. Before his speech could be translated, Stalin, adamant, declared that he liked the spirit of Churchill's response. There were exchanges of harsh words, but also signs of the cordial camaraderie that was emerging between them. Stalin repeatedly displayed a mocking sense of humor. When Churchill, speaking about Operation Torch, emphasized the vital need to keep it secret, Stalin, with a frank smile, said that he hoped nothing would appear in the British press. Molotov found himself in trouble due to a joke by Churchill, who claimed that Molotov had taken a day off in Washington and had gone to New York. Stalin laughed heartily. "It's not New York where he went," he said. "He went to Chicago, where the other gangsters live." Churchill spoke of the Duke of Marlborough's military genius as a strategist who had ended the threat to the freedom of Europe, a threat as great as Hitler's. Stalin listened to him and then jokingly commented, "I think England had a more outstanding general in Wellington, who defeated Napoleon, the greatest threat of all time." He continued speaking, showing deep knowledge of the Napoleonic Wars and in particular Wellington's campaign in Spain, which was especially relevant in relation to the Second Front, now erected by the Russians. Following an official dinner in the Kremlin on August 14, 1942, a final, more informal meeting was held the following afternoon. Churchill was about to leave when Stalin suggested that they go to his apartment for a farewell drink. He headed through the corridors to a narrow street, still inside the Kremlin, and entered another building, followed by Churchill and A.H. Beers, a British interpreter, and some members of the NKVD. Stalin's apartment consisted of a dining room, office, bedroom, and a large bathroom, all simply furnished. There were no luxury displays. An elderly housekeeper was setting the table. Svetlana, Stalin's daughter, who was then 15 years old, entered the room, kissed her father and was introduced to Churchill. He noticed in Stalin a smiling look, as if to say to me, "I thought, you see, even the Bolsheviks have a family life." Molotov joined them, and the pleasant evening continued until 2:30 a.m. At dawn, Churchill left Moscow for London. The Russian recovery. As the attack on Stalingrad approached, Hitler began to attribute to the city an importance that far exceeded its strategic and economic value. It was Stalin's city, the symbol of Soviet Russia. He became so obsessed with the taking of Stalingrad, as well as the humiliation and defeat of his great enemy, that he lost sight of his strategy. He angrily rejected the advice of the Chief of Staff, which proposed stopping the offensive before winter began. He would not listen to reason, and exposed his eastern armies to a disastrous defeat that marked the beginning of the German collapse. Stalin insisted on defending Stalingrad at all costs. He perhaps considered her as the symbol of his own authority. Perhaps he also feared that, after the long succession of defeats, only mitigated by the Battle of Moscow, the fall of Stalingrad would seriously damage Russian morale at the front and in the rear. But the main reason for his decision to defend Stalingrad was strategic. He was convinced that the capture of the city was part of a German plan to surround Moscow from the east, isolating the city from the Volga and the Urals, and conquering it to end the war in 1942. The German advance to occupy the oil centers of Grozny and Baku was, Stalin believed, primarily intended to distract the Russian Stavka from the defense of Moscow. He was actually wrong about Hitler's intentions, and he remained for a time unaware that the assault on Moscow had been postponed. On August 23, the Germans began the final phase of the attack on Stalingrad. Stalin was tense and moody around this time. He was evidently plagued by doubts about the fighting spirit and competence of the city's defenders. He sent a radio message to Eremenko asking him to resist. The enemy forces employed are not numerous and you have sufficient resources to annihilate them. Gather the air forces of the two fronts, mobilize the armored trains and make them advance along the city ring line, confuse the enemy with smoke and attack them night and day using all the cannons and howitzers you have. Above all, don't let yourself panic. Do not be afraid of that insolent enemy and do not lose faith in victory. When this message was sent, Stalingrad was already in flames due to incendiary bombs. Communications between the front and Moscow were interrupted. Vasilevsky, specially sent on behalf of the Stavka to supervise operations, was unable to contact Stalin by telephone to give him the daily report for August 23. When he managed to communicate, during the night of the 24th, he was met with a torrent of insulting, unpleasant and largely undeserved criticism, not only directed against the Chief of the General Staff, but also against all the chiefs of the army. Vasilevsky managed with difficulty to convince the supreme leader that the city was still in the hands of the Russians. Dominated by distrust of the leaders of the Western Front, Stalin recalled Zhukov, who was stationed there, and on August 27 appointed him deputy supreme leader. It seems that at this time the crucial southwestern part of the Stalingrad front was removed from the control of Eremenko and Khrushchev and was directed from Moscow. Fighting with great bravery and determination, the Germans continued to advance. They met heroic resistance from the Russian defenders. The shortage of weapons and equipment had contributed to previous Russian defeats, but since the end of summer more and more weapons were received from factories located beyond the Urals. Reserve troops were also massing east of the Volga. The invaders, far from their country, were beginning to suffer from a shortage of material, and their soldiers were being decimated in the fierce fighting. On September 13, the Germans made an attempt to capture Mamaye Hill in the center of the city. The situation of the Russian defenders became critical. Stalin immediately ordered Rodimtsev's 13th Guards Division into action. Rodimtsev's men repulsed the enemy and recaptured the hill. Stalin followed the war closely. He received daily reports from Zhukov and other front leaders. He authorized the sending of reinforcements and gave orders to carry out counterattacks. On September 12 he ordered Zhukov to Moscow to discuss the situation. Zhukov reported on the strength of the enemy positions, and Vasilevsky reported that fresh German units were arriving in the Stalingrad sector from the Kotelnikovo area. What does the Stalingrad front need to be able to crush the enemy corridor and join the southwestern front? Stalin asked. At least a complete army corps, 3 tank brigades, and at least 400 howitzers. Furthermore, when the operation is to be carried out, the additional concentration of no less than 1 Army Aviation Corps will be necessary, Zhukov replied. Vasilevsky agreed with this calculation. Stalin listened attentively. They were men whose opinions he respected. He took out the map showing the positions of the headquarters reserves, and studied it silently. Zhukov and Vasilevsky left the work table and, speaking in low voices, admitted that it seemed they would have to find some other solution. What other solution? Stalin suddenly asked, looking up from the map. Zhukov was surprised, he had not realized that Stalin had very fine hearing. They approached the table and briefly talked about a large-scale operation. Then Stalin sent them to the headquarters of the General Staff to prepare a plan and communicate it to them at 9 o'clock at night the next day. Considering the possible variations of the strategy, Zhukov and Vasilevsky finally agreed on a plan. They would continue to wear down the enemy with the active defense of Stalingrad and while preparing a full-scale counter-offensive. The next night, shaking their hands when they showed up at his office, Stalin angrily exclaimed, "While hundreds of thousands of Soviets are giving their lives in the fight against fascism, Churchill is arguing over a score of Hurricanes, and those planes are a rubbish, our pilots don't like them." And then he continued speaking calmly, "Well, what do you think? Who is going to report?" It was, according to Zhukov, supported by Vasilevsky, the beginning of the great counter-offensive, called Operation Uranus. It was planned as a pincer movement by two advances with armored forces, one from the north along Vachitin's southwestern front and Rokossovsky's Don front, and the other from the south along the Stalingrad front under Eremenko. Zhukov and Vasilevsky made frequent air trips between the Don-Volga region and Moscow to consult with Stalin, and in later stages of planning, to report to front commanders. Within about 60 days of the plan's conception, the Russians had a total of 1 million men concentrated in the Stalingrad-Don area, backed by 13,500 guns and mortars, and more than 300 howitzer batteries, as well as some 1,100 aircraft. It was a brilliant operation in terms of its organization and planning, carried out by Zhukov and Vasilevsky, under the active direction of Stalin throughout its development. The culmination was a resounding victory. Stalin personally controlled the organization and reserves of the Air Force. All tactical air forces were transferred to the fronts in the summer of 1942. Increasingly, however, the air forces of the fronts were combined to carry out special air attacks, and the Stavka representative who supervised these operations did a daily personal report to Stalin. The Stavka's air reserves were limited at first, but Stalin carefully consolidated them. Nikitin, deputy commander-in-chief of the air forces, wrote that Stalin monitored aircraft production, daily recording in a notebook deliveries of new aircraft, and personally assigned equipment to the air forces. Having verified the effectiveness of the Luftwaffe, he attributed the utmost importance to air support for the Stalingrad offensive. Just 5 days before the operation was to begin, he was willing to temporarily suspend it if the Air Force still did not have the adequate number of aircraft. Zhukov and Vasilevsky were charged with coordinating the fronts for the offensive. On November 17, 1942, however, Stalin removed Zhukov from this responsibility and sent him to prepare the attacks that would be made in the north on the Kalinin front and the Western front, as well as to prevent the central group of the German army from being able to attack. Move forces to help Paulus in Stalingrad and Manstein in the south. Vasilevsky was given the grave responsibility of coordinating the three fronts at Stalingrad. He was surprised, while making his daily telephone report to Stalin, to receive on November 17 the order to return immediately to Moscow. Stalin had received a personal letter from Valsky, head of the 4 Mechanized Corps, in which he opined that the plan was unrealistic and destined to fail. Valsky, who had led the 37th Cavalry Regiment, was known and respected. Stalin asked Vasilevsky for his opinion. He responded firmly that the offensive was correctly planned and should be carried out. Stalin immediately spoke by phone with Valsky and to the astonishment of everyone present, he did not dismiss him or even reproach him for his lack of trust, but rather he spoke affably and reassured him. Stalin then told Vasilevsky to forget the incident, and added that the final decision regarding Valsky would be made in accordance with his actions in the coming days. Valsky distinguished himself in his performance, and was subsequently appointed head of the 5th Tank Army. The great responsibility of the Chief of the General Staff was even more complicated for Vasilevsky by the fact that Stalin frequently sent him to the fronts. Vasilevsky tried to find a deputy, but this presented special difficulties. Stalin was a cautious and distrustful person, particularly with new faces. In May 1942, Vasilevsky suggested that Vachedin, then Chief of Staff of the Northwestern Front, be transferred to Moscow. For what? Stalin asked. Doesn't he play a good role in the front? Shortly afterward, however, Vachedin was appointed head of the Voronezh Front. Vasilevsky searched again. He finally chose A.I. Antonov, a former officer in the Tsarist army and then chief of the General Staff of the North Caucasus Front. Zhukov described him as an incomparably capable general and man of great culture and charm. Stalin reluctantly accepted the appointment. But the unfortunate Antonov found that Stalin avoided discussing matters directly with him. He asked to be relieved of his position and, despite Vasilevsky's intervention, was sent to the Voronezh Front as deputy representative of the Stavka. His services there were so meritorious that 3 months later he was back in Moscow as deputy chief of the General Staff. Stalin already accepted direct dealings with him. On the morning of November 19, Vachedin and Rokossovsky launched the attack from the north. The next day, a few hours late due to intense fog, Eremenko began his advance from the south. On November 23 they joined together near Kalich, surrounding the German 6th Army and a corps of the 4th Motorized Army. Stalin immediately ordered Vasilevsky to concentrate on launching Operation Saturn, which involved a determined offensive to form a second ring around the enemy trapped in Stalingrad. The Russian forces then had to occupy the entire territory within the Don-Donets space, so that, with Rostov in the hands of the Russians, the retreat route through the Caucasus would be closed to the Germans. 2 days later, Vasilevsky directly asked Stalin by telephone, from the southwestern front, to reinforce the southwestern and Voronezh fronts to prevent German counterattacks. The reinforcements he proposed were numerous, but Stalin agreed that they were necessary. He then instructed Vasilevsky to concentrate on the Don and Stalingrad fronts. Vachedin would be responsible for the outer circle lines up to the Chur, and Eremenko would be in charge of the rest of the circle. Vasilevsky was obviously bewildered by these changes in his responsibilities. He asked for his instructions in writing, and Stalin immediately sent them to him by telex. The Germans hastily reorganized their forces in the south, and the Don Army Group, under the command of Field Marshal Manstein, by skillful tactics, managed to advance until they were less than 40 kilometers from Paulus's lines. He did not try to advance and join him, probably because Hitler had ordered him to maintain his position. Russian forces stopped the German advance. On December 24, a counter-offensive approved by Stalin on the 14th of the same month forced Manstein to retreat to Kotelnikovo, and then 100 kilometers further to the southwest. Manstein relented in his attempt to free Paulus. He then attempted to protect the space between Rostov and Taman so that German forces in the Caucasus and Kuban could escape. To the west, Operation Saturn, modified due to Manstein's offensive and now called Little Saturn, was successful, as an advance of 240 kilometers was made in 5 days. In the north, Zhukov's coordinated offensives managed to drive the Germans out of the Vyazma salient and opened a gap of some 10 kilometers in the enemy lines blockading Leningrad. At a meeting of the General Defense Committee in late December, Stalin noted that one man should lead the final destruction of the enemy forces surrounded at Stalingrad, and there were 2 leaders at the front. Who do we entrust the mission to? He asked. Someone proposed Rokossovsky. Stalin turned to Zhukov, who replied that both leaders were valid, but that Eremenko would be hurt if he appointed Rokossovsky. These are not times to feel hurt, Stalin replied dryly, and told Zhukov to inform Eremenko of the decision. Eremenko was extremely offended and tried to telephone Stalin, but Poskrebichev told him to talk to Zhukov. Zhukov finally tried to intercede. Stalin did not like it, and ordered an order to be issued placing the 3 armies of the Stalingrad front under the command of K.K. Rokossovsky. The order was issued on December 30. Paulus and his troops rejected 2 calls for surrender. But completely isolated and out of supplies, they had no hope of survival and finally surrendered on February 2. Zhukov declared that the total enemy losses in the area between the Volga, the Don, and Stalingrad amounted to 1.5 million men, 3,500 tanks, 12,000 guns and 3,000 aircraft. Russian losses were probably much higher. It was a decisive battle, in which both Russians and Germans fought fiercely and bravely, and marked a decisive turn in the course of the war. On February 4, 1943, Rokossovsky and Voronov were summoned to the Kremlin. Stalin greeted them cordially and congratulated them on their victory. As Rokossovsky commented, this was one of the occasions when Stalin could literally charm a person with his kindness and attention. As the Battle of Stalingrad raged, Stalin had to deal with family problems. He had tried to be a good father to his children, Vasily and Svetlana, but he had inevitably been distant from their lives, and had also made mistakes common to many fathers. He had been strict with his son, trying to raise him as a disciplined and hard-working citizen. Vasily became a lazy, hedonistic, and drunk young man. His mother had been very condescending to him, and since her death there had been no shortage of people eager to flatter Stalin's son. At the age of 24 he was appointed General of the Air Force, a promotion probably not encouraged by Stalin, but he was not entrusted with responsibilities at the front. He had made sporadic attempts to conform to the image of what was expected of him, but lacking talent and personality, he always ended up partying and indulging in drinking and other bad habits. Seeing that there was nothing he could do, Stalin, apart from occasional outbursts of anger, ignored him. Svetlana, who had grown into a beautiful redhead, was his great consolation. But he went to school, and during the dramatic months of the war in which he was busy all night, taking advantage of brief breaks to sleep on the sofa in her office, he saw little of her. Her walks through the Zubilovo forests and meals together belonged to the past, and Stalin missed his company. She was an emotional girl who lived a quiet life dedicated to studying and visiting her friends, always accompanied by her father's guardian, a member of the NKVD, General Vilasik. The shadow of her father's position enveloped her, and she felt imprisoned. One day, in October 1942, Svetlana was at the dacha in Zubilovo, where her brother had invited several friends. Among them was Alexei Kapeler, a film producer over 40 years old, married and Jewish. Svetlana became deeply infatuated with him, who was kind, fatherly and very intelligent. Alexei brought him books, especially Hemingway novels, which were hard to come by and avidly read in Soviet Russia. They went together to private screenings at the Ministry of Cinematography, where they saw films such as Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs and early Hollywood classics. Overwhelmed by the attentions of this cultivated man of the world, she thought that she was in love with him. Kapeler, it seems, was captivated by this lonely 16-year-old girl, Stalin's daughter, and by her avid curiosity about books, music, and movies. It was an innocent relationship. Stalin was informed by the NKVD of his daughter's new friendship, which deeply disturbed him. A Puritan in matters of personal morality, he suspected the worst and did not understand how his daughter could have allowed herself to be attracted to this middle-aged Jew, who should have been at the front, like all real men, instead of entertaining himself with movies and trying to seduce young girls. If his wife had lived, she could have taken care of the matter. He came close to speaking to his daughter on several occasions, but Stalingrad and the great counter-offensive demanded his full attention. Suddenly, on the morning of March 3, as Svetlana was preparing to go to class, Stalin burst into her room. He was enraged, and both his daughter and the governess looked at him in terror. Where are they all? He exclaimed. Where are all those letters from your writer? I know everything, I have all your telephone conversations recorded here, he said as he tapped a pocket. It's okay. Give them to me. Your Kapeler is a British spy. He is arrested. Svetlana took the letters, dedicated photographs, notebooks, and the new script for the film about Sostakovic that Kapeler had given her from the desk and handed them to her father. "But I love him," he finally complained. "Love?" Stalin shouted and, for the first time in his life, he slapped her twice. "Look, governess, how far he has fallen. Such a war is going on and she is busy all the time." He spoke with bitterness and irritation. He had lost her daughter to a middle-aged filmmaker. He was undoubtedly overwrought by the strain of months of long hours of work under the pressures of war, but he was also a lonely and isolated man who probably felt betrayed. In his own way, his daughter had betrayed him just as his mother had. For months, father and daughter were angry and did not see each other. Kapeler was sentenced to a 5-year prison sentence in Vorkuta, where he was allowed to work in the theater. Eager to liberate all Russian territory after the Battle of Stalingrad, Stalin ordered an advance on a broad front. What he wanted was for the Red Army to reach the Dnieper in the spring of 1943. This objective was too ambitious, but on many fronts the winter offensive achieved important results. The victory at Stalingrad and the rapid advances along the entire front had caused overconfidence among the leaders. Stalin also participated in the general jubilation, stating in the order of the day of November 7, 1942 that soon there will be a party in our streets. But he knew that excessive optimism was dangerous. He had to be careful not only with the armed forces, but also with the civilian population, exultant after the victories and the liberation of occupied territories. On February 23, 1943, the 24th anniversary of the creation of the Red Army, Stalin's order of the day proclaimed, "The enemy has suffered serious defeats, but has not yet been defeated," and he appealed to the army, the Soviet Navy and Air Forces to redouble their efforts. The warning was timely. Manstein launched a counter-offensive on February 19. Advancing to the northeast he recaptured Kharkov and Belgorod, and soon threatened Rokossovsky's central front, but then his troops were stopped. Towards the end of March there was a break in the fighting that lasted until early July 1943. It was a period of intense preparations for the summer campaign. The city of Kursk was going to be the scene of this crucial pulse of forces. Holding Orel to the north and Belgorod to the south, the Germans believed they were in a secure position to carry out a decisive pincer movement to recover from the losses of the winter of 1942-43. Soviet industry, however, had achieved surprising results since the great evacuation of the autumn and winter of 1941-42. Industrial expansion produced a substantial improvement in the equipment of the Red Army. Furthermore, the Russian forces were now not only superior in quantity, but also in quality. Stalin took a direct interest in the technical advances of weapons, and of course his approval was necessary before any prototype or any changes were introduced into the production line. The T-34 medium tank and the IS heavy tank were, in the opinion of the Russians, the most effective tanks in the war, and most German officers admitted their superiority. Russian artillery, and especially howitzer artillery, had devastating power. In 1943 Russian rifles and submachine guns had greater endurance and a higher repetition rate. The main aircraft designers, Tupolev, Yakovlev, and Lavochkin, who reported directly to Stalin on his work, produced more effective aircraft and gradually consolidated a powerful air force under the control of the top leader. The main deficiency was motorized transportation, which was partially made up for by the shipment of American trucks and jeeps. The war forged a new generation of young and dynamic leaders. A large proportion of the Red Army's best-trained officers and soldiers were lost in 1941-42, but in 1943 this loss was made up for by men with battle experience. The new generals were mostly under 40 years old, and in their way of thinking the professional took precedence over the political. An example of this was General Cherniakovsky, who commanded a tank corps at the beginning of the war, and in the spring of 1944, at the age of 36, he was appointed head of the Third Belarusian Front. When Rokossovsky asked for the transfer of Zaporozhets, a prestigious old Bolshevik, a political member of the Sixth Army. Because Chernyakhovsky did not get along with him, Stalin immediately dismissed Zaporozhets. It was men like Chernyakhovsky who could take decisive action and accept responsibility, and they were the professionals whom Stalin had promoted. As the summer of 1943 approached, the concentration of forces and weapons, both Russian and German, at Kursk increased in intensity. Stalin became increasingly tense and worried over the course of those weeks. His obsession, shared by Zhukov, was still the defense of Moscow. Both considered that the German strategy could be to attack the northeast from Kursk and surround the capital from the east. But the immediate problem was deciding whether to launch an initial attack against the German positions to the north and south of the salient. Stalin received contradictory proposals from the high command. His own instinct always pushed him to attack, but now he hesitated. On April 12, 1943 he called a meeting to consider the tactics to adopt. Zhukov, Vasilevsky and the General Staff were against taking the initiative in the attack. Soviet forces should let the enemy attack and wear themselves out against Kursk's impregnable defenses. Stalin, however, was not sure even now of the Red Army's ability to resist a massive German attack. Russian offensives had been successful against the Germans during the winter, but a summer offensive could present unforeseen problems. At the meeting he listened to the different opinions, but made no decision. Vachidin from the Central Front, supported by Khrushchev, began to press for an initial offensive to be carried out. Rokossovsky, from the Voronezh Front, gave a report in which he maintained that it was advisable to let the enemy attack first and break his forces against the Soviet positions. The pressures on Stalin to make a decision were increasing. Vasilevsky wrote that it took the efforts of Zhukov, Antonov, and himself to dissuade the Supreme Commander from adopting Vachidin's repeated proposals to go on the offensive. According to Zhukov, Stalin made the firm decision in mid-May to wait for the German attack. The response to this attack would be with fire of all types from defenses in depth, with air attacks and with counter-attacks from operational and strategic reserves. After weakening the enemy, a counter-offensive would be launched in the direction of Belgorod, Kharkov and Orel. The long wait for the start of the enemy offensive had everyone on edge. This was the factor underlying a violent scene in the Kremlin office, when Stalin lost his temper. He received a letter, written by a group of fighter pilots, in which they complained that the material used in the wings of the Yak-9 interceptors caused them to break in flight. Stalin immediately sent for Vasilevsky, Voronov, and Yakovlev, the designer. He rebuked them and called them Hitlerians. Yakovlev, who had had a long and close relationship with Stalin, wrote that he had never seen him in such a fit of anger, and that even he trembled with fear. They committed to having all planes repaired within 2 weeks. It was an impossible undertaking, but one that seemed to calm Stalin, who nevertheless ordered the military prosecutor's office to investigate the matter and uncover the traitorous perpetrators. Early on July 5 the Germans attacked, advancing south from Orel and north from Belgorod, in an attempt to encircle the Soviet Central Front and the Voronezh Front within the Kursk salient. The fighting was intense for 8 days. A tank and artillery clash ensued on a scale unknown in the history of warfare. The German forces suffered heavy losses and were unable to break the Russian positions. On July 13, Hitler gave the order to interrupt the offensive. The Russian counter-offensive was launched on July 12, as soon as the German push lost steam. At a meeting of the heads of the Front Army and the General Staff convened by Stalin in his office in the Kremlin days before, Antonov made a clear presentation of the action plans. Stalin asked some questions and gave his approval. Bagramian, then in command of the 11th Guards Army, wanted to propose modifications to the plan as it affected his role on the left flank. He did not dare to speak in the presence of the Supreme Chief. Everyone was collecting the maps from him and the meeting seemed to be over when Stalin suddenly asked if anyone had any comments to make. When Bagramian asked to speak, Stalin looked at him with a surprised expression on his face and told him to speak. Bagramian was so nervous that he had to make an effort to control himself. Everyone present spread the maps again. He outlined his views on the role his army should play in the offensive, and the changes he recommended. Absolute silence followed his words. Bagramian expected that his proposals, made by an army corps commander, would be rejected by the Supreme Commander, the General Staff and the front commanders, whom he called the Great Trinity. Stalin and the others studied the situation on the map, and then Stalin told him that his proposals were accepted, although with some small adjustments. According to Zhukov and Vasilevsky, Stalin was always willing to hear opinions contrary to his own, as long as they were based on facts and presented lucidly. But his attitude towards the general staff and the commanders changed after the brilliant counter-offensives at Stalingrad. He even went so far as to declare that the front leaders should decide themselves when to carry out counter-offensives. However, he had the habit of command deeply ingrained, and always controlled actions. During the counter-offensive from the Kursk salient he constantly pressured Zhukov, Vasilevsky and the front leaders to attack without delay. Towards the end of July, both men firmly insisted that the Voronezh and steppe fronts needed 8 days to resupply before launching counterattacks. Stalin finally gave in to his insistence that the plan could fail due to haste. Zhukov later wrote, "Today, after Stalin's death, the idea is accepted that he never took anyone's advice and that he decided questions of military policy for himself. I don't agree with that. When he realized that the person informing him knew what he was talking about, he listened, and I know of cases in which he reconsidered his own decisions and opinions. This happened in many operations. The strategy in the south, after the enemy had been crushed at Belgorod-Kharkov, was approached from contradictory points of view. Stalin rejected proposals raised by Vachidin and supported by Khrushchev that the western, southwestern, and Voronezh fronts press south into Ukraine to recover industrial and agricultural areas, and from there prepare for the invasion of Romania and Hungary. He opposed this strategy because it would leave Kiev in enemy hands and because the central group of the German army, located about 300 kilometers from Moscow, had to be attacked. His own strategy, which was adopted, was to attack from Poltava to recapture Kiev and then advance in order to separate the central group from the southern group of the German army, thus threatening to encircle both groups. This strategy was to provide the basis for the great Russian victories in Central and Southwestern Europe in 1943–44. The nation was excited about the Kursk victory and the counter-offensives. The morale of the troops was transformed, and there was no longer talk that the enemy was invincible. The Red forces had stopped the German advance at Stalingrad. At the Battle of Kursk they had not only ended the Nazi summer campaign, but had also destroyed the German ability to mount another major offensive. From then on, the Germans did nothing but retreat, following a defensive strategy. The Russians continued their push westward with tremendous energy, confident that they were now invincible. Although he shared this confidence with the leaders of the Red Army, Stalin did not underestimate the German army. He remained on guard against excess of optimism and against relaxation of discipline. As supreme leader he closely controlled operations, and did not hesitate to censure even the most senior leaders. Zhukov and Vachidin received a strongly written telegram when the Voronezh front failed to encircle the enemy at Kharkov and suffered heavy casualties during the German counterattack. He accused them of disintegrating forces by attacking everywhere to cover as much ground as possible. Vasilevsky received a severe reprimand on August 17, 1943, in the following terms: Marshal Vasilevsky, it is now 3:30 a.m. on August 17 and you have still not considered it appropriate to send to the Stavka a report on the result of the operations of August 16 and your judgment on the situation. Almost every day you forget this obligation. Once again you have been allowed to ignore your responsibility to the Stavka, by not reporting. This is the last time I warn you that if you allow yourself to forget your obligation, you will be removed from the position of Chief of the General Staff and removed from the front. I Stalin. Vasilevsky, surprised by this serious warning, maintained that he had never failed to send this report, although for compelling reasons the report of August 16, 1943 arrived a few hours later. He immediately telephoned the Kremlin, Antonov, who told him that Stalin was displeased by the results of the offensives. He added that Vasilevsky's report was already in Stalin's hands when he dictated the message. Perhaps he was in a bad mood, or considered that Vasilevsky was becoming lax, or perhaps he wanted to remind him of the authority of the supreme leader, and he later wrote that the fact that he was not benevolent towards us was to the benefit of the struggle. Navy. In October 1943, the Red Army crossed the Dnieper at several points. Kiev was liberated on November 6 and Zhytomyr 2 days later. The advance was less spectacular in the north, but on September 25 Smolensk was recaptured, and Moscow was completely free from the threat of attack. By the end of 1943 the Red Army had already recovered more than half of the territory conquered by the Germans in their 1941-42 great advance eastward. But most of Belarus, the western part of Ukraine and the Baltic area were still in German hands. As the Russians advanced westward, liberating German-occupied lands, they discovered evidence of the incredible savagery and bestiality of the Germans' treatment of prisoners of war and civilians. Reports of enemy atrocities had been published since the beginning of the war, but the liberation of extensive territories revealed the high level of German brutality. The Russians, although accustomed to purges and forced labor camps, felt an implacable hatred of the enemy growing within them. The Russian prisoners had been left to starve. This was due to instructions that German troops had to feed on occupied land and that all possible surpluses were to be sent to Germany, where rationing was very severe. But this policy of extermination was also justified on the basis that the Russians were Untermenschen, an inferior race who had to be treated like animals, and that the Judeo-Bolshevik system had to be destroyed. It has been estimated that between June 1941 and May 1944 the Germans took some 5,160,000 prisoners in Russia. Of them, 1,053,000 were finally released. But more than 3,750,000 people were exterminated in massacres, by starvation, or by being left outdoors. Locked in open-air enclosures, without protection of any kind and without food, they quickly perished in the intense cold of autumn and winter. The number of Russian civilians, including women and children, who died thus certainly exceeds that figure. The total number of victims will never be known. Kharkov, the first major liberated city, normally had a population of about 900,000, which increased to over 1 million due to the influx of people fleeing the invaders. As the Germans approached, thousands of them fled eastward. When the city was captured there were about 700,000 inhabitants, and only half of them survived. Of the rest, about 120,000, mainly young people, were sent to Germany, to work camps. Between 70,000 and 80,000 died of hunger and cold. About 30,000 were executed, of them about 16,000 were Jews. Of the 114,000 inhabitants of Orel, no more than 30,000 were released. The Germans murdered more than 12,000 and sent more than 20,000 to labor camps. All occupied Russian cities and towns suffered the same tragic fate. First the Jews were murdered, and then the Russians received cruel treatment. At Babai Yar, near Kiev, some 100,000 Jews were murdered. The Germans concentrated their fanaticism on the Jews and the Russians. They treated Ukrainians and Muslim peoples differently, considering them real or potential enemies of the Soviet regime. Belatedly, towards the end of 1942, they made some attempt to modify the treatment of Russian prisoners of war, offering them the alternative of dying by starvation or other means, or becoming part of the so-called Russian Liberation Army, or Vlasov Army. Most Russians refused to collaborate with this army and chose death. In Dachau and other concentration camps, some managed to survive. Against this backdrop, Stalin ordered draconian measures against all surviving Russian prisoners of war, as well as Ukrainians and Muslims of all nationalities. He knew that there were dissident elements among the Russians who escaped the purge network and who could be convinced or pressured by the enemy to fight against Soviet Russia. All soldiers and officers of the Red Army knew that their fate was execution or starvation, given their status as untermenschen, if they allowed themselves to be captured by the Germans. This was given a lot of publicity among them. Stalin could not believe that any Russian would lay down his arms and surrender under such conditions. He consequently considered that all the Russians, especially the officers, who were taken prisoner had voluntarily surrendered to the enemy by betraying their country, and each of them was a coward or a potential collaborator who deserved his fate. If he survived, he was considered to be devoid of patriotic pride, or it was presumed that there was some sinister anti-Soviet reason for his survival. This was the severe reasoning applied to the treatment of Russians who were released or who somehow returned to the Russian zone. They were interrogated and had to explain why they had consented to be captured instead of fighting to the death. They were usually sent to labor camps, and their families were given a 2-year prison sentence. Yakov, son of Stalin's first marriage, from whom he had disowned for some unknown reason, entered the Frunze military academy in 1935. He was assigned as an officer to the 14th Howitzer Regiment and moved with his unit to the Belarusian front the next day. Start of the war. In July 1941 he was taken prisoner. Stalin, obsessively suspicious of him, refused to believe that even Yakov would have been so vile as to surrender. He clung to the idea that someone had to have deceived him or betrayed him. She came to believe that Yulia, Yakov's wife, was the culprit, so she was arrested in the fall of 1941 and held in prison until the spring of 1943. The Germans identified Yakov and tried to publicize the fact that she was in his power, but Stalin refused to cooperate in any way. Towards the end of the winter of 1943-44, after the Battle of Stalingrad, Svetlana made one of her rare visits to her father. She says that he told her, "The Germans have proposed that we exchange one of her prisoners for Yasha. They want me to make a deal with them, but I won't. War is war." Her daughter commented, "I knew from the tone of his voice that he was upset. I didn't want to talk more about it." In the summer of 1945, when the war had already ended, Svetlana visited her father again, who mentioned Yakov. "The Germans executed him," Stalin said. "I received a letter of condolence from a Belgian officer." Svetlana realized that she had made an effort to speak and that she did not want to add anything more. She loved her stepbrother, and she thought that after his death her father felt nostalgic and realized that he had been harsh and unfair to him. But she also wrote that it was like my father to ignore the members of his family, not think about them and act as if they did not exist. Civilians taken prisoner by the invaders were asked after their liberation to recount their activities under German occupation and explain why they had survived when so many others had perished. Thousands of civilians fled as the enemy approached and joined partisan or guerrilla movements to fight the Germans, just as Stalin had ordered. Courageous men and women formed partisan groups that operated behind enemy lines. They had to endure very harsh living conditions and perished in large numbers, but in many places they kept the enemy in a continuous state of alert. They defended their homeland, while those who were captured contributed nothing and were perhaps actively or passively on the side of the enemy. The nation was fighting for survival. There was neither time nor inclination to consider individual problems. Everyone had to be prepared to fight and to die. As the Germans advanced south and into the Caucasus, Stalin showed increasing concern for the loyalty of the Cossack and Muslim peoples. In the first phase of the war after the loss of western Ukraine and the Baltic states, fighting had taken place mainly in eastern Ukraine and on the territory of Great Russia, where the people, although not enthusiastically pro-Soviet, were loyal to Russia. But Stalin was alert to the dangers of discontent. In August 1941, as a precautionary measure, Germans from the Volga area were deported to Kazakhstan and northern Siberia. The Cossacks, since the early days of the Moscow state, had been unpredictable in their reactions. However, in the 19th century they had shown firm loyalty to the Tsars, and were known for their brutal ways of suppressing peasant uprisings, workers' demonstrations, and other forms of internal unrest. The Cossacks, like the Muslim peoples of the Caucasus and Central Asia, and the Crimean Tatars, had been harmed in the collectivization campaign and had reason to be anti-Soviet. The Germans, overestimating the degree of latent discontent among the Cossacks, tried in vain to organize them into an anti-Soviet movement. The Cossacks were excluded from Untermensch status and encouraged to enlist in the German army. At the end of 1943 some 20,000 Cossacks, or those who pretended to be such, were fighting in units under German command. However, this was a small percentage of the Cossack population of the Kuban, the Terek, and the Don, most of whom resolutely resisted the Germans. Regarding Muslim peoples, the Germans adopted a benevolent, almost paternalistic policy. The Karachay, Bakhars, Ingush, Chechen, Kalmucks, and Crimean Tatars had to some extent shown German sympathies. Only the hasty withdrawal of the Germans from the Caucasus area after the Battle of Stalingrad prevented them from organizing the Muslim people effectively against the Soviets. The Germans boasted, however, that they had left behind them a strong fifth column in the Caucasus. The fact that these people were willing to betray Soviet Russia infuriated Stalin, who was absolutely ruthless in eradicating any possible fifth column that could endanger the rear of the Red Army. He was determined that they would never enjoy the benefits of victory and that they would be punished. In late 1943 and spring 1944, the Supreme Soviet issued several decrees ordering the extirpation and deportation of Muslim communities to the east. The decrees were carried out in such a way that the 6 nationalities were almost exterminated. The Tehran Conference. Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt met for the first time in Tehran towards the end of November 1943. In Churchill's words, the meeting probably represented the greatest concentration of world power that had ever occurred in the history of mankind. They discussed the immediate strategy for the war and the policy to be followed after the war to ensure peace and stability. The conversations were frank and cordial, and raised hopes for close understanding and cooperation in the future. Anglo-Soviet relations had been under severe strain since Churchill's visit to Moscow in August of the previous year, when he had informed Stalin that there would be no second front. This Allied decision was followed by the reduction in arms deliveries by northern Russian convoys. The British Navy made serious mistakes with convoy PQ-17, in what Churchill called one of the saddest naval episodes of the entire war. In a letter dated June 17, Churchill stated that the convoys would be suspended for some time, and Stalin responded angrily. He wrote a letter on July 23, 1942 that, far from being harsh and rude, as Churchill described it, was a stark and dignified protest, made at a time when the Red Army was in danger of suffering a devastating defeat at Stalingrad, and desperately needed supplies from the Allies. Churchill's visit had led to a better understanding at the time, but despite the Prime Minister's vehement assertions, Stalin continued to suspect that the British would leave the fight to the Russians for as long as they could. Suspicions of him deepened, and Anglo-Russian relations worsened as the Battle of Stalingrad approached. Wendell Willkie, visiting Moscow as the president's personal representative, commented that the United States had wanted to establish the Second Front in 1942, but that Churchill and the British General Staff had presented obstacles. Shortly after his departure, Soviet propaganda organs began an anti-British campaign that reflected the deep disappointment of the Russians at the absence of the Second Front. Britain was also a convenient scapegoat for Russian defeats suffered as the invader swept through Russia and approached Stalingrad. Stalin publicly stated that the aid of the Allies to the Soviet Union has so far been ineffective, and asked that they fulfill all their obligations on time. He immediately showed his enthusiasm for the Allied landing in North Africa, which Churchill had anticipated. He gave generous praise to the first-class organizers who had carried out this difficult military operation. But this was not the Second Front. The victory at Stalingrad brought relief from the terrible anguish that weighed on Stalin. He became more cordial toward his allies. The North African campaign and the bombing of Germany showed that they were no longer inactive. But as the Battle of Kursk approached, his unease grew. The Russians openly criticized the Allies for not opening the Second Front. In the order of the day for May 1, 1943, Stalin referred in cordial terms to the Allied victory in North Africa, for which he had sent congratulatory messages to Churchill and Roosevelt, and the bombing of Germany as an announcement of the formation of a second front in Europe. This was the primary need for the Russians. An official statement, made public on the second anniversary of the German invasion, went so far as to declare that without a second front, victory over Germany is impossible. Rumors that the Germans had made separate peace proposals to the Allies intensified Russian suspicions. Stalin denounced in the May 1 agenda the German peace talks and the rumors in the Western press as if it were not clear that only the complete destruction of Hitler's armies and the unconditional surrender of Nazi Germany can bring peace to Europe. Around this time, Stalin dissolved the Comintern. He had always represented a direct threat to Western powers from militant communism. The Comintern was inherited from Lenin, who created it in 1919 as an organ to promote the world revolution. For Stalin, opposed to internationalism and defender of the thesis socialism in one country, the Comintern was a hindrance and, in these critical moments, contrary to Russian interests. He explained that its abolition was correct and timely. He would put an end to falsehoods spread by Nazi propaganda that the Communist Party of the Soviet Union was interfering in the affairs of other countries and plotting to Bolshevize them. He would make it easier for freedom-loving countries, regardless of their political and religious beliefs, to unite in the fight against fascism. The dissolution of the Comintern was welcomed in the West as paving the way for a real understanding with the Soviet Union. While official Soviet references to the Allies were cordial in the early months of 1943, Stalin's letters to Churchill and Roosevelt were forceful. He criticized Anglo-American delays in the North African campaign, as a result of which the Germans transferred 27 divisions, including 5 motorized divisions, to France, Belgium, Holland, and even Germany to the German-Soviet front. He was not enthusiastic about the proposed landing in Sicily, which cannot replace the second front in France. He reminded them that this front had been admitted as a possibility in 1942, and had become a firm expectation in the spring of 1943, and stressed the urgent need to launch the operation by early summer at the latest. In May 1943, preparation for the gigantic push of forces in Kursk reached its climax. Stalin was tense as he waited for the Germans to begin the offensive. At these critical moments, Churchill and Roosevelt informed him that the Second Anglo-American Front had to be postponed until the spring of 1944. This infuriated Stalin. A much larger contingent of troops than the invasion of France required was concentrated in Kursk, but these two prominent industrial powers continually made excuses for delaying this crucial invasion. He considered the latest postponement an act of obvious bad faith. In a letter dated May 24, he stated decisively that the maintenance of our confidence in the Allies is coming under serious strain. The victory at Kursk relieved the pressures on Stalin. The Second Front was no longer a matter of life and death. However, his distrust of the Allies was deep-seated and no one was more stubborn than he in harboring misgivings. At the same time he was seriously trying to achieve a real understanding with them, believing that post-war world peace and stability would depend on the three powers remaining united. For this reason mainly, he wanted to hold an early meeting. However, he had rejected some proposals along these lines in early 1943, arguing that he could not distance himself from Moscow and the direction of military operations. This explanation was met with skepticism by the Allies, unable to appreciate that he, as supreme commander, was personally directing Russian military activities. In August, Stalin stated that a conference of the three leaders was absolutely desirable and agreed to hold a preparatory meeting of foreign ministers in Moscow in October. Relations with Great Britain, however, worsened in the autumn of 1943. Convoys from northern Russia had been suspended since March. Russia still had an urgent need for Allied supplies. Molotov sent, through the British ambassador, a peremptory demand for the resumption of the convoys. Churchill promised to send 4 convoys, the first of which would sail on November 12, but, As always, his commitments were surrounded by complex stipulations. Churchill, for his part, called for the restrictions imposed on British naval personnel stationed in northern Russia to be lifted. This demand offended Stalin, who responded so bluntly that Churchill refused to accept his response and returned it personally to the Soviet ambassador. Stalin objected, with some reason, that there were too many British naval personnel in northern Russia. The real objection was explained frankly to Eden and was, he stated, that if the British had treated the Russians as equals, none of these difficulties would have arisen, and if the British had treated the Russians on an equal footing, they could have as many staff as they wanted. The Conference of Foreign Ministers held in Moscow from October 19 to November 1 was cordial. Eden and Cordell Hull welcomed the opportunity to discuss post-war policy with Stalin and Molotov. Hull was especially pleased with the joint declaration, which was an important step towards a United Nations organization. He feared that Russia would become isolationist after the war, and Stalin had the same fear about the United States. Eden and Hull reported that the conference had provided real evidence that the Soviet Union sought continued friendship and cooperation with Great Britain and the United States. Eden, however, was aware that the future of Europe could be a contentious issue. In fact, Stalin had already decided that as a guarantee of her national security, Russia must establish its dominant influence over all of Eastern Europe. This was an essential barrier to prevent another invasion from the West, and especially from a resurgent Germany. Churchill and Eden warned of the danger of dividing the continent into two rival camps, and feared that the Russian occupation of Eastern Europe would be the first step toward domination of the entire continent. But by interpreting Stalin's theses as a policy of aggrandizement, they failed to appreciate his obsessive concern for securing their western borders and protecting themselves against Germany. During the foreign ministers' talks in October 1943, Eden sought to prevent the spheres of interest approach to the post-war period. In one session he passed a note to Hull, "I'm sorry to take up some of his time, but behind all this there is a very important issue, two camps in Europe, or one." But, despite what has been noted about the American point of view, Hull did not give importance to British concern on this issue. During the conference, Eden managed to get Stalin to attend a meeting of heads of government in Tehran. Stalin had systematically rejected the possibility of leaving Russia. But he finally accepted Tehran as a meeting place, because from their direct communication, both telegraphic and telephone, with Moscow and the fronts was possible. He was certainly determined to establish cordial relations with the Allies. When, on December 27, and following instructions from Churchill, he requested a special meeting, Stalin received him affably, although, as he probably already anticipated, Eden's message was that the Second Front had to be postponed from the spring to the summer due to unforeseen difficulties. Emerged in Italy. The British officer accompanying Eden wrote that Stalin seemed perfectly happy once Eden assured him that this was a brief postponement and not a cancellation. On November 25, 1943, Stalin, accompanied by Molotov and Voroshilov, and NKVD escort personnel, caught the train on a siding near Kuntsevo. He traveled to Stalingrad and Baku, where he took the plane to Tehran. Stemenko, the General Staff's liaison officer to the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, carried maps of all combat zones. At stops, he spoke with the General Staff in Moscow and obtained the latest information which he wrote down on his maps. He was responsible for reporting to Stalin in the morning and afternoon on the status of the fronts. In Tehran, Stalin had a house on the grounds of the mansion occupied by the Soviet embassy that had previously been a Tsarist embassy. Stemenko and the broadcast staff were assigned a room there, next to the communications center. The same afternoon of his arrival, Stalin inspected the room and ordered it to be moved because he found it too small and dark. From Stemenko's room Stalin spoke with a direct line to Vachidin and Rokossovsky on the fronts and to Antonov in Moscow. Here Stemenko received communications with orders by telephone or telegram, which Antonov sent to be signed by Stalin. After receiving the signed documents, he telegraphically sent the authorized version to Moscow. During his stay in Tehran, Stalin maintained his usual direct control over Russian operations on all fronts. The conference sessions were held in the afternoons for 4 days starting on November 28 at the Soviet embassy. The British interpreter, Beers, observed that Stalin looked grey and more harried than he had when he had seen him in Moscow, although he seemed more affable and was sometimes cheerful. General Dean, who had accompanied Cordell Hull to Moscow the previous month, observed that, while the British and American missions were of 20 or 30 people, and had service chiefs and other personnel, Stalin had only Molotov, Voroshilov, and an interpreter, Pavlov. He consulted with them from time to time, but only he spoke at the conference, and he did so with full authority, for, as Dean warned, there was never the slightest indication that he had to consult with the government. When he spoke, Stalin spoke slowly and sometimes dryly. He had a highly disciplined mind and expressed himself with absolute laconicism. Nothing bothered him more than confusing oratory and long-winded explanations. He lost patience on several occasions with Churchill, who talked at length, and when he had brilliant ideas he could not resist the rhetoric. On one occasion, after Churchill had spoken too long, Stalin protested, "How long is this conference going to last?" But he tried to be patient and made an effort to be affable. Discussions covered the most diverse topics in the conference sessions and at meals. Stalin was concerned about the Allies' immediate war plans, and in particular the creation of the Second Front, what was known as Operation Overlord. He also thought about what Europe would look like after the war, the future of Poland and Germany, and maintaining peace. Churchill and Roosevelt discussed operations in the Eastern Mediterranean, involving Turkey in the war, and sending Anglo-American naval forces to the Black Sea. Stalin brought the discussion back to the primary objective of defeating Germany, beginning with the invasion of France. Dispersing and weakening the Allied effort in a series of operations throughout the Mediterranean would be a mistake. Everything had to be concentrated on Operation Overlord, even abandoning the plan to take Rome if it was necessary to have more Allied forces for the invasion of southern France. Churchill, always willing to go off on tangents and diversify plans, spoke at length about possible operations in the Balkans. Stalin's patience with him was beginning to wear thin. As the session adjourned on November 29, Stalin looked directly at Churchill across the table and said, "I would like to ask the Prime Minister a very direct question about Overlord. Do the Prime Minister and the British staff really believe in Overlord?" Churchill responded, "Provided the conditions previously established for Overlord are met when the time comes, we will have the inescapable obligation to send all our troops across the Channel to fight the Germans." It was a Churchillian response, starting with a conditional and wrapped in rhetoric. Stalin wanted a simple yes, but he made no comment. It had been agreed that meetings of chiefs of staff would be held during the conference to discuss military operations. Stalin objected at first that he saw no need for such separate meetings. He had come to discuss those issues. But he did not press his objection, and told Voroshilov to take care of the matter. The military committee met on November 29, and was attended by Voroshilov, Sir Atton Brooke, Charles Portal, William Leahy, and George C. Marshall. Brooke dominated the meeting. He had a brilliant mind, incisive language, and the same kind of impatience as Stalin. He had met Voroshilov in Moscow the previous year and had described him as an attractive personality, a typically political general who owed his life to his ingenuity. When at the meeting Voroshilov began to defend Stalin's views, thus revealing his lack of military knowledge, Brooke was abrupt as he had been when dealing with him in Moscow, and this was to have repercussions. At the end of the first day's dinner, which Roosevelt hosted, Churchill pulled Stalin aside to discuss what would happen after the war. Eden joined them. "Let us first consider the worst that could happen," Stalin said, pointing to the problem that worried him deeply and that was to inspire his policy in the post-war years. There was the danger that Germany would recover from this war within 20 or 30 years and that with the resurgence of nationalism a new war would occur. This fear obsessed him, and he was determined that Russia would never again suffer the torment and destruction it was now suffering. Churchill spoke of the duty of the three powers to ensure German disarmament, isolate Prussia, and impose some form of union on the southern German states. Stalin thought that this would not be enough. They then spoke briefly about Poland and its problems, which would be discussed in plenary session and which were going to poison the relations of the Allies. Shortly before the session began on November 29, there was a brief but impressive ceremony in the assembly hall of the Soviet embassy, when the Stalingrad Sword of Honor was presented. It bore the following inscription in English and Russian: "To the brave citizens of Stalingrad. Gift from King George VI as a token of the tribute of the British people." The ceremony was brief. The British lieutenant in command of the Guard of Honor placed the magnificent sword in the hands of Churchill, who, turning to Stalin, declared that he had been commissioned by the king to offer him the Sword of Honor to be delivered to the city of Stalingrad. Beers, who was standing next to Stalin, saw that he was deeply moved when he took the sword, kissed the hilt, and gave it to Voroshilov. Unfortunately, Voroshilov hesitated and the sword almost fell to the ground, but he finally managed to get it into the hands of the Russian lieutenant of the ceremonial guard. Stalin spoke briefly expressing his gratitude and shook Churchill's hand. In the next session, discussions returned to the topic of Poland. Stalin was determined to strengthen his accidental borders by all means. He had to solve the Polish problem that had fueled his hostility toward Russia for more than 300 years. He became increasingly concerned about the hostile Polish government in London. On July 30, 1941, the Soviet ambassador, Ivan Maysky, had signed an agreement with the leader of the London Poles, Władysław Sikorski, who undertook to mobilize Polish prisoners in Russia and form an army under the direct command of a Polish, although under Russian supreme command, to fight the Germans. The formation of the Polish army in Russia under the command of General W. Anders was progressing. In December 1941 it already had 73,415 Poles. The Russians, however, suspected that this army, led by anti-Russian officers, would never fight alongside the Red Army against the enemy. The Russians noted that during the critical months of 1941, when their help would have been valuable, the Poles always found excuses not to be sent to the front. When Churchill proposed that the Poles be allowed to leave Russia through Iran to fight on the Western Front, Stalin immediately agreed. His departure on the eve of the Battle of Stalingrad was considered by the Russians as a desertion to the enemy and a sign of the Poles' hatred of Russia. Stalin knew that the traditional hostility between the two nations would not suddenly disappear, but he had no intention of allowing a hostile Poland, led by anti-Russian leaders such as Sikorski and Anders, to be re-established on Russia's borders. At the beginning of 1943, Russian politics began to become known. Poland's eastern border would follow the Curzon Line, and in compensation the Poles were to extend westwards at the expense of Germany. The Soviet press began a campaign against the Polish government in London, and the Union of Polish Patriots was created in Russia. This attempt to organize a pro-Russian government to replace the well-entrenched Polish government in London seemed to have little chance of success. In April 1943, the Germans announced that they had discovered mass graves containing the bodies of 12,500 Polish officers and non-commissioned officers in Katyn, near Smolensk. They were said to be victims of a massacre carried out by the Russians in the spring of 1940. Soviet denials did not eliminate suspicions that NKVD troops were responsible for the massacre. The Soviet government broke off relations with the Poles in London, calling them imperialists and German agents, and reinforced their support for the Union of Polish Patriots. About 15,000 men were recruited, who formed the Tadeusz Kościuszko division, among the Poles who were in favor of burying old enmities and learning to coexist with Soviet Russia. In October 1943 this division fought alongside the troops of the Red Army. At the Tehran Conference Stalin clearly set out his ideas about the conditions in which Poland would be left after the war. Churchill and Eden accepted his proposals to establish the border on the Curzon Line or the Oder River, and to incorporate Lvov into the Soviet Union. But at this stage the discussions were provisional because, as Churchill wrote, nothing would satisfy the Poles. Churchill and Roosevelt pleaded with Stalin to be generous to the Finns, since they were not fighting alongside the Germans. He admitted that, unless the obstinacy of the Finns forced him to do so, he would not make Finland a Soviet province, but insisted that he would demand some compensation, either in territories or indemnity. Churchill noted that the famous motto "neither annexations nor indemnities" still rings in my ears. This had been the motto used by Lenin and Trotsky when trying to achieve peace with Germany after the revolution. He added, "Perhaps Marshal Stalin will not like me to say this." Stalin grinned and replied, "I have already said that I am becoming conservative." On November 30th, Churchill turned 69 years old. It was a day that he was going to describe as memorable and eventful. In the morning he held a private meeting with Stalin. He had become troubled by the Russian suspicion that he would prefer to abandon Overlord in favor of invading the Balkans. But he was also uneasy about Roosevelt's reserve since his arrival in Tehran. Roosevelt, with whom he had made efforts to foster a special relationship, had refused to hold private meetings with him during the conference, arguing that Stalin might think that they were agreeing on actions and measures against him. It was a fallacious excuse, because Stalin knew perfectly well that the two had maintained close contact, and he certainly hoped that the two English-speaking powers would act together. Roosevelt was, in fact, more concerned with demonstrating to Stalin that he was not subject to Churchill's influence as many of his fellow citizens believed. This was probably the main reason for his jokes at Churchill's expense about colonialism and imperialism, which he thought would please Stalin. But he was also wrong to think that he could handle Stalin like he handled the members of the United States Congress. Churchill was even more concerned because for security reasons Roosevelt was not housed in his own embassy, but in the Soviet embassy, and seemed to be in personal contact with Stalin. Puzzled by Roosevelt's attitude and American suspicion of him in Tehran, and upset by Stalin's openly expressed suspicion of his decision to go ahead with Operation Overlord, Churchill requested a private meeting with Stalin to clearly explain his position. The meeting lasted less than half an hour. Churchill explained that he fully supported Operation Overlord but that he was opposed to an American plan to carry out an amphibious operation against the Japanese in the Bay of Bengal. Stalin highlighted the importance of the Allied army's invasion of northern France and confirmed that Russia would launch an offensive to coincide with it. He added that the Red Army was tired of the war and depended on the success of the operation. He asked the date set for Overlord, but Churchill said this would be revealed at lunchtime when they were alone with Roosevelt. Indeed, there he was told that it would be in May. Stalin was satisfied and relieved. That day Churchill hosted the dinner to celebrate his birthday. It was Stalin's first visit to the British Embassy. The NKVD took extreme security measures, thoroughly searching the premises, interrogating servants, and placing armed guards at all entrances and on the roof. It was a jovial evening anyway. Beers, a British interpreter, was instructed to remain close to Stalin and attend to his demands. A cordial relationship had already been established between the British commander and the Soviet supreme leader. At the table, Beers sat to Stalin's left. Of this meeting he later wrote, "Stalin, sitting uncomfortably on the edge of his chair, looking anxiously at the knives and forks of different sizes before him, turned to me and said, 'That's a beautiful collection of cutlery. It's a problem to decide which one to use. You'll have to tell me, and also when I can start eating. I'm not used to your habits.'" This little incident reveals an unexpected, human side to his personality, I think. His fear, if he had it, of doing something wrong, soon disappeared because the act became more and more cordial and casual. He settled into his chair and followed my advice to eat and drink whenever he felt like it. After formal toasts to King George VI, President Kalinin, and President Roosevelt, Churchill proposed one to Roosevelt the man and one to Stalin the Great. The President toasted Churchill and then Stalin did. Eden toasted Molotov, and so they continued following the Russian tradition. Towards the end of the meal he asked me if it would be okay to toast our waiter's health. I told him that he was sure that he could do it and that the man would be very happy. Then he called the Iranian waiter, filled him a glass of champagne and toasted his health and that of his companions. The Iranian seemed completely disoriented, and he didn't know what to do with the cup. I told him to drink it right there. It is difficult to say whether Stalin's gesture was spontaneous, or whether he did it to impress the Iranians. An annoying incident occurred during the toasts. The president proposed a toast to General Sir Alan Brooke, chief of the Imperial General Staff, and before he had finished speaking, Stalin stood up and said that he would finish the toast. Then he spoke as if insinuating that Brooke did not feel true friendship toward the Red Army, that he did not know how to appreciate its qualities, and that he hoped that in the future he would show greater camaraderie toward the soldiers of the Red Army. Brooke was surprised. I knew Stalin well enough by then to know that if I sat back on these insults, I would lose any respect he may have had for me and he would continue to attack me. In his response to her toast, Brooke turned to Stalin and said, "Now, Marshal, I'm going to take up his toast. I am surprised that you considered it necessary to make unfounded accusations against me. You will remember that this morning, while we were discussing coverage plans, Mr. Churchill said that in war the truth must have an escort of lies. He will also remember that you yourself told us that in all major offensives your real intentions always remained hidden from the outside world. He told us that all his fake tanks and fake airplanes were always concentrated on those fronts that were of immediate interest, while their true intentions remained hidden by a cloak of absolute secrecy. Well, Marshal, you have been deceived by false tanks and false planes, and you have failed to observe my feelings of friendship towards the Red Army, not appreciating the feelings of true camaraderie that I have towards all its members." Stalin's face remained inscrutable as the interpreter, M. Pavlov, translated Brooke's words. At last he turned to Churchill and with evident enthusiasm said, "I like that man. He seems like he tells the truth. I have to talk to him later." Brooke approached him after dinner and again expressed surprise at the accusations. Stalin immediately replied that the best friendships are those founded on misunderstandings, and cordially shook his hand. Churchill later wrote, "In reality, Stalin's trust was based on a foundation of respect and goodwill that remained unchanged as we worked together." Churchill was afraid of Stalin and, as his family doctor observed, was often uneasy in his presence. He was faced with a quick, skillful, and highly disciplined intelligence, a man of Russian Asian appearance, an enigma that he could not understand, and above all, the reality of absolute and implacable power that he had never encountered. On several occasions, Stalin made humorous comments that Churchill largely accepted. But at dinner on the first day of the conference he doubted at one point whether Stalin was joking or serious, and he overreacted. Speaking of the punishment that was to be inflicted on the Germans after the war, Stalin said that the German general staff had to be eliminated, and that since the German armed forces depended on some 50,000 officers, they should all be shot. He might have meant it, but in fact Field Marshal Friedrich von Paulus and other officers who were taken prisoner at Stalingrad and elsewhere had received respectful treatment. Churchill responded vehemently that Parliament and the British people will not tolerate mass executions. Stalin maliciously repeated, 50,000 must be shot. Churchill turned red with anger. Eden made signs and gestures trying to warn him that it was a joke, but he didn't take it into account. Roosevelt tried to restore good humor by saying that not 50,000 should be shot, but 49,000. Churchill responded, "I would rather be taken into the garden here and now and shot, than stain my honor and that of my country with such infamy." At this point Roosevelt's son Elliot, an uninvited guest who had joined the evening after dinner, spoke tactlessly and said he agreed with Stalin's plan and was sure that the American army would support him. Churchill got up from the table and went into the next room. A minute later he felt a tap on the shoulder and when he turned he saw Stalin and Molotov smiling. They assured him it had just been a joke. Churchill wrote that Stalin knows how to be captivating when he wants to. He returned to the table, but was never quite convinced that Stalin was joking. Stalin dominated the conference. He was brief and incisive in his comments, clear in his goals, and patient and inexorable in achieving them. Brooke considered him to have notable military intelligence, and observed that in his statements he never failed to appreciate all the implications of a situation with quick and accurate vision, and that in this respect he stood out in comparison with Roosevelt and Churchill. The head of the United States mission in Moscow had warned that no one could fail to recognize the qualities of greatness of this man. Combined with this essential greatness, there was a charm and sometimes a human warmth about him that seemed to contradict the terrible inexorability he often displayed when defending what he considered the interests of the Soviet Union. Advance to Berlin. At the beginning of 1944, Russian forces were concentrated on 12 fronts, stretching over a distance of more than 3,000 kilometers from the Gulf of Finland to the North Sea. Stalin's first objective was to completely liberate Leningrad from the siege to which it was subjected, to eliminate the Finns from the war and to recover the Baltic states. The rapid and devastating advance of the Ukrainian fronts, however, forced it to concentrate mainly on southern operations, although all fronts achieved dramatic victories. The political impact of the Red Army's advance in the north was no less important than the military conquests. In February the Finns opened negotiations for an armistice. Stalin offered moderate conditions. He may have kept in mind Churchill's and Roosevelt's pleas to be generous in his treatment of the Finns, but he also wanted to encourage the Romanians and other satellites to break with their German ally. The Finns, however, were unsure about the Russians' true intentions. They declared that they were unable to disarm German troops in Finland, as Molotov demanded, and were reluctant to allow Soviet troops into their country to enforce these and other conditions. In March they broke off negotiations, but it was clearly a postponement of the armistice. In December 1943, Stalin had summoned Zhukov and Vasilevsky to Moscow to plan an offensive to be carried out during the winter by the 4 Ukrainian fronts. Stalin had spells of bad mood during these months, when from the impressive victories he achieved it could be expected that his mood would be excellent. The stress of the war was probably the basic reason for his irritability. For 2.5 years without a single day's rest, he had personally directed Russian military operations and controlled their immense war effort. In the midst of military and supply problems, he became aware of the rivalries and envies that arose among his bosses, many of whom were rough, brutal, and independent by nature, such as Konaat, Timoshenko, Eremenko, Merezkov, and others. Between them there was an intense rivalry to achieve victory and to receive the salute of the Moscow guns which, together with the decree of the Presidium proclaiming his exploits, was the supreme prize. Stalin had instituted the system, but he was aware that rivalries and the desire for glory could give rise to reckless and ill-prepared offensives. At no time in the war was there a greater need for an energetic supreme commander, and Stalin asserted his authority by allowing no challenges or arguments to his orders. The angry outbursts, which seemed more frequent at the beginning of 1944, were quickly controlled. When the 4th Ukrainian Front in the south, commanded by F.I. Tolbukhin, was trapped by the enemy in the bridgehead, A.M. Vasilevsky, representative of the Stavka, decided that the attack had to be interrupted to avoid numerous and useless casualties. He spoke with Stalin by telephone, proposing this measure and the strengthening of the 3rd Ukrainian Front to carry out a movement that would allow Nikopol to be outflanked. Stalin was angry and offensive. He claimed that Tolbukhin must have captured the bridgehead. Vasilevsky tried to speak, but Stalin threw the phone in a fit of rage. The next day, Stalin telephoned Vasilevsky and calmly discussed his proposals with him. He also spoke to the army chief in front of the bridgehead, who confirmed that a direct attack would fail unless he was supported by an attack from the north by the 3rd Ukrainian Front. Stalin then gave orders to reinforce the front as Vasilevsky had proposed. As they were encircling 2 German army corps inside the Korshun salient, Stalin received reports that the enemy was moving north through the lines of the 1st Ukrainian Front, under Vachitin. Angered by the news, he telephoned Konaat to inform him immediately. Showing great self-confidence, Konev said that Comrade Stalin should not worry, because he had taken the necessary measures to prevent the enemy from escaping, placing Rotmistrov's tank army in the area between the fronts. Konev's initiative impressed Stalin, who said that he would consult the Stavka. He subsequently confirmed his support for Konev's actions. At this time Zalov was in bed suffering from the flu. On the morning of February 12, he was woken up to talk to him on the phone. Supreme Chief, the fact that he could not immediately give him a breaking report on the enemy attempt to break the encirclement of the Korsun salient bothered Stalin. He curtly told her to catch up and inform him. Zhukov hastily discussed the situation with Vasilovsky, and then reported by telephone. Stalin listened to him and told him that Konev had requested command of all the forces whose mission was to crush the enemy in the salient, while Vachidin would be in command of the most open ring of the encirclement. Zhukov made some objections. Stalin hung up the phone. A few hours later, Zhukov received the order from the Supreme Commander. Konev was given command of operations against the enemy group of Korsun, while Zhukov was assigned the responsibility of coordinating the operations of the 1st and 2nd Ukrainian fronts, and of preventing any attempt to liberate the surrounded enemy forces. Vachidin protested to Zhukov about the injustice of this decision, but they both knew that he had to accept it without possible discussion. On February 8, 1944, the guns of Moscow greeted Konev and the 2nd Ukrainian Front. It was the nation's great ceremonial salute in recognition of a great victory. Vachidin was not mentioned in the Presidium decree, nor was the 1st Ukrainian Front that had participated in the operation. Furthermore, Konev was appointed Marshal of the Soviet Union, the same rank as Zhukov and Vasilovsky, who had been promoted the previous year. Shortly afterwards, Vachidin was mortally wounded in an ambush by Ukrainian nationalist partisans. A brave, prepared and dedicated soldier, he had served his country well, especially since July 1942 when, with great temerity, he asked Stalin to appoint him head of the Voronezh Front. He was buried in Kiev, but in Moscow the guns fired 20 salutes in his honor. It was the greeting he had not received after Korsun's victory. In March 1944, Milovan Djilas, a member of the Yugoslav mission in Moscow, visited Konev's headquarters. An austere man, he censored the banquet and cocktail party organized for him by his colleagues. He drank a lot, and for the visitors, who had to endure endless toasts, it was a terrible experience. But those who were on duty or in contact with the front did not drink. Konev, tall and blond, 50 years old, with a lean, energetic face, gave Djilas a brief description of Korsun's campaign. He told him with enthusiasm how some 80 or 100,000 Germans refused to surrender and were forced to retreat to a minimum space of land. The tanks crushed their heavy equipment and machine gun posts, while the Cossack cavalry finally finished them off. We let the Cossacks mutilate them as much as they wanted. They even cut off the hands of those who raised them to surrender, said the marshal with a smile. It was an example of the cruelty and savagery of the fighting on the Russian fronts. Sitting next to Konev later, Djilas asked why Voroshilov, Budeny, and others who had held high positions had been removed from their positions. Voroshilov is a man of boundless courage, Konev replied, but he is incapable of understanding modern logistics. His merits are enormous, but, you have to win battles. Budeny never knew much and never studied anything. He turned out to be completely incompetent and allowed serious mistakes to be made. Chapoknikov was and remains a technical officer of the General Staff. And Stalin? Asked Djilas. Careful not to appear surprised by the question, Konev responded after some thought, Stalin has an extraordinary talent. He is able to see the war as a whole, and this allows him to direct it with such excellent results. Djilas commented that he didn't say anything else, nothing that could seem like vulgar glorification of Stalin. He overlooked the purely military aspect of Stalin's leadership. Konev was a former communist, completely dedicated to the government and the party, but I would say that he had his own firm opinions on military issues. Stalin appointed Zhukov as head of the First Ukrainian Front after Vachetin's death, and he himself took on the role of coordinating the operations of the two Ukrainian fronts. The campaign began to recapture Crimea. There had been proposals to isolate the peninsula along the Periko Isthmus, leaving reconquest for later, while the Red Army maintained the momentum of its advance westwards and towards Romania and Hungary. Stalin had vivid memories of the threat, which Churchill posed from the Crimea in 1920, and now he warned of the danger that the Germans could break the encirclement and attack the rear of the Ukrainian fronts. The campaign began in early April 1944, and the following month, after the destruction of the German 17th Army, Sevastopol was liberated. On June 6, popularly called D-Day, the Anglo-American invasion of Normandy, the long-awaited Second Front, was successfully launched. In Russia, a new attitude of goodwill was expressed by Pravda. He was generous in his praise of the operation to cross the Channel and carry out a mass landing in northern France, stating that it was unquestionably a brilliant success for our allies. It must be admitted that it is not known in the history of war an undertaking that can be compared in breadth of approach, enormous proportions, and perfect execution. Disruption occurred on all fronts as the Russians prepared for the summer offensives. The first was launched on June 23 towards Belarus, north of the Pripet swamps. This is the date of the Allied landing. Had consolidated. In Italy, the Allies had advanced beyond Rome. The Germans were under strong pressure in all theaters of the war. The Russian offensive benefited from Allied operations, but it was Hitler's obstinacy in maintaining a rigid, rather than flexible, defense that helped them all most. Stalin worked obsessively on planning the offensive in Belarus. He discussed it with all the bosses, sometimes individually and sometimes in groups. He frequently communicated with the fronts and with Stavka representatives, and sometimes telephoned them several times a day. The modifications were prepared in detail by the General Staff, and were presented to it on each occasion for confirmation. It was as if he had made a firm resolution not to underestimate the enemy and to be extremely careful now that the course of events had changed, and the Russian armies were advancing from victory to victory. He was also eager to drive out the Germans and crush them on their own soil. But he did not allow negligence in preparations, nor excess optimism that would lead to risky adventures. His careful preparation reaped his reward. The Great Pincer movement managed to trap some 100,000 enemy soldiers in Minsk. The central group of the army was practically destroyed with a loss of more than 200,000 men. By mid-July, the Red Army had already expelled the Germans from Belarus and was advancing through northeastern Poland. South of the Pripet swamps, Konaha launched a full-scale offensive on July 14, taking Lvov a fortnight later. On July 6, Stalin ordered Zhukov to Moscow, and 2 days later, in the company of Antonov, he went to Kuntsevo. Stalin wanted to know if they considered Konaha's and Rokossovsky's forces adequate to reach the Vistula. Zhukov's opinion was that they certainly had the appropriate forces. Zhukov urged the transfer of troops to reinforce Vasilevsky, so that he could occupy eastern Prussia and stop the army's northern group on the Baltic coast. Stalin rejected this proposal. He decided to prioritize securing the Lvov region and eastern Poland. The Germans would fight to the end to hold on to eastern Prussia, and Vasilevsky could be compromised there. 3 kilometers from Lublin, the Russians found the immense Majdanek extermination camp with gas chambers and crematorium ovens. Here, the Germans had killed and cremated Jews, Russians, and Poles in groups of 200 and 250. About 2,000 people had perished daily, bringing the number of those who had met their deaths there to 1.5 million. All Red Army troops near Lublin were ordered to visit the camp so that, shocked by the cruelty of the enemy, they would feel no compassion or pity when faced with the task of destroying the Nazi regime. After advancing some 700 kilometers, Rokossovsky's troops were tired and the front suffered from the problems of overextended supply lines. At this time, in addition, the Germans before Warsaw were reinforced with 3 motorized divisions brought from the south. In the first weeks of August they carried out a counterattack that stopped Russian attempts to advance from their bridgeheads on the Vistula. Almost 6 months were to pass before the Russians were prepared to launch a major offensive from these positions. Rokossovsky's advance to the outskirts of Prague, a town on the outskirts of Warsaw located on the opposite side of the Vistula River, led to believe that liberation was near. However, already on July 24, General T. Borko-Moravsky, head of the Armia Krajowa, the Polish underground army in Warsaw, had decided to order an uprising before the Red Army could reach the city. He was fanatically anti-Russian. He was determined that the Poles would liberate their own city and pave the way for the Polish government in exile in London to seize power, excluding the Polish communists. For these reasons, and also out of pride and obstinacy, he avoided all contact with Rokossovsky and the Russian High Command, refusing even to consider a possible coordinated action with the Red Army. The people of Warsaw, however, wanted Rokossovsky's forces to cross the river and come to his aid. On July 29, Radio Moscow had issued its usual appeal to the occupied territories, for the people to rise up against the enemy when the Russians approached. They were disoriented because they made no attempts to cross the river and their guns remained silent. On August 1, Borko-Moravsky's clandestine army, consisting of 40,000 men, attacked the Germans occupying the capital. They were poorly armed and lacked supplies, but they fought bravely. The battle raged for 63 days, but the uprising was cruelly crushed. More than 200,000 inhabitants of the city were killed. The Germans expelled the 800,000 survivors and razed the city. The uprising and what Churchill called the martyrdom of Warsaw raised controversy. Allied leaders suspected that Stalin had ordered the Red Army to halt at the Vistula and that he had cruelly decided to abandon the city to its fate. The Poles in London actively encouraged these suspicions in Britain and the United States. In reality, Rokossovsky's forces had been stopped in their advance and were in no position to cross the river and liberate the city. Stalin considered the uprising as ill-prepared and ill-timed. He was against cooperation with Borko-Moravsky and the AK, whose hatred of the Russians was known to everyone. He appreciated Rokossovsky's military difficulties. But at this time, when he was actively working to create a new pro-Russian regime to displace the Polish government in exile in London, he was interested in fostering cordial Russian-Polish relations. On the other hand, he wanted to avoid alienating his Western allies. On July 23, upon capturing Lublin, a manifesto proclaimed the formation of the Polish National Liberation Committee. He claimed to have been named by representatives of the Peasant Party and other democratic elements in Poland, and to be recognized by Poles abroad, including the Union of Polish Patriots and the Polish Army in Russia. Shortly after the start of the uprising, Churchill, misinterpreting Russian inactivity on the Vistula, sent a telegram to Stalin, informing him that British planes were dropping supplies to the Poles, and asking for assurances that Russian aid would reach them soon. Stalin responded with an evasive response and indicated that the importance of the uprising had been greatly exaggerated. Pressured by the Poles in London, Churchill asked Eden on August 14 to send a message to Stalin via Molotov, urging him to provide immediate aid to the Poles in Warsaw. 2 days later Vikinsky informed the American ambassador that the Soviet government would not allow British or American planes to land on Soviet territory after they dropped supplies in the Warsaw area, since the Soviet government does not wish to participate directly or indirectly in the adventure of Warsaw. But on September 9 this decision was revoked. Furthermore, since September 13, Soviet planes were flying over Warsaw, bombing German positions and dropping supplies to the insurgents. Churchill tried by all means to increase aid to the Poles in Warsaw. Supported by Roosevelt, he attempted to pressure Stalin by referring to the impact on world opinion of the anti-Nazi Poles being abandoned to their fate. Churchill's activity irritated Stalin because he thought he was encouraging the existence of anti-Soviet forces on the Russian border. His concern was to build a strong security zone in Eastern Europe. An essential element of this plan was a friendly Poland, closely allied with Russia, which for Stalin was equivalent to a communist Poland. This security zone was a matter of vital importance to him, because he was obsessed with the possibility of a resurgence of German militarism and a new invasion of Russia within 20 or 30 years. Towards the end of July, Stalin called a meeting of the Stavka to consider the strategy to follow. One of the points he brought up was the role of Stavka representatives on the fronts. Some bosses had complained that operations had been taken out of their hands. Zhukov said that Stavka representatives should have the right to take full responsibility. Stemenko later commented that Zhukov, with his strong personality, did it anyway. After discussing the issue, it was decided that only Zhukov and Vasilevsky would be authorized to take charge of control of operations on the fronts, and this decision was expressed in a decree. Stalin had been waiting for the opportunity to attack Germany's still allies. At the beginning of the year, when the Finns opened negotiations, he hoped that the Romanians would soon free themselves from their ally, but the Germans maintained their hold on the country. On August 20, however, Soviet forces advanced from Moldova and Bessarabia toward Romania, quickly overwhelming the two German and two Romanian armies. The Romanian troops no longer offered resistance, and in some places turned their weapons against their German allies. The king dismissed the two Antonescu, responsible for the pro-Axis policy, and accepted Soviet conditions for an armistice. On August 31, the Romanians, supported by Russian troops, liberated Bucharest. Regarding Bulgaria, Stalin had acted with reservations. Knowing the weakness of the regime and the widespread favorable sentiment towards Russia, he did not declare war on this country, not even when the Germans established a military and naval base there. But when the Red Army entered Romania, he considered it a provocation that the Bulgarian government allowed German ships to escape from Black Sea ports. On September 5, the Soviet government declared war on Bulgaria, and 3 days later Tolbukhin's troops invaded the country. They were well received by the Bulgarians, and a new government immediately declared war on Germany. Meanwhile, an agreement had also been reached with the Finns. The Russian offensive along the Karelian Isthmus in early June had forced them to retreat to their own border. The Red Army, however, did not attempt to invade Finland. Stalin wanted an armistice and for German troops to be expelled from the country. He did not see Finland as part of his western defensive zone. His policy envisaged treating all of Scandinavia as a neutral bloc with which Russia would maintain cordial relations. On August 25, the Finns proposed an armistice, which was finally signed in Moscow on September 15. The conditions were harsh but not punitive. At the end of September, an offensive against Warsaw, repelled by a large German contingent, provoked the wrath of Stalin. It was an incident that demonstrated his absolute command over all the Russian forces and especially over the high commanders. He had given orders for the troops of the First Belarusian Front to flank Warsaw to the north. The Russians were hit by heavy artillery fire and suffered many casualties. Rokossovsky later said that he cancelled the offensive and informed Stalin by telephone, who confirmed the decision. According to Zhukov's memoirs, however, it was he who telephoned Stalin, asking for permission to stop the offensive and go on the defensive to give the troops breathing room and time to receive reinforcements. Stalin was not satisfied. "Please, you and Rokossovsky come to headquarters tomorrow to talk face to face," he said brusquely. In the early afternoon of the next day, Zhukov and Rokossovsky reported to the Supreme Commander. Antonov and Molotov were also present. Zhukov wrote, "I spread out my map and began to explain the situation. I noticed that Stalin was restless. He would come over to look at the map and then sit down again, then he approached again, looking alternately at Rokossovsky and me. He even put down his pipe, which was a sign that he was beginning to lose his cool and that something was bothering him." Comrade Zhukov Molotov interrupted, "You suggest that we stop the offensive now, when the defeated enemy is unable to maintain our push. Is that reasonable?" Zhukov explained that the enemy had organized its defenses and, with reserve troops, was resisting the Russian offensive. Stalin asked Rokossovsky for his opinion. "I think the troops need a break to organize after a long and exhausting period of fighting," he responded. "I suppose the enemy would use the truce to no less advantage than we did," Stalin observed. He then asked Zhukov what his proposals were for an offensive against Warsaw. Zhukov claimed that the current offensive would produce nothing but casualties. He proposed that the city be taken by encircling it from the southwest. Stalin became increasingly angry. He interrupted Zhukov and told him and Rokossovsky to go to the waiting room and think about something else. 20 minutes later he called them back to his office and told them that the front could go on defense, as they had proposed. "As for plans for the future, we will discuss them later. You can leave," he said dryly. Zhukov would observe. Rokossovsky and I walked out in silence, each absorbed in his own thoughts. The next day, Stalin telephoned Zhukov. "How about the headquarters controlling all fronts in the future?" Zhukov thought this meant the abolition of the position of Stavka representative, and stated that he believed this was possible given that there were now fewer fronts. "Are you saying that without feeling offended?" "Why would I be offended? I hope that neither Vasilevsky nor I will find ourselves without a job," Zhukov replied. Stalin then told him that he was to take command of the First Belarusian Front, operating in the strategic area of Berlin, and that he would remain Deputy Supreme Commander-in-Chief. He proposed transferring Rokossovsky to take charge of the Second Belarusian Front. Stalin considered Zhukov the most capable of the Soviet leaders. At the same time he recognized that he had an extremely strong character, often obstinate when he defended his views. There was a close relationship between them, with periods of tension in which Stalin always imposed his criteria. But although he sometimes treated Zhukov harshly, he strove to do him justice and make the most of his qualities. On July 29, Stalin himself telephoned him to congratulate him because he had been awarded the second gold medal of Hero of the Soviet Union, the highest and most coveted distinction. Kalinin, President of the Soviet Union, also telephoned to congratulate him and tell him that yesterday the State Defense Committee, at the suggestion of Stalin, decided to award you for the operations in Belarus and the liberation of Ukraine. A few months later, however, Zhukov again had problems with the supreme leader. The incident once again revealed Stalin's concern to demonstrate his authority and the hierarchical structure of command, while maintaining the level and category of senior officers. The Stavka published a periodic bulletin, which set out the lessons learned at the front in the course of the fighting. Stalin made time to study each issue as soon as it was published. In the fall of 1944 he warned that Voronezh had promulgated two military provisions, both endorsed by Zhukov, without first bringing them to his knowledge or, as he put it, without the knowledge of the Stavka. Antonov knew nothing about this, and was given 2 days to investigate. Stalin was further incensed when it was revealed that the two marshals did not appreciate the difference between an Usta and a Ryzak. The Politburo was summoned. Since it would be inappropriate for the General Staff to do this to two such high-ranking generals, the Politburo must issue the appropriate order. So, he issued the order, which read, 1. Marshal Zhukov, without sufficient verification, without summoning or gathering the front personnel and without informing the Stavka, confirmed and promulgated the provision. 2. I disapprove of the Chief Marshal of Artillery, Comrade Voronezh, for his careless attitude towards artillery regulations. 3. Marshal Zhukov is required to show circumspection when deciding serious issues. As under the Tsars, from the highest to the lowest on the social scale, no one was immune from the reprimands, dismissal, and severe punishments of the supreme ruler. The surrender of Finland made it possible to plan the great offensive to liberate the Baltic area. The northern group of the German army posed a threat to the flank of the Russian armies. When they advanced in a final attack on the Warsaw-Berlin axis, Stalin showed special interest in directing these operations. In early July, Red Army forces were about to encircle the northern group of the German army, and Stalin gave a series of instructions for the operation. but the Germans skillfully avoided the encirclement and prepared a strong defense in depth. In early October, in the south, Tolbukhin's troops advanced through Romania and joined the Yugoslav partisans of Tito's National Liberation Committee. On October 20 they entered Belgrade. The plan was now to launch an offensive from the south against the German and Hungarian troops concentrated in the Budapest area, and advance northwards into Germany. Although threatened more immediately from the east, Hitler was determined to stop the Russian advance through Hungary, and reinforced his army in Budapest. On October 30, Malinovsky's Second Ukrainian Front launched a strong attack on Budapest. On November 4, the mobile columns were already on the outskirts of the city. There they were detained. Stalin was of the opinion that Budapest could be taken quickly. He was influenced by a private telegram, sent by the evil Mejli from the Fourth Ukrainian Front, in which he stated that the Hungarians were completely demoralized. He had approved the plans, hastily drawn up by the General Staff, which he personally transmitted to Malinovsky by telephone, and ordered the immediate capture of the city. Malinovsky repeatedly asked for more time to carry out essential preparations. Stalin stuck to his idea. Only when he received a report from Timoshenko confirming the solidity of the enemy positions did he agree to suspend the offensive. At the same time he adopted a new plan to surround Budapest from the north. But the city had not yet fallen by the end of the year. As the Russians victoriously advanced westward, Churchill became increasingly alarmed by the spread of Soviet influence. Romania and Bulgaria were already under Soviet rule. He was also concerned about the future of Poland, Greece, and Yugoslavia. Adding to this concern was the fact that, as he himself wrote, the United States was very slow to realize the increase in influence that anticipated and followed the advance of the powerful armies directed from the Kremlin. Churchill proposed visiting Moscow in October 1944, for preliminary talks. Stalin immediately extended a cordial invitation. Churchill had previously written to him about Roosevelt's plans to visit Western Europe, and had suggested a meeting in The Hague. However, Stalin was not willing to abandon Moscow. In conversations with the American and British ambassadors, he had complained about his health, saying that he was only feeling well in Moscow and that even his visits to the front were detrimental to him. The doctors were against him traveling by plane. He had needed 15 days to recover from the trip to Tehran. Accompanied by Eden and the service chiefs, Churchill arrived in Moscow on October 9 to an enthusiastic welcome. Stalin had never been more charming and cordial. Churchill and his colleagues also noted that the Russians seemed more cordial than on his previous visit 2 years earlier. On that occasion, the terrible defeat suffered in the face of the German advance and the doubts about the Second Front had clouded his attitude towards the Allies. Now pride in the Red Army's victories had produced a drastic change. The deep and lurking suspicions of the Russians towards the West seemed to be overcome. A gala performance by the Red Army Ballet and Choir was organized at the Bolshoi Theater. Churchill was moved when upon entering the box he received a prolonged ovation from the large audience. Stalin's entry into the box gave rise to a passionate demonstration. The British ambassador, Sir Archibald Clark Kerr, had persuaded Stalin in an earlier meeting to dine at the embassy, the building across the river from the Kremlin and which Stalin must have seen countless times from the windows of his dispatch. The dinner was to be one of the highlights of Churchill's visit. Several days before the dinner, numerous members of the NKVD showed up at the embassy, searching every corner and posting guards inside and outside the building. The street that linked it to the Kremlin was closed to traffic on the night of the dinner and the troops were racing along the route. Stalin arrived wearing a long, grey military coat and a peaked cap with a red band. Underneath he was wearing a marshal's uniform with a single decoration on his chest. Molotov, wearing a colorful diplomatic uniform, went up with Stalin, in the company of the ambassador. Vikensky arrived and jokingly said to Beers, the interpreter, as he pointed to the guards, "I see that the Red Army has achieved another victory. He has occupied the British embassy." Stalin was relaxed and expectant before an English-style dinner, as he had had the opportunity to experience in Tehran. At one point, he stared in disbelief at the life-size portraits of members of the royal family on the walls of the dining room, including that of George V. Turning to Beers, who was sitting next to him, he said, "Isn't that our Nicholas too?" Burr had to remind him that the two monarchs were cousins and the resemblance between them was striking. After dinner, as they moved to another room, Moscow's cannons began firing salutes in honor of the taking of Cluj, Romania, and the embassy was illuminated by fireworks celebrating the victory in the Kremlin. The talks between Stalin, Molotov, Churchill, and Eden achieved results only up to a certain limit. The Polish problem was insoluble. Trying to avoid a confrontation with his ally, Stalin made some concessions to reach a compromise, but was adamant that the Soviet government could not tolerate a government in Poland actively hostile to Soviet Russia. At the first meeting, however, he agreed that Stanislaw Mykolaichuk, president of the London Poles, together with two of his ministers, be invited to Moscow immediately to meet with representatives of the Lublin Committee. The meetings were fruitless. They could not reach an agreement on the distribution of powers between them in a future government, and on other issues both parties were inflexible. At this first meeting, believing that Stalin was in a good mood, Churchill said, "Let us make the situation in the Balkans clear. The Russian army is in Romania and Bulgaria. We have interest in missions and agents there. We do not create misunderstandings." Churchill writes, "While the interpreter translated this, I wrote on half a sheet of paper, Romania, Russia, 90%er, the others, 10%er. Greece, Great Britain, 90%er, Russia, 10%. Yugoslavia, 50%. Hungary, 50%. Bulgaria, Russia, 75%, the rest 25%. I gave it to Stalin, who was on the other side of the table and who I had already heard the translation. There was a brief pause. Then he took a blue pen, made some signs of approval and returned it to us. Everything was decided in less time than it took to write it. The paper written in pencil remained in the center of the table. Finally I said, "Wouldn't it give the impression of cynicism if it were known that we have decided these issues, so decisive for millions of people, in such an informal way? Let's burn the paper." "No, keep it," said Stalin. Prior to the military meetings with the British, Stalin had ordered Antonov to prepare a report and he presented it himself. Stalin, however, was not satisfied with the draft, which was sent to him in Kuntseva, and began to redraft some parts of it. He highlighted the Soviet interest in considering Hungary as the center of Europe. For this reason, he wrote, they had to convince the Allies that the Soviet potential on the Balkan flank was greater than it actually was, and that his primary strategy in this scenario was to crush Hungary and invade Germany from the south. Sir Alan Brooke, chief of the Imperial General Staff, found Antonov cordial and willing to speak except in the presence of Stalin. Since then he seemed to lose self-confidence and be unsure of his words. At a meeting on October 4, after Brooke had reported on Allied operations in Burma and Europe, and General Dean had discussed American strategy in the Pacific, Antonov described Soviet operations. Eden found his report clear and fluent, but noticed that he continually looked at Stalin to see if he had his approval. Stalin frequently interrupted him and answered questions. Finally he lost patience with Antonov's hesitations, and continued the report himself. The next day the debates focused on the war in the Pacific. The American ambassador, Averell Harriman, and General Dean, attended the talks on behalf of their president. They reiterated American interest in Russia joining the war against Japan as soon as possible. Stalin immediately assured that Russia would begin hostilities within 3 months of Germany's defeat, and that to this end the Red Army's 30 divisions would increase to 60. This was conditional, however, on the United States providing reserve material, and the clarification of the political aspects of the Soviet Union's participation. He also agreed that American forces could use the Petropavlovsk naval base and airfield, but they would have to use the Pacific, not the Trans-Siberian route. At this point Brooke asked if the Trans-Siberian Railways could keep the 60 divisions of the Red Army supplied with the necessary supplies. Antonov looked at Stalin to see if he would respond, although Brooke was sure he knew the answer. When Stalin did not respond, Antonov explained that the railway could meet the needs of the Red forces. Then Stalin intervened and made what Brooke called a surprising exhibition of technical details about the railway, with the conclusion that the Trans-Siberian Railway would not be able to provide adequate maintenance of supplies. Brooke commented that he was more than ever impressed by Stalin's military talent. The third military meeting was limited to Soviet and American representatives. Stalin outlined the strategy that his troops would follow in the Far East. He then presented a long list of supplies that the United States should provide, which totaled more than 1 million tons. These supplies included food, means of transportation and fuel to supply 1.5 million soldiers, 3,000 tanks, 5,000 airplanes and 75,000 vehicles for 2 months. Stalin obviously considered that since the United States was so interested in having the Soviet Union participate in the war against Japan, it could make demands on supplies. His attitude was based on the idea that the immense wealth of the United States had not suffered the devastation and ravages of war in its own territory. Soviet Russia had made all the sacrifice and had the right to demand maximum support. In their political talks, Churchill and Eden thought they had reached general agreement on the division of Germany, the treatment of war criminals, and other issues. Churchill mentioned the points of conflict with the Soviet government regarding the organization of the United Nations, which was being actively considered by the three powers. At Roosevelt's request, discussion of this issue was postponed until the end of November, when a meeting of the three leaders was to take place. Apparently, without taking Churchill into account, Roosevelt had arranged this meeting directly with Stalin, and the Englishman found out about it through him. Upon leaving Moscow, Churchill and Eden considered their visit worthwhile. They had been received with impressive displays of goodwill, that although there were problems to be resolved, they had reached a global agreement and thought they could count on Stalin's cooperation. At the end of 1944, preparations for a massive advance from the Vistula were completed. Stalin himself led the planning, whose first objective was the conquest of the important industrial region of Upper Silesia. This required an advance of more than 150 kilometers from the Russian positions. But Stalin's sights were set beyond this objective, on the Oder River and Berlin, which represented an advance of almost 500 kilometers. In preparation for this winter campaign, he had reorganized the main fronts, ensuring that the three most prominent generals of the offensive occupied key positions. Konev continued to command the First Ukrainian Front, but Zhukov took charge of the First Belarusian Front, in the center, and Rokossovsky of the Second Front. Further north, I.D. Chernyshevsky, commanding the Third Belarusian Front, had to advance into eastern Prussia. Zhukov and Konev were thus responsible for the main offensive. But Stalin decided that, as supreme leader, he would personally coordinate the operations of the four main fronts. The concentration of troops and equipment for this offensive reached astonishing proportions. Only the two fronts commanded by Zhukov and Konev had 2.2 million men with 32,143 guns and mortars, 6,460 tanks and self-propelled guns, and supported by 4,772 aircraft. A large number of tanks were of the recent Joseph Stalin model, described as a heavily armored monster equipped with a 122 mm cannon. In December, Anglo-American forces on the Western Front found themselves seriously threatened by Field Marshal Karl von Rundstedt's counter-offensive in the Ardennes. On January 6, 1945, Churchill sent a message to Stalin asking if the Allies could count on a major Russian offensive on the Vistula Front or at any other point during the month of January. Stalin responded immediately. Preparations had been made, but the offensive had been postponed until atmospheric conditions were favorable. However, taking into account the situation of our allies on the Western Front, the headquarters of the Supreme Command has decided to accelerate preparations and, without taking into account the weather conditions, begin a large-scale offensive against the Germans along of the entire Central Front in the second half of January at the latest. Eisenhower, Supreme Commander of the Allies, decided to send his deputy, Air Marshal Sir Arthur Tedder, to Moscow to explain the difficult Allied situation. Tedder arrived in Moscow in early January. Simple in manner, concise in speech, and a professional of great experience, Tedder was a man that Stalin liked. At the end of his detailed account of Allied operations and the Battle of the Bulge, Stalin exclaimed, "That's how I like it, a clear and methodical exposition without the typical diplomatic reservations." Beers noted that during the exhibition Stalin seemed like a child who enjoys being told a story about military adventures. The Russians launched the offensive at 10 in the morning on January 12, 1945. Kone's troops made up of 10 Army Corps advanced so quickly that in less than 10 days they were in Upper Silesia, and fighting on the banks of the Oder River. 2 days later, Zhukov opened the offensive and the advance of the First Belarusian Front was even more spectacular. He liberated Warsaw, and on January 29 his forces had besieged Poznan and were on the outskirts of Frankfurt. Rokossovsky's Second Belarusian Front passed through northern Poland, while further north, Chernyakhovsky's front advanced through eastern Prussia, and by the end of the month they were ready to attack Königsberg. In early February 1945, Stalin, Roosevelt and Churchill met at Yalta on the Black Sea coast. At this time the Russians made spectacular advances on all fronts and reached the Oder River. In the west, however, the Allied armies were recovering from the Battle of the Bulge and still had to cross the Rhine. But nothing in the debates, Churchill and Stettinius reported, indicated that Stalin's attitude toward his allies was influenced by the successes Russian military. He was not at all haughty nor did he adopt an uncompromising attitude. Thus, the three leaders spoke frankly and reached a broad basis of understanding and consensus, except on the issue of Poland. The American delegation stayed at the Livadia Palace, which had been the residence of the Tsars on the Black Sea. Here the plenary sessions were held, beginning in the early afternoon. The British delegation stayed at the Vorontsov Palace. The military talks and the meetings of the three foreign ministers were held in the Yusupov Palace, a residential house located on the mountain. In addition to the formal sessions, there were private conversations between the three leaders and traditional lunches and dinners, both informal and formal, were organized. The Yalta Conference was described as a conference characterized by its speed and dynamism, and for no one was it as arduous as for the interpreters. Beers, the British interpreter, has reported that at the farewell dinner, Stalin stood up with a drink in his hand and said, "Tonight and on other occasions, we, the three leaders, have met. We talk, we eat and drink, and we have fun. But in the meantime our three interpreters have to work and their task is not easy. They have no time to eat or drink. We depend on them to convey our ideas to each other. I propose a toast to our interpreters." Then he walked around the table, clinking his glass with each of theirs. Raising his glass from him, Churchill said, "Interpreters of the world, unite, you have nothing to lose but your audience." This parody of the communist motto made Stalin laugh for several minutes. On another occasion Stalin took offense at what he considered a lack of respect, and an incident could only be prevented by appealing to his sense of humor. This occurred during a meal when Roosevelt, although warned by Churchill not to do so, commented to everyone present that he and Churchill called Stalin in their secret telegrams Uncle Joe. Stalin was offended. "When can I leave the table?" he said angrily. Burns saved the situation by reminding him that everyone was talking about Uncle Sam, and that Uncle Joe was not offensive. Accepting the name as a term of affection, Stalin calmed down. In the first plenary session held on February 5, the future of Germany was discussed. Everyone agreed that Germany should be dismembered after an unconditional surrender. At Roosevelt's proposal, the foreign ministers were tasked with preparing a plan within 1 month for the division and control of the country. Stalin had previously opposed France participating in this process, but now he gave in to Churchill's requests and accepted that that country administer an occupation zone and be part of the Control Commission. A special committee was created to meet secretly in Moscow to examine the complex problem of German reparations. In the second session, the possibility of creating a world organization for peace was considered. At Dumbarton Oaks, the debate on the issue of voting rights in the Security Council had reached a stalemate. A compromise proposal, put forward by Roosevelt, was not submitted for discussion. His proposal was that each council member have one vote. Conflicts would be divided into two categories, one for those that required economic, political, or military sanctions, and the other for those that could be resolved by peaceful means. Sanctions could only be applied if they were unanimously agreed upon by the council members. Here was the right to veto, which was to become a crucial factor in the functioning of the council. Stalin was keenly interested in this proposal and tried to clarify the situation with absolute frankness. "The greatest danger," he said, "is the conflict between us, because if we remain united, the German threat is not important. So we must think about ensuring our unity in the future and how to ensure that the three great powers will maintain a united front." He spoke after the Russo-Finnish War and the fact that Britain and France had managed to expel Russia from the League of Nations. He wanted guarantees that such a situation would not be repeated. When the conference resumed the next day, Stalin announced that the Soviet government accepted the new voting procedure, which required unanimity of the three powers. At Dumbarton Oaks, the Soviet government had asked that the republics of the Soviet Union be founding members, each with one vote. Great Britain and the United States had considered this demand excessive. Now, in Yalta, Molotov announced that the Soviet government would accept three of the republics, specifically Ukraine, Belarus, and Lithuania, or at least two of them, as founding members. On this and other important issues, Stalin showed his willingness to reach a compromise. In a report to London on February 8, Churchill stated that despite our fears and forebodings, Yalta is turning out well so far. The Polish problem brought discord to the conference. Roosevelt observed that Poland had been a source of trouble for more than 500 years, and Churchill recalled that Poland was the first of the great causes of the fall of the Great Alliance. Stalin clearly stated his thesis on the Polish issue. Throughout history, Poland had attacked Russia or served as a means of invasion by enemies. Germany had used this step twice in the last 30 years. Russia wanted a strong Poland that could defend this step by itself. Not expressly so, but it was evident that she would not tolerate the re-establishment of the old regime, now represented by the government in London, made up of men who were implacable enemies of Russia. A fundamental difference divided the Allies on this issue. Stalin was concerned about Russia's security. Churchill and Roosevelt claimed to defend democratic principles. The topic of Poland was debated in 7 of the 8 plenary sessions. A prior agreement was reached on Poland's borders. The definitive delimitation of the western border would have to wait for the peace conference. But the debate over the composition of the secular government continued. It was finally agreed that the Lublin Committee provisional government would be reorganized on a broad democratic basis, with the inclusion of democratic leaders from inside and outside Poland. The stipulation provided for Molotov and the British and American ambassadors to consult all Polish leaders in order to reorganize the government based on these guidelines. It was also agreed that the Polish Provisional Government of National Unity must undertake to hold free and unimpeded elections as soon as possible on the basis of universal suffrage and secret ballot. The war in the Far East had not been included in the program. The Americans, however, fearing that it could extend another 2 years, were very interested in Russian participation. Roosevelt discussed the issue with Stalin on February 8. Stalin confirmed that Russia would enter the war against Japan 2 or 3 months after Germany's surrender. His conditions were the maintenance of the situation in Outer Mongolia and the re-establishment of Russian borders in the Far East as they were before the Russo-Japanese War of 1904-5. Roosevelt accepted these conditions and committed to reaching an agreement with Chiang Kai-shek. In the course of informal meetings, the three leaders came to better understand each other's problems and attitudes. Stalin attached great importance to these meetings. He strove to make evident his faith in the alliance between them and his desire that it should not lose its character of intimacy, nor the free expression of opinions. In the history of diplomacy, I do not know of any other alliance as close as this one between three great powers, where the Allies had the opportunity to frankly express their points of view. He fervently believed that the alliance of the great powers and the United Nations were the foundation on which future world peace could be built. But when the three leaders separated on February 11, they knew they would not meet again. Roosevelt was weak and ill, and death was obviously close to him. Stalin and the Russian people in general had great respect for him and considered him a statesman and a friend. They also felt respect and even affection for Churchill, recognizing that he was a great military leader, but they continued to distrust him and the British. The advance of the Red Army towards the west continued, but the Germans defended their territory with fanatical courage. Stalin was angry at the failure of the capture of Königsberg. There was a brief failure of coordination between Zhukov and Rokossovsky. The intervention of Stalin was necessary, who sent Vasilevsky to the fronts as his personal representative. He demanded the immediate destruction of the enemy in order to make Russian forces available for the advance toward Berlin. He also told Vasilevsky to prepare to take over as commander-in-chief in the Far East in the immediate future. But on the afternoon of February 18 he telephoned to tell him that Chernyakhovsky, the brave young commander of the Third Belarusian Front, had been killed in action and that he should take his place. The fighting in East Prussia continued with exceptional fierceness, and until mid-April the Germans were not defeated in this region. Also in Hungary they fought bravely. Budapest was taken on February 13. The Russians then advanced north through Austria and on April 13 occupied Vienna. However, while preparing the penetration into Austria, Tolbukhin, in command of the Third Ukrainian Front, had warned that the southern group of the German army was preparing an offensive against his front. He was particularly concerned by reports that the 6th SS Motorized Army had been moved from the west to reinforce the offensive. On March 6, the Germans attacked with extraordinary fury. Tolbukhin asked permission to withdraw his front east of the Danube if necessary. According to Stemenko, his health was not good and in any case he was not as inexorable and determined as the other marshals. Stemenko was in Stalin's office when Tolbukhin telephoned. Stalin considered his request for a moment, and then, speaking slowly, said, "Comrade Tolbukhin, if you plan to prolong the war for 5 or 6 months, then take the troops to the other side of the Danube. Of course, it will be more peaceful there. But I doubt that's your intention. Therefore, you must defend the right bank and maintain your headquarters there. I am sure that the troops will do their duty and carry out their difficult task." Tolbukhin held his position, crushed the enemy's offensive and advanced to Vienna. During the first months of 1945 there were angry communications between Stalin, Roosevelt, and Churchill. They revealed Stalin's incessant suspicions and his willingness to challenge the good faith of his allies with insulting candor. The first incident occurred due to a contact between General Karl Wolff, head of the SS in Italy, with the American intelligence service in Switzerland. 2 exploratory meetings were held, and he was informed that negotiations to sign a separate peace could not be considered. The Soviet government was informed, and immediately accused the Allies of not providing facilities for a representative of theirs to be present at the meetings. Based on reports from his own intelligence service, Stalin became convinced that the British and Americans were separately negotiating a surrender in southern Europe. He openly accused Roosevelt and Churchill of breach of trust and falsehood. Both leaders were angered by this attack on their dignity, and responded vigorously. Stalin was clearly surprised that his accusations had caused such deep offense. On April 7, in a letter addressed to Churchill, he said by way of explanation, "My messages are private and strictly confidential. This makes it possible to say clearly and frankly what you think. This is the advantage of confidential communications. However, if you are going to take every comment I make candidly into account, this type of communication will be very difficult. I can assure you that I did not and do not intend to offend anyone." Churchill commented to Roosevelt in a note that this was as close to an apology as the Soviets can come. When, in April, Nazi leader Heinrich Himmler proposed through Count Folke Bernadotte, president of the Swedish Red Cross, the surrender of German forces in Norway and Denmark to British, American or Swedish troops, the British ambassador in Stockholm he immediately communicated the offer to London. Churchill immediately informed Stalin by cable, stating that in his response he let Himmler know that they would only accept unconditional surrender to the three great powers. Stalin sent a telegram showing his approval, adding, "Knowing you, I had no doubt that you would act like this." Churchill thought that he had finally won Stalin's trust, and replied, "I am very glad to know that you do not doubt the way in which I have acted and always will act towards your glorious country and towards the person of it." But the goodwill and trust were not to last long. Towards the end of March, rivalries arose between the Allies in the capture of Berlin. At Yalta the three leaders had reached an agreement on the division of Germany, but had not discussed how to coordinate the strategy of the Red Army and the Anglo-American forces. Eisenhower and Montgomery had agreed months earlier that the main political and military objective would be the capture of Berlin. On May 27, Montgomery informed Churchill that he was advancing towards the Elbe and that the capture of Berlin was his objective. Churchill was in complete agreement with this plan. On May 28, however, Eisenhower, without consulting the Joint Chiefs of Staff or Air Marshal Tedder, his assistant, sent a message to Stalin through General Dean. In it he stated that his strategy was now to break through the German defensive line and make contact with the Red Army, after which the Anglo-American armies would concentrate along a west-southeast axis in the direction of Dresden. Stalin informed Dean that he agreed with Eisenhower that Berlin no longer had the same strategic importance as before and that the proposed Anglo-American plan would harmonize with Soviet operations. The Red Army would advance towards Dresden to join the Allied forces. He added that the Soviet offensive would begin in mid-May, but that the date might have to be altered. Churchill made a fuss over the change in Allied strategy, complaining bitterly that it was wrong and had not been discussed. Eisenhower wrote that Churchill was disappointed and upset, because my plan did not first launch Montgomery forward with all the support I could give him with American troops in the desperate attempt to take Berlin before the Russians. He communicated his views to Washington. Like Churchill, Stalin attributed great political significance to the taking of Berlin. But he and all the Russians considered that they had the right to conquer the German capital. They had suffered much more than the Allies during the war and had borne the brunt of the fighting. It would have been a disappointing event for them if the Germans had handed the city over to the British and Americans. Stalin was especially concerned that the Germans would reach an agreement with the Allies and concentrate all their remaining troops on the Eastern Front. Immediately after giving Dean the response to Eisenhower's message, he ordered Zhukov to move to Moscow from the 1st Belarusian Front. Zhukov arrived the next day and went directly to the Kremlin. To Stalin's questions, he replied that he and Konev would be able to launch their offensive against Berlin within 2 weeks. He was not sure, however, that Rokossovsky could prepare so quickly, given that his front was still busy liquidating the enemy in the regions of Danzig and Gdynia. Stalin said, "Well, then we will have to start the operation without waiting for Rokossovsky. It doesn't matter if he's late for a few days." Stalin then showed him a report according to which German agents had contacted Allies to propose a separate peace. Stalin said that the possibility that the Germans would allow the Allies into Berlin could not be ruled out. "I think Roosevelt will not violate the Yalta agreements, but as for Churchill, he is capable of anything," he added. Before dawn, on April 16, the Konev and Zhukov fronts began the offensive. They advanced relentlessly, and the German forces valiantly defending Berlin could not stop them. On April 23, Russian troops entered the city. There was fierce fighting in the streets and buildings. The turning point of the battle came on April 30, the day Hitler committed suicide, when the Russians stormed the Reichstag. On May 2, the resistance in the city gave way. 6 days later, Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, representing the German High Command, surrendered to Marshal Zhukov. Germany had not yet been completely liberated, but finally on May 9 Prague fell. This day was proclaimed Victory Day. On the afternoon of that historic date, Stalin addressed the nation by radio and made clear the pride, joy, and relief that all Russians felt. Like them, he had fought in the war not as a communist, nor as a leader of the proletarian vanguard. He had left ideology aside, and as a nationalist and patriot he had fought to defend Holy Russia. He paid tribute to the Red Army, and also to the Allied forces, but the message was directed to his own people: the great sacrifices we have made in the name of the freedom and independence of our homeland, the incalculable sacrifices and sufferings experienced by our people during the course of the war, the intense work in the vanguard and rear, for the sake of our country, has not been in vain, and has been crowned with an absolute victory over the enemy. The long struggle of the Slavic peoples for their existence and independence has ended with the victory over the German invaders and German tyranny. I congratulate you on the victory, dear men and women of our compatriots. At a grand reception held in the Kremlin on May 24 in honor of the leaders of the Red Army, Stalin spoke again. Giving free rein to his love for Russia and its people, he paid fervent tribute to Great Russia, because it is the most extraordinary nation among all the nations of the Soviet Union. Not only because it is the most important people, but also because he has a clear mind, a firm character and patience. He then frankly admitted that the Soviet government had made numerous mistakes. This was equivalent to admitting his own mistakes. But even during the terrible months of 1941 and 1942, when the Red Army was in full retreat, the Russian people had not turned their backs on their government or thought about making peace with Germany, but had shown their confidence in the government and his willingness to sacrifice until victory is achieved. Thanks to him, to the Russian people, for their trust. The highlight of the celebrations came on June 24, when the victory parade took place on Red Square. The torrential rain did not diminish the splendor of the occasion. Rokossovsky led the parade, and Zhukov took the salute. Standing in Lenin's mausoleum, Stalin seemed a small, remote figure, but as there were hundreds of German regimental flags spread over the steps of the mausoleum and at the foot of it, he dominated the scene. It was really his victory. It could not have been achieved without his industrialization campaign, and especially without the intensive development of industry beyond the Volga. Collectivization had contributed to victory by allowing the government to store food and raw materials and by preventing the paralysis of industry and famine in the cities. But, in addition, collectivization, with its agricultural centers, had provided peasants with their first experiences in the use of tractors and other machines. Agrarian collectivization had been the peasants' preparatory school for mechanized warfare. The improvement in the general level of education had also helped to create a large pool of men with sufficient knowledge to receive specialized courses. It was his victory too, because he had directed and controlled all Russian operations during the war. The breadth and weight of responsibilities were extraordinary, but day after day, without respite during the 4 years of war, he exercised direct command of the Russian forces and control of supplies, war industries, and government policy, including political abroad. As he himself acknowledged, he had made mistakes and miscalculations, some of which had tragic consequences and caused numerous casualties. The first and perhaps most important of his mistakes was his political miscalculation regarding German plans to invade Russia. He had stubbornly refused to believe that Hitler would launch his offensive in June 1941 and, trying to buy time with his policy of rapprochement, he had taken no defensive measures. He has also been held solely responsible for the terrible Russian losses of 1941 and 1942, and has been criticized for not following the traditional Russian strategy of retreating to the vast plain. This strategy had been followed by Peter the Great in the Northern War, and by Mikhail Barclay de Tolly and M. I. Kutuzov against Napoleon. They had dragged the enemy deep into Russia, extending their lines of communication, weakening them, and committing them to a winter campaign. Defenses in depth, however, could hardly have stopped the advance of the highly mechanized Wehrmacht in 1941. It had effortlessly crushed the Polish army, which some British military experts had rated above the Red Army in morale and effectiveness. He had conquered France and expelled the British from the continent. Deeply aware of the inadequacy of Russian defenses and the weakness of the Red Army in 1941, Stalin knew that they could not resist a German attack. He gambled on buying time so that his urgent mechanization and specialization programs could consolidate the strength of the Red Army, and he lost the gamble. Stalin knew the military history of his country and understood well the strategy of retreating and using its vast spaces. However, he was by temperament energetic and aggressive, more willing to attack than defend, and this characteristic of his was to be reflected in Russian strategy during the war. At the same time he possessed extraordinary self-control, as he demonstrated by awaiting the German attack at the Battle of Kursk, and in general, during 1943–45, he remained constantly on guard against premature and ill-prepared offensives. An important reason why 1941–42 constantly demanded offensive action, even though it often entailed heavy casualties, was that in these disastrous months, when Russia seemed close to collapse, it subordinated military considerations to the need to maintain pride and spirit of the nation's struggle. He did not feel confident about the morale of the Red Army and the Russian people. Attempts to direct and control an orderly withdrawal of forces and the evacuation of the civilian population would have produced, he feared, a panicked flight, as had happened to the Tsarist army in 1916–17. The Bolshoi Drap, or wave of panic that swept Moscow in October 1941 as the Germans approached, represented a decline in morale that could have spread to all of Russia, producing absolute collapse. Facing Napoleon, Kutuzov had calmly ordered the evacuation of Moscow and left the city in the hands of the French, knowing that the entire nation was loyal to the Tsar and would obey orders. Stalin did not have this certainty. In this case, the Germans managed to penetrate deep into southern Russia, greatly expanding their supply lines and forcing themselves to fight in winter, for which they were not equipped. But at every step Stalin had fought to stop them, as he had done before Moscow. He had demanded attack and had instilled in his military leaders his own spirit of aggression and will to victory. It was certainly his implacable will more than any other factor that prevented the collapse of the nation in the tragic period of 1941–42. Stalin has also been accused of causing Russia the disasters of 1941–42 with his purge of the Red Army. Although tragic and pointless, the purge was probably of little importance, and certainly less than has often been claimed. Although many senior leaders were purged, it was in this category that the Red Army was generally superior to the Germans even in 1941–42. German superiority stood out among the lower-ranking officers and non-commissioned officers. From the first months of the war, Stalin surrounded himself with prestigious leaders, rejuvenating the high command. He chose them on their merits and, with his astuteness in valuing men, he constantly promoted low-ranking officers to the highest rank. By the time of the Battle of Moscow, he had chosen Zhukov, Vasilevsky, Rokossovsky Konaha and Voronov as key leaders. They would be joined at the time of the Battle of Stalingrad by Vachidin, Eremenko, Malinovsky, Merezkov, Chernyagevsky and others. Stalin was the undisputed supreme leader. His most prominent generals, such as Zhukov, Rokossovsky and Konaha, who stood out among the generals of all the countries involved in the war, accepted his authority without questioning it. In fact, he did not dominate them by virtue of his status, but by the strength of his character and his intelligence. He inspired the deepest respect and also affection. At times he would fly into a rage, demanding immediate action, other times he spoke slowly, reassuring and inspiring security. With his disciplined mind and tenacious memory, he acquired considerable military skill and technical knowledge. Western officers and technicians present in conversations with him were impressed by his ability to understand things quickly and accurately. Alan Brooke, chief of the British General Staff, commented on his mastery of military issues on several occasions. His own bosses studied the reports carefully before presenting them to her, because she would infallibly notice any weak point or inaccurate idea in their presentation. In the first months of the war, when, fearing general collapse, his primary concern was keeping the nation fighting, he paid little attention to the opinions of his generals. Over the course of the fight, however, he began to treat them with greater respect. Furthermore, as Zhukov stated, he was always ready to modify his own opinions when solid reasons were adduced. But he always made the last decision. Although immersed in the daily crisis of war, he constantly thought about the future. He was convinced that he was fighting and working for the future. An essential element in that future was the creation and maintenance of a powerful army, navy, and air forces, which would defend Russia against another devastating war. This required discipline and leadership, and even in the darkest periods of the war he did not lose sight of the need to create an officer corps, imbued with patriotism and professional pride, capable of exercising command responsibly. By early 1942 he had taken several measures, such as creating special decorations for officers, in order to elevate their status and authority. After the great victories of Stalingrad and Kursk, when there was a resurgence of Russian patriotism, other elements of the Tsarist army were implemented. Epaulets, which had been a hated symbol of officership, were reintroduced and officers' uniforms became more splendid. 9 Suvorov academies were created, modeled after the Cadet Academy, to train an elite of officers. The curriculum demanded a high level of general education and included the teaching of civility and even dance. The officers who graduated from these academies were going to be highly trained soldiers and dedicated professionals, but also gentlemen, as West Point and Sandhurst graduates were expected to be. A significant detail in understanding Stalin's mentality occurred during a dinner given by Churchill in Potsdam in July 1945. Stalin was sitting next to Beers, whom he knew well, and for whom he felt true affection. Beers noted that he seemed happy to be able to talk between speeches with someone who understood him without the help of an interpreter. He said he liked these English dinners, they were simple and at the same time solemn. Then, looking at the people in front, he pointed to General Marshall and commented, "I admire that man. He is a good general. We have good generals in the Soviet army, as do you and the Americans. But ours lack education and good manners. Our people have a long road ahead." Astute, observant, and honest, he knew what qualities he wanted in his officer. These included the modesty, humility, and discipline that, in a speech shortly after Lenin's death, he had advocated to the cadets of the Kremlin's military academy. But he also wanted education and manners. It was striking that among those who worked closely with him during the war a disproportionate number he included Chapoknikov, Vachidin, Vasilevsky, Antonov and Rokossovsky, who had received training in the Tsarist army and presumably possessed this quality to some extent. Of the good manners that he appreciated so much. In his own conduct, according to various observers, he appeared modest, simple, and courteous, unless he was angry or faced with what he considered deception or threats to his authority, then he could become insulting and rude. It was his victory, above all, because it had been achieved by his genius and his efforts, which can be considered heroic. The Russian people had counted on his leadership, and he had not let them down. In his speeches of July 3 and November 6, 1941, in which he had given them courage to overcome the harsh trials of war, he demonstrated his will to victory. For his people he was a semi-mythical figure, enthroned in the Kremlin, who inspired and directed them. He was able to go down to the details and keep the whole situation in his mind, and without forgetting the past and immersed in the present, he constantly looked to the future. Military experts have criticized his direct control of and participation in military affairs, and have negatively assessed many of his decisions, especially in 1941–42. A foreign expert, not particularly fond of Stalin as a man, has given perhaps the fairest judgment. If he is blamed for the disasters of the first 2 years of the war, we must also attribute to him the surprising successes of 1944, The annus mirabilis, when German army groups were literally wiped out with lightning attacks in Belarus, Galicia, Romania, and the Baltic in battles that were fought not in the steppes and in winter, but in summer and in Central Europe. Some of these victories must rank among the most notable in world military history. The Potsdam Betrayal. The leaders of the three Allied powers Stalin and Churchill were now joined by Harry Truman, the new President of the United States, met in Potsdam in July 1945. They were going to try to solve the problems of post-war Europe, and to establish through the United Nations a new era of peace and stability in the world. But the spirit of cooperation and common interests, which had prevailed in Tehran and Yalta, died in Potsdam. The attitude of the United States and Great Britain toward Soviet Russia had changed. The symbol of this change was the atomic bomb, a new and terrible weapon incorporated into the Western arsenal. For Stalin, the Potsdam Conference was marked by betrayal. All three nations had celebrated Germany's surrender with feelings of triumph, success, and relief. But their joy was dampened by the magnitude of the post-war problems and, above all, by the needs of their own countries. The United States had emerged from the war relatively unscathed and aware of having great economic and military power. Britain, faced with the ruin of its economy and the disintegration of its empire, was now nothing more than a shadow of the great nation it had been. The Soviet Union had suffered terribly. Casualties on the fronts and in German-occupied territory had reached horrifying proportions. Few Russians did not have a victim among their relatives. Stalin claimed that 7 million Soviet citizens had lost their lives during the war, but casualties were probably closer to 20 million. The mass of the people lived in terrible conditions, with severe rationing of food, clothing, housing problems, and long working hours. Many had died from overwork and lack of food. In 1945, more than half of the industrial workers were women, and agriculture depended almost entirely on female labor. The Russian people now hoped that life would be easier, food and other goods more abundant, that somehow the victory for which they had worked and suffered would bring rewards. The economy was on the brink of collapse. At least a quarter of all Soviet property had been destroyed. Nearly 2,000 citizens and 70,000 villages had been razed, and 25 million people were homeless. Soviet industry had achieved a prodigious level of production of tanks, guns, and aircraft and other materials, but this masked the fact that the industry as a whole had suffered a real disaster. Some 31,000 factories, including the main industries of Kharkov, Krivoy Rog, Zaporozhye, Rostov, Odessa, Leningrad, and Stalingrad, had been destroyed. Already in 1943 Stalin began to think about the reconstruction of the country after the war. Russia could, of course, rebuild its industries and revive agriculture depending entirely on its own resources. This meant that the Russian people would continue to live in identical conditions. He was counting on large reparations from Germany and its allies to compensate to some extent for the destruction they had caused. He demanded that the Finns commit to paying $300 million in compensation over a period of 6 years. But when he raised the issue of German reparations at the Yalta Conference, Churchill raised objections. Stalin carefully considered requesting significant long-term credit from the United States to help rebuild the Soviet economy. In this way, the Russian people would not be subjected to the pressures and difficult conditions they had endured in the industrialization campaign and during the war. Many communists were horrified by the idea of depending on a capitalist power, others saw it as a threat to Soviet security. Stalin evidently considered that the value of this aid outweighed these and other objections. His priority situational concern was the recovery and security of Russia rather than ideology. In early 1941 Molotov discussed the possibility of receiving financial aid with the American ambassador, Harriman, and upon learning that Harriman would demand an act from Congress, he asked if Congress could take up the issue before the war ended. Again on February 5, 1945, Molotov, in conversations with Stettinius, expressed the hope that the Soviet Union would receive long-term credits from the United States. Previously, during the war, several prominent American industrialists, and especially Donald M. Nelson, had discussed the possibility of a large loan in Moscow. Stalin had expressed keen interest and had given Nelson a list of Soviet priorities. A strong current of opinion in Washington was in favor of financial aid to Soviet Russia. Henry Morgenthau, Secretary of the Treasury, debated the issue of Soviet credits with Harriman on several occasions, and wrote to the President on January 1, 1945, saying, "This is not a question of lend-lease or any other type of beneficence, but of an agreement which will bring clear benefits to both the United States and Russia. I am convinced that if we decided now and presented the Russians with a concrete plan to help them in the reconstruction period, we would contribute greatly to smoothing out many of the difficulties we have had regarding their problems, and their political measures." However, other criteria prevailed and no credits were granted. Upon becoming president after Roosevelt's death, Truman reduced the aid provided by the Lend-Lease Act. Stalin already harbored fears about Truman, who in 1941 had seriously proposed in the Senate that the United States alternately help Hitler and Stalin to ensure that Russia would end up the exhausted victor. Shortly after May 8, 1945, celebrated in the West as Victory in Europe Day, aid was drastically suspended, even though the Soviet Union had committed to joining the war against Japan. This measure, and especially the manner in which it was adopted, caused deep offense in Moscow. However, when Truman sent a personal representative to Moscow on May 26 with assurances that he intended to continue Roosevelt's policy of cooperation, Stalin gave him a cordial welcome, especially since the envoy was Harry Hopkins, who enjoyed of your trust. The main objective of Hopkins' mission, which ran from May 26 to June 6, was to seek some solution to the Polish question. In the United States and Great Britain, the Poles were active propagandists who exerted a strong and insidious influence. Passionate and unwavering in their hatred of Russia, they would never accept that Poland had to come to terms and learn to live alongside its powerful neighbor. They worked tirelessly to fuel anti-Russian and anti-communist sentiment in the West, and their contribution to the failure of the Grand Alliance, and the emergence of the Cold War, was considerable. In January 1945 the Armia Krajowa became a clandestine army under the orders of the Polish government in London. General L. Okolicki was at the head of this Polish underground army that was waging a guerrilla war against the Russians in Poland. The government in London and the church in Poland were trying to intensify anti-Russian sentiment. In the first post-war months the Polish underground murdered more than 100 soldiers and officers of the Red Army. Alexander Worth, a correspondent who was part of a large group of Western journalists who visited Poland at that time, witnessed a special anti-Russian action, carried out by the underground movement and motivated by the presence of journalists in the country, in which 2 unfortunate Russian soldiers were shot dead outside the hotel where the visitors were staying. In March, Okolicki and 15 other underground leaders were arrested and taken to Moscow. There were strong protests in the West. Upon his arrival in Moscow, Hopkins interceded with Stalin on behalf of the Polish underground leaders. In June 1945 they were tried in Moscow for the murder of members of the Red Army and the sentences were light. Churchill obviously regarded them as brave patriots and had proposed imposing their release as a condition precedent to any negotiations with the Soviet government. Hopkins did not consider this proposal. He persuaded Stalin to invite Mikołajczyk and 2 other Poles from London, as well as prominent Poles in Poland who did not support the Lublin Committee, to come to Moscow for talks. As a result, a new Polish provisional government was established, and on July 5, 1945, the United States and Great Britain formally recognized it. They were not satisfied with the compromise government, but they were aware that Stalin had made efforts to meet their objections and that they had to accept it, pending their meetings in Berlin. While in Moscow, Hopkins was instructed by Stettinius to address directly with Stalin an issue that had paralyzed discussions at the San Francisco Conference on the Organization of the United Nations. Molotov had instructed Gromyko, the Soviet delegate, to insist that a contentious issue could not even be debated by the Security Council without the unanimous agreement of the 5 permanent members, except when the issue could be resolved by means peaceful. This new condition extended the power of the veto beyond the limits agreed at Yalta. At Hopkins' meeting with Stalin, Molotov tried to justify the instructions given to Gromyko. Stalin told him not to be ridiculous and immediately accepted the American proposal. As the Potsdam meeting approached, Stalin became more concerned about Russia's security. He remained concerned that Germany would quickly recover and, eager for revenge, make a third attempt to conquer Russia. Roosevelt had told him at Yalta that American troops would be withdrawn from Europe within 2 or 3 years. This left Britain as the only ally against a resurgent Germany, because it did not have France. But the war had severely weakened Britain, and it remained to be seen how quickly she would recover. Furthermore, he still deeply distrusted the British. Stalin firmly believed in the need to maintain the alliance with the United States, but realized that this might prove impossible. American expansionist policy, fueled by the fear that the United States economy would suffer a serious crisis if the expansion of foreign markets did not continue, would surely provoke conflicts. Another threat was the presumption, considered by most Americans as an article of faith, that the United States with its capitalist system represented all that was progressive in the world, while Soviet communism was a threatening evil. This national perspective could be dangerous, because it was supported by the fact that the power of the United States was unrivaled, while the Soviet Union was ravaged and weakened. Stalin did not doubt that communism was superior to capitalism and that Soviet Russia would surpass the capitalist world in peaceful competition. He needed peace and stability for the reconstruction and development of the Soviet economy. The greatest threat to Soviet growth was war. Russia had suffered too much from wars, and one more, particularly with modern weaponry, could destroy the Soviet regime and set back Russian development by 100 years or more. However, Marxist dogma proclaimed that war was inevitable between the socialist and capitalist camps, and gave absolute priority to making Russia a strong and secure country. Long before the end of the war, Stalin had adopted the policy of ensuring Soviet dominance over Eastern Europe to establish a barrier against Western aggression. The Communist parties and pro-Soviet elements in Czechoslovakia, Romania, Bulgaria, and Yugoslavia received all kinds of support. Poland was the weakest link in this defensive chain, but over time a pro-Soviet communist regime could be consolidated there. The disturbing factor was that the Western Allies refused to accept that Eastern Europe was a zone of Soviet influence and that Russia had a legitimate interest in creating a defensive barrier in the West. Churchill in particular was concerned about the extension of Soviet power in Eastern Europe. He considered it the prelude to an attempt to dominate Europe as a whole. He refused to accept that Stalin was only interested in creating a defensive barrier. In a letter to Truman, who was not an expert in international relations, written on May 12, 1945, he stated that an Iron Curtain had closed in Russian-occupied Europe and that he anticipated that the advance of the Russians it would reach to the waters of the North Sea and the Atlantic. 2 months later, on July 18, he assured Stalin during a conversation that he wanted to see Russian ships crossing the Dardanelles and the Kiel Canal, and crossing the world's oceans. On another occasion he commented to Stalin that it seemed as if Russia was moving westward. Stalin firmly rejected the accusation, stating that this was not his intention and that, on the contrary, he was going to withdraw his troops from the west, a move that would begin with 2 million men over the course of the next 4 months. The Potsdam Conference began on July 17, 1945, with signs that the spirit of goodwill and cooperation, forged in Tehran and Yalta, would continue. Stalin seemed friendly and relaxed. He hosted a private dinner in Churchill's honor, writing, "His cordiality was most pleasing." Churchill did not seem concerned about the outcome of the British general election and revealed in greetings and private conversations that these high-level conferences deserved his presence. Truman was the newcomer. Churchill went to see him the morning after his arrival and was impressed by his cheerful, precise, and brilliant manner, and by his evident power of decision. The critical news of the explosion in the Mexican desert of an atomic bomb, manufactured under the direction of a team of American and British scientists, was evidently given to Churchill on the first day of the conference. His immediate reaction was to think that the power of the Western powers had increased enormously and that of the Soviet Union had decreased to the same extent. Furthermore, Soviet participation in the Far Eastern War no longer seemed necessary or desirable. The Far East would be a region of Western influence, predominantly American, from which Soviet Russia, despite its coasts in the Pacific and its historical interests in the area, could be excluded. It was this basic attitude that Stalin noted and that seemed to justify his distrust of Churchill. Truman and his team reacted in the same way. The Americans had pressured Stalin to help end the war against Japan as soon as possible. At Yalta they had expressed relief and satisfaction after he promised to enter the war within 3 months of Germany's defeat, and had immediately accepted his conditions. Even on May 8, 1945, Hopkins, on his mission to Moscow, had sought and obtained Stalin's guarantee that the Red Army would help defeat Japan. Suddenly, 2 months later, with the atomic bomb at their disposal, the Allies were rejecting Russian aid and dizzyingly planning to defeat Japan before Russia could declare war. In this way they could ignore Stalin's conditions, which included the return to Russia of the territories lost in the 1904-05 war to Japan, a matter of national pride for Stalin and his generation. Truman asked Churchill for advice on how best to break the news to Stalin about the new weapon. Churchill wrote to Stalin that he had been a magnificent ally in the war against Hitler, and we both thought that he should be informed of the new fact that now dominated the scene, although not of the details. It was decided that the president would mention it informally after one of the sessions. A week later, Truman, accompanied by his interpreter, approached Stalin after a plenary session and told him about the new bomb of extraordinary power. Churchill stood about 8 meters away, watching intently. Stalin seemed delighted and asked no questions. He gave the impression of not appreciating the significance of the new weapon. Stalin may not have immediately understood, given Truman's casual comment, the dramatic significance of the event, but he quickly noted the change in Allied attitude toward Russia. An American general wrote that we were in a position to be tough and indifferent. It was not a premeditated attitude on the part of the British and Americans, but arose from exasperation at Russian secrecy, suspicions, and demands, and from the arrogant confidence that they were in possession of a power far superior to that of Soviet Russia and that they could do and say whatever they wanted. The possibility of the Russians ever acquiring atomic weapons themselves and being tough was not considered, or was considered remote. But it was assumed that their technology was too backward to achieve such a sophisticated weapon. The change in attitude of the Allies worried Stalin. It confirmed his worst fears and suspicions, and it deeply offended him as an act of ingratitude and rejection. Russia had saved the West, he believed, from Nazi barbarism just as in the 13th century Russia had protected Europe against the Mongol hordes of Genghis Khan. It was clear to him and to all Russians that if Russia had not destroyed German military power, Hitler would have conquered Britain and continued the war against the United States. Russia deserved the gratitude and respect of the Allies, not their arrogance and condescension. No one was more sensitive to affronts to Russian national pride than Stalin, and at Potsdam the offenses on the part of the Allies were deep and constant. The debates referred to the most varied topics during the 3 plenary sessions of the conference. Many other issues remained pending decision, which would be taken at the Peace Conference or by the Council of Foreign Ministers. British and Americans harshly criticized Soviet policy in the liberated countries, especially in Romania and Bulgaria. The Russians responded with criticism of British conduct in Greece. There were accusations that Russia was violating the conditions agreed at Yalta. But the agreement was deeper regarding Germany and Poland. The 3 powers had recognized the Polish provisional government. The controversy now centered on Poland's western border. The Poles had to be compensated for the territory lost along the border with Russia. Churchill vigorously opposed the extension of the western border, as proposed by Stalin, to the Oder and the western Neisse. But after the British elections, in which Churchill and his party were defeated, Clement Attlee, the new British Prime Minister, supported Truman and accepted Stalin's proposal. The Allies had previously agreed that Germany would be divided into 4 zones administered by the United States, Britain, Russia, and France, respectively, and that the 4 countries would share control over Berlin as a 5th zone. Germany would have no central government, and matters affecting the country as a whole would be dealt with by the Allied Control Commission. This was done in accordance with the policy of Stalin, who insisted that Germany not be dismembered but remain united under strict control of the 4 powers. The Russian demand for compensation had been accepted in principle at Yalta. The special commission created to examine the issue failed to reach an agreement. At Potsdam, Stalin constantly pressed for the approval of a figure for reparations. The Allies refused to compromise. They were outraged by reports that the Russians were already removing from occupied territories machinery and other property that was not accepted as war booty. Several practical difficulties forced the Western Allies to abandon their policy of dealing with the German economy as a whole. The new American Secretary of State, J.M. Burns, finally proposed that each power should satisfy its demands for compensation in its own area. 40% of the value of German industrial equipment considered unnecessary for a peace economy was in the Soviet zone. Burns further proposed that 10% of this industrial equipment from the Western zones be given to Soviet Russia, and he could also request additional equipment from the British and American zones in exchange for food or coal. Stalin and Molotov protested against this plan, although in some respects it was favorable to them, because it would lead to the dismemberment of Germany. They finally accepted it as part of a package of measures in which they were granted the right to collect all German assets in Eastern Europe, as well as other demands. But the proposal for a joint administration of the Ruhr Basin was rejected, and the Western Allies excluded them from their occupation zones. The policy of keeping Germany as a unit under Allied control failed. Germany was divided between East and West. On July 25, 1945, during the conference, Churchill and Eden left Berlin for London to learn the results of the general elections. Stalin had earlier told Churchill at a private dinner that all of his information from communist sources and other channels confirmed his view that the Conservatives would be re-elected by a majority of approximately 80 seats. Churchill said he was not sure how the soldiers would have voted. Stalin assured him that the army preferred a strong government and therefore would vote Conservative. Churchill had the impression that Stalin preferred to remain in contact with him and Eden rather than start dealing with Italy, whom he knew through references as a short, reserved, humorless man and with some unknown foreign minister. But Churchill's government suffered a severe defeat. 4 days later Italy moved to Potsdam as Prime Minister, accompanied by Ernest Bevin, the new foreign minister. In Potsdam he was openly aggressive towards the Russians, approaching the negotiations as if it were a confrontation between a union and employers. Italy became increasingly brusque. Truman and his advisors became aggressive. The Americans and British were united by the confidence that they were negotiating from a position of overwhelming strength and that they had no need to appear sympathetic or conciliatory. The rift between Russia and the two allies opened as the Americans tried to prevent Russia from going to war with Japan. The Soviet government had denounced the Neutrality Pact with Japan on April 5, 1945, and had neglected Japanese attempts to have Russia mediate in the peace negotiations. Meanwhile, Roosevelt's attempt to get Chiang Kai-shek's agreement to Stalin's conditions for Russia to participate in the war had led to Sino-Soviet talks, which lasted until 2 weeks before the Potsdam Conference. The talks continued from July 7 to 14, 1945, and it appeared that Chiang Kai-shek was prolonging them on American instructions. Again on July 26, 1945, an ultimatum demanded the immediate and unconditional surrender of the Japanese. The Russians complained about not having been consulted, and when they asked for its shipment to be delayed for 3 days, they were told that the text had already been processed. Stalin was particularly incensed because he was convinced that, although Japan was willing to surrender, it would fight to the end against an unconditional surrender. On August 6, 1945, the atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima. Stalin and most Russians immediately understood the terrible significance of this fact. Truman had merely told him about a superior bomb, and according to Molotov, the word atomic had not been mentioned. Japan was already on the verge of capitulation and would probably have laid down its arms within a few days, even if the bombs had not been dropped on Hiroshima and then Nagasaki, and even if Russia had not declared war. Stalin realized that the Americans had used the bomb primarily to impress and threaten Russia. Burns later recognized that the bomb was necessary, not so much against Japan as to make Russia moldable in Europe. The Russians were under the impression that they had overcome the tragic war with Germany to find themselves threatened from the West by a new and terrible weapon. Stalin was deeply aware of Russia's vulnerability. According to some reports, he gathered 5 of the most prominent Soviet scientists and ordered them to work to achieve the atomic bomb in the shortest possible time without regard to cost. Soviet forces under Vasilevsky quickly penetrated Manchuria. They were experienced and well-equipped troops, and the Japanese were unable to stop their advance. Vasilevsky had orders to occupy the areas specified by Stalin in Yalta before the Americans arrived. He rejected the declaration of surrender made by the Japanese emperor on August 14, 1945, and on August 17 he sent his own ultimatum to the head of the Japanese Kwantung Army, demanding his surrender on August 20. During these days, Soviet airborne forces occupied Daren and Port Arthur and penetrated North Korea, while the Soviet Pacific Fleet occupied southern Sakhalin and the Kuril Islands. On September 2, Stalin addressed the nation by radio. It was the day on which the final surrender of Japan was signed aboard the American warship Missouri, a ceremony to which he had sent an unknown general. In his speech Stalin referred to the 1904-5 war. Russia was defeated in that war, he said. In it, Japan took over southern Sakhalin and established itself firmly in the Kurils, thus closing our exits to the Pacific. This defeat of the Russian troops in 1904 left a bitter memory in the minds of our people. Our people waited and trusted that the stain would be erased one day. Those of us who belong to the old generation have waited for this day for 40 years. Now, the day has come. Stalin went on to say that peace had finally come and Soviet Russia was no longer threatened by Germany or Japan. He paid tribute to the armed forces of the United States, China, and Britain. But it was the speech of a Russian patriot and he was proud of having overturned a historic defeat. Furthermore, he found in it some compensation for the slights to Russian national pride at Potsdam. Relations with the Western powers worsened dramatically over the following months. Stalin believed that the threat of American dominance pressed inexorably on Russia. At the meetings of foreign ministers in London, Moscow, and Paris, to draft peace treaties and discuss post-war problems, Molotov was repeatedly criticized by Burns and Bevin for establishing totalitarian regimes in Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, and Yugoslavia. Molotov insisted that Russia had the right to ensure that it had friendly governments in the countries of Eastern Europe. He argued that Western powers had no right to impose their concept of democracy on other countries. But the Western powers claimed that right because they had the backing of their military might, because they were confident that democratic elections in those countries would result in the formation of anti-communist governments, and because they were determined to stop Soviet influence outside Central Europe and Eastern. A conflict arose in Iran that Stalin considered a sinister demonstration of the American threat. British and Soviet forces had occupied Iran early in the war to prevent the pro-German Shah from attempting to help the enemy invade Russia from the south. American forces later joined the Allies, and Iran remained open to transporting war supplies to Russia. Towards the end of the war the Allies reached an agreement on a date for the withdrawal of the occupation forces. British and American troops withdrew, but Russian forces remained in the country. Western allies accused the Russians of trying to establish a pro-Soviet regime in Iran. The Soviets replied that the presence of Russian forces was necessary in Iran in order to pressure the government to guarantee oil rights, since Russia desperately needed oil due to the destruction caused by the Germans in its oil fields. American and British demands for the withdrawal of Soviet units threatened to become a major conflict. Stalin did not want to take the dispute too far and eventually had his troops return. The Americans intervened immediately, providing Iran with economic aid and sending military advisors and other experts there. Iran quickly came under American domination as complete as Soviet domination of Romania and Bulgaria. Stalin considered this an act of aggression by the United States. Iran was very far from America, but on the border of Russia, and the Americans were setting up military bases there. Pressure from Western powers also forced the Russians to give in to their demands by sharing control of the Dardanelles and access to the Black Sea. Stalin had counted on the cooperation of the three powers to maintain world stability and peace. He had signed the United Nations Charter whose basic objective was to prevent nations from forming blocs, and to maintain peace and the balance of power between them. Churchill's Iron Curtain speech, delivered in Fulton, Missouri, on March 6, 1946, alarmed and horrified him. He proclaimed the division of the world into communist and Western blocs, and advocated a strong political and military fraternal partnership of the United States, Great Britain, and the Commonwealth to maintain the balance of power and ensure peace. It was a declaration of hostilities and almost a declaration of war. Stalin criticized the speech in mild terms, calling it a dangerous act calculated to sow seeds of dissent and hinder collaboration between the Allied nations. It has damaged the cause of peace and security. Mr. Churchill has now adopted the position of a war propagator. Stalin understood that, although he was no longer Prime Minister, Churchill was expressing the views of the American and British governments. Truman had shared the platform with him at Fulton. The British Labour Party had disagreed with him, but the Labour government followed the policy he defended. In the United States, voices of disapproval arose. Henry Wallace, Trade Secretary, declared, "We should be prepared to judge Russia's demands in the light of what we ourselves and the British have advocated as essential to our respective security. We should be willing, even at the cost of exposing ourselves to appeasement epithets, to grant the Russians reasonable security guarantees." But these and other statements by Wallace were not acceptable to Truman, Burns, or American public opinion, among whom the feeling of power and the defense of freedom dominated. Burns insisted that Wallace should resign and threatened to resign himself if Truman did not support him. Wallace tendered his resignation. The peace conference in Paris and the meetings of the Council of Foreign Ministers were prolonged. Stalin and Molotov used an obstructionist tactic to avoid being continually outvoted by the Anglo-American bloc. However, they signed treaties with Italy, Hungary, Finland, Romania, and Bulgaria in February 1947. The most tense and lengthy negotiations were those relating to Germany. Stalin was determined to demand maximum compensation from the enemy who had devastated Russia. His demand amounted to $2 billion in compensation, which was to be paid by Germany with capital, materials, and labor. The Western powers rejected the figure as excessively high and insisted that compensation could only be paid in capital. With growing exasperation they opposed other Soviet demands that they interpreted as blatant communist aggrandizement. Underlying Stalin's demands, however, were his persistent fear of the German resurgence that a third attempt to conquer Russia might bring, and his suspicions that the Western powers would help Germany regain its military and economic power and use it as an ally against Russia. This was the real and most alarming danger. The decision of the British and Americans to unite their areas intensified their fears. Interpreting Soviet policy as entirely focused on communist expansionism, the Western powers became more aggressive. On March 12, 1947, Truman made public his doctrine of the containment of Soviet Russia. This thesis was greatly influenced by the ideas of G.F. Kennan, a State Department official whose opinions on Russian affairs were highly regarded. He argued that communism was a cursed creed, foreign to Russian traditions, and that Soviet leaders depended on the use of force to remain in power. There was little hope that politicians of the caliber of Truman and Burns, Attlee, and Bevin, would realize that this and other actively anti-Soviet attitudes were putting Russian leaders up against the wall and that their threats were only strengthening popular support for the Soviet Union. Regime they were trying to destroy. Complementary to the containment doctrine was the Marshall Plan, launched in the summer of 1947. It was a bold and generous policy to promote Europe's rapid economic recovery. In the announcement of the plan, no reference had been made to its application in Russia. However, at a press conference, Marshall himself stated that he saw no reason why Russia should not be included. The U.S. Congress, according to the sentiment of the time, would have raised obstacles to measures that would benefit Russia. But, urged by his party and assuming that the Marshall Plan was open to Russia, the British Foreign Secretary invited Molotov to Paris to discuss possible Soviet participation. Stalin's attitude was extremely cautious. Previously, his hopes of receiving American aid had been disappointed. He was now on guard against American dominance. He was suspicious about the motivations of the Western powers, who had become so openly hostile to the Soviet Union. He suddenly decided that Russia would not participate in the plan. It was a manifestation of American expansionist policy, and of Truman's doctrine of containing and destroying communism. Furthermore, he pressured Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, which had accepted the plan, to reject it. The division between the Communist and Western Bloc was now considered insurmountable. Stalin was convinced that the Western Bloc, led and supported by the economic and military might of the United States, was determined to destroy the Soviet Union and the communist world. He adopted the policy of consolidating Eastern Europe as an integrated bloc under absolute control of Moscow, politically and economically independent of the West. The Western powers interpreted this as Moscow planning a general offensive against them and even considering military action. The Cold War, a tragic period of recriminations, exaggerated suspicions, and relentless animosity, had begun. Over the course of the next 3 years, the two blocs came dangerously close to armed conflict. Stalin consolidated the Soviet bloc, eliminating non-communist elements and transforming their regimes into popular democracies, considered a transitional stage prior to socialism. Economic integration was then carried out within the framework of Comecon, which included the Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, and Poland. When the Yugoslav communists confirmed their independence from Moscow, an enraged Stalin accused them of being traitors to the revolutionary cause. He even had the Yugoslav Communist Party expelled from the Cominform, equivalent, with some modifications, to the Communist International, which had been created in September 1947. The critical point of the anti-Soviet policy on the part of the Western powers was for Stalin on April 4, 1949, when the North Atlantic Treaty was signed. It constituted a military alliance of 12 countries and created the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, to maintain a combined military force. This military alliance was intended to be totally defensive, but for Stalin and all Russians his intentions were evidently offensive. The inclusion of the Federal Republic of Germany as a full member 3 years later was an alarming development. Efforts to consolidate military power and heavy industry in the Soviet Union and throughout the Soviet bloc intensified. In June 1948 Stalin tried to gain absolute control over Berlin by preventing the supply of food and goods by land and sea from the West. The Allies responded by sending supplies by plane. As he was not willing to provoke a war, in September 1949 he again allowed the use of land and sea routes. But in the United Nations, and especially in the debates on the international control of atomic energy, it was clear that a great gap of mistrust and hostility separated the Soviet Union from the Western countries. Some events encouraged Stalin and his people during this tense period. The first of these was the explosion of a Soviet atomic bomb in September 1949, and the second was the establishment of a communist regime, under the leadership of Mao Zedong, in China. Possession of the atomic bomb was important for Soviet morale. Stalin and other Kremlin figures had feared that the United States could use atomic weapons against Russia, and influential voices in Washington argued that it was the way to end Soviet rule. But the fact that China, with a population of almost 600 million people, had become a part of the communist bloc, of which the Soviet Union was the undisputed leader, constituted an important prestige for Russia and at the same time instilled great confidence in it. Furthermore, the United States now considered the security of the Far East threatened by the appearance of this powerful communist power. The Korean War was about to cause a major conflict between the blocs. The Americans, determined to make Japan the cornerstone of their anti-communist policy, pressed for the signing of a peace treaty with Japan, but the Soviet government refused. At this time, the situation between the two blocs in the Far East was at a standstill. However, nothing disturbed Stalin more deeply than the Anglo-American move to turn Germany into an economic and military power. He was especially opposed to the integration of the German army into NATO and into the defensive lines of the Western powers. This was for him the most sinister aspect of the Western offensive against Russia. In March 1952 he proposed that the four Allied powers meet without delay to discuss a peace treaty with Germany. He made many concessions in the exchange of notes that followed his initiative. He was willing to accept Germany having its own armed forces for defensive purposes, but insisted that it be excluded from any alliance formed against any of the powers that had taken part in the war against it. He accepted the principle of free elections in Germany. But the exchange of notes ended with the rejection of Stalin's proposals. The Western powers would not give in. It was clear to Stalin that Russia was a country under siege, threatened by Western capitalist powers, and that it must prepare for war. The Great Revival. Stalin was physically tired when the Potsdam Conference took place. The stresses of war had taken their toll. He was not a cold, unchanging man, unaffected by crises and challenges. He was tense and elated, and his mood swings and outbursts of anger became more pronounced. He also had great self-control, endurance, and power of recovery. He was noticed in Potsdam that he seemed exhausted, although relaxed and affable. According to his daughter Svetlana, he fell seriously ill after the end of the war against Japan, but in December 1945 he was able to receive Burns and Bevin when they arrived in Moscow for a meeting of foreign ministers. Like the entire nation, he needed a period of rest, but he wasn't going to get it. The problems of reconstruction and readjustment in the post-war period were immense. In the months following the end of the war, 8 million men were demobilized from the armed forces. 4.5 million people returned from German labor camps and elsewhere. 8 million more had been evacuated across the Urals and were now returning westward in search of their homes. But the gradual return to better living conditions, which everyone longed for, did not occur. Everyone who was able to work was soon involved in the reconstruction, which required an effort comparable to that which they had known in the first 5-year plan. Stalin had become convinced, after the Potsdam Conference, that the Soviet Union was threatened. American imperialism challenged it in the West, in the Far East and in the South. The United States was a military and economic superpower. Russia was in no position to confront or compete with it. 14 days earlier Stalin had declared, "The history of old Russia showed, among other things, that it was constantly defeated because of its backwardness." The danger now was that Russia, weak and backward as a result of the war, would be defeated again. He was determined not to let this happen. Russia had triumphed in the war and had emerged from it as the second great world power. Twice before in its history, after Peter the Great's victory at Poltava in 1709 and after defeating Napoleon in 1812, Russia had achieved similar great power status. On both occasions she fell back into her weakness. Stalin would not allow a relapse this time. Soviet Russia would rebuild its depleted economy through its own efforts and would continue to be a great power. On August 19, 1945, significantly a few days after the dropping of the atomic bomb on Hiroshima, Stalin gave orders to the Gosplan to prepare a reconstruction program. The result was the Fourth Five-Year Plan, adopted by the Supreme Soviet on March 18, 1946. The plan set priorities and established a striking pace for post-war development. Absolute priority was given to heavy industry as the basis for the complete reconstruction of the economy and for a strong and permanent arms industry. The plan called for an overall increase in industrial production by 1950, 48% above pre-war levels. It specified the new constructions to be carried out and the production that should be achieved in each specialty of heavy industry. The expected increases in consumer industries and agriculture were comparatively modest. The objectives that should be achieved within 5 years seemed exaggeratedly high for a country devastated by war and a people that had suffered countless casualties and continued to be subjected to food shortages, a housing crisis and austere living conditions. And what's more, the work had to be carried out entirely with its own resources, apart from the contribution that compensation had made. The plan included the first stage of Stalin's naval reconstruction program, the total duration of which was 20 years. He was determined to resume his pre-war policy, aimed at securing for Russia a navy worthy of its great power status. With a planned production of about 200,000 tons of warships per year, the Navy would have 1,200 submarines, 175 destroyers, 35 cruisers, as well as battle cruisers and aircraft carriers. In 1945-50, however, the main danger seemed to lie in the enormous amphibious assault capabilities of the American and British navies. The American monopoly on nuclear weapons posed a serious threat, but it was not considered so immediate because at this stage they lacked an adequate distribution system. Thus, priority was given to coastal defense forces. By the late 1940s, however, Stalin had resumed his pre-war program of creating a high-seas navy. The plan required heroic effort and bore the stamp of Stalin's relentless determination. He was also driven by the vision of Soviet industrial production superior to that of the West, and particularly that of the United States. This long-term goal, he explained in early 1946, would require perhaps 3 new 5-year plans, if not more. He stressed that the proposed figures for steel, coal, and oil had to be achieved within the current plan. Again, as in the first industrialization campaign, he faced the Russian people with a challenge that, driven by his will, he would have to accept. The achievements within the plan's time frame were extraordinary, although greatly exaggerated by Soviet propaganda. The first year's progress was hampered by a severe drought and by many problems arising from reinstalling and specializing labor under difficult conditions. Compared with 1945, total industrial production fell by 17% in 1946. Thereafter production increased rapidly. It was even stated that the 1946-50 investment plan had been exceeded by 22%. In Ukraine, which had been almost completely destroyed by the enemy, mineral production reached the level of 1940. The Great Dnieper Dam was rebuilt and in March 1947 it was already generating electricity, and industries producing consumer goods also achieved impressive increases in total output. In 1950 Soviet industry was already stronger than before the war, and was prepared for the arms race that was then beginning. However, the recovery of agriculture was disastrously slow. Inseparable from the reconstruction of the Soviet economy was the need to safeguard and shore up the dominance of the Communist Party. Stalin believed that the party was also vulnerable. He was threatened by the capitalist camp and was in danger internally. He considered the fact that so many soldiers and officers of the Red Army had seen with their own eyes the wealth of Western countries as a possible and serious threat. They would make unfavorable comparisons for Russia. Comments about life in the West would spread among the people, who hoped to enjoy the rewards of victory. Dangerous discontent could become widespread and war fatigue could lead to apathy. In the past the Russian people had been prone, after a period of great national effort, to fall into idleness. Stalin was not willing to allow this decline. It was necessary to redouble effort and work to build a Russia stronger than ever, both militarily and economically. Only then would they enjoy the rewards of victory. Another danger was that Western liberal ideas might have infected some of the many thousands of Russians who had had contact with the West. This contagion would give rise to subversive movements that would undermine the party. In the 19th century, after Napoleon's defeat, soldiers and officers of the imperial army who had entered France spread discontent and unrest upon their return. Furthermore, many officers had been attracted to liberal ideas. The leading Decembrists, whose rebellion had shaken the autocracy in 1825, were young officers exalted by the ideas of Western reforms. Stalin could remember from his own experience how the Bolsheviks, a small minority inspired by Marxist dogmas imported from the West, had seized power in 1917. Always attentive to the lessons of history, he remained vigilant for any sign of this danger. In the great post-war reconstruction, the party would be a powerful weapon against subversion and apathy. Their militancy had increased impressively during the war. Some 2 million members had been admitted in 1942 alone. This growth had been encouraged by following a policy of broadening the party's base, gaining militants particularly within the armed forces. War casualties had decimated militancy. However, at the beginning of 1945 there were 5,760,369 members, and on October 1, 1952 the figure was 6,882,145. The Young Communists Komsomol numbered 15 million in October 1945. The number did not exceed 9 million in March 1949, but in August 1952 it was close to 16 million. The policy of mass membership was aimed at restoring confidence in the party among the people and the armed forces after the calamities of the first months of the war. But this increase had introduced changes in the characteristics of the militants. The priority given to the inclusion of proletarian and peasant militants had been abandoned in the 1930s. But mass recruitment had produced an increase in the number of factory workers and peasants occupying positions of responsibility, capable of encouraging the people towards the achievement of the plan's objectives. Stalin considered it important to recruit members of the new generation intelligentsia. He had constantly promoted this new Soviet elite since the war, and considered them to be the future leaders. This policy was strikingly reflected in the party's post-war militancy. In 1952, between a third and a half of the militants were under 35 years of age, and about 3/4 were under 45. The old generation had been almost completely eliminated by time, war, and purges. A notable emphasis on the role of the party was noted in a speech he gave on February 9, 1946, the day before the elections to the new Supreme Soviet. Only 5 months earlier, on September 2, 1945, in a speech to the nation on the occasion of Japan's surrender, he had spoken as a fervent patriot, exultant over the recovery of Russian possessions in the Far East, and had not mentioned the party or communism. But on February 9, 1946, his words were about Marxism and the role of the party. A crisis of the capitalist system had been the cause of World War I, and a new crisis had led to the second. For the Russian people, the recent war had been a tragedy, but also a great school of experiences and tests, which had demonstrated the strength of the social and state system of the Soviet Union and its army. The nation would be prepared for new challenges in the future. Victory would not be achieved with courage alone. It required a powerful arms and supply industry of all kinds. The industrialization program had proven effective, and he cited examples of wartime production to support this thesis. He then gave the main figures that were to be achieved and explained the party's plan to raise industrial and agricultural production to new highs. He spoke gravely, without needing to raise his voice to express his iron will, and his speech was constantly interrupted by enthusiastic applause. He ended by expressing his gratitude to the people and their faith in him, and this provoked a standing ovation. Stalin occupied a supreme position beyond any contestation. He was prime minister and also, in fact, general secretary of the party. He did not find it necessary to convene the party congress which, according to its statutes, was the source of all authority and had to meet every 3 years. From 1939 to 1945 this congress was not held. The plenary session of the Central Committee met rarely. The Politburo rarely held formal sessions, but most of its members met fairly regularly at the Kuntsevo dacha. Since the Battle of Stalingrad, the Soviet press and other media had praised him as a great leader and father of the nation. Every time he was mentioned, he said, "Our beloved father, our dear guide and teacher, our dear and beloved Stalin, and the best leader of all times and of all peoples." There were no limits to praise in what became known as the cult of personality. Although he lived and worked most of the time at his Kuntseva dacha, one room in the Kremlin always remained illuminated at night. Anyone walking through Red Square could see it and know that, as it was reiterated on the radio, "Stalin lives, thinks and works for us." He was already a myth, a god. On July 29, 1952, Pravda, in a chronicle about the celebration of Aviation Day at Tushino Airport, said, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Comrade IV Stalin ascends to the government rostrum, acclaimed by cheers that last for a long time. The Soviet people celebrate the appearance of the prudent leader, the great educator, the inspired strategist. Comrade Stalin cordially greets the crowd. The applause gains strength, expressing the unlimited devotion and ardent love of the Soviet people to Iosif Vissarionovich Stalin. Hundreds of thousands of people greet Stalin enthusiastically. His small figure stood out on the platform, away from the immense crowd. Stalin accepted this adulation on the few special occasions when he felt obliged to appear before the people. He authorized and condoned this public worship, which had been in crescendo since the war. It was necessary in support of his power and his position. It was like the rich splendor of church and state that had surrounded the Tsars, placing them above everyday life and enveloping them with majesty and power. But although he accepted these displays of loyalty and praise, Stalin was not affected by them. He took nothing for granted, not even the loyalty of the people. They had been loyal to the Tsar, but then they had rejected him. It could happen to him, to any national leader. With his corrosive distrust and knowledge of history, he believed that real or potential enemies were always lurking around him. While in his public appearances he was grateful for the extravagant displays of homage he received, in his personal relationships with people he behaved with modesty and dignity. Averil Harriman, who personally dealt with him on numerous occasions, wrote, publicly, "Stalin had allowed the most abject adulation of his person, undoubtedly accepting all the tributes and gifts offered to him as beneficial propaganda. But in private he combined great dignity with unpretentious modesty. In 1942, when I accompanied Churchill to Moscow to see him, we found him dressed for the first time in the uniform of Marshal of the Soviet Union, a position he had just assumed. Churchill praised the uniform and congratulated him on his promotion, but Stalin modestly rejected the compliment. They said he should accept the position of head of the armed forces to improve the morale of the troops," he said. It was not clear who had suggested it. Modesty and dignity, combined with professionalism, were the qualities he had always admired. He had tried to instill them in the new generation of the Soviet elite. Among Western leaders, the men he had especially respected were General Marshall, and the two British chiefs of staff Alan Brooke and Teddy, who had these qualities. With his own collaborators he was severe when they showed lack of modesty. Zhukov was the most prominent of the Soviet leaders, and had received the highest public recognition, but, an enthusiastic man with a strong personality, he was sometimes boastful. At a meeting of the Supreme Military Council held in 1946 and chaired by Stalin, he called out one of our most important soldiers for immodesty, unjustified conceit and megalomania. Zhukov's dismissal from the position of Deputy Supreme Chief in March 1946 and his relegation to comparatively unimportant positions was probably largely due to this defect. Stalin kept most of his top bosses in relevant positions. Vasilevsky was appointed Chief of the General Staff in November 1948 and Defense Minister 4 months later. Konev served as Commander-in-Chief of the Army from June 1946 to March 1950, the year in which he became Inspector General. Govorov also held the position of Inspector General for some time. Rokosov was appointed Soviet Commander-in-Chief in Poland and later Polish Defense Minister. Bagramian, Malinovsky, Mereskov and Tolbukhin also held important command positions. While he maintained these bosses, Stalin observed and monitored them as well as all those who occupied relevant positions. The cancer of mistrust had become a monstrous tumor during the post-war years. He didn't trust anyone at all. Men like Molotov, Beria, Voroshilov, Mikoyan, and Kaganovich, who had worked closely with him for many years, suddenly found themselves sidelined and deprived of his trust and even under threat of arrest. The smallest spark could trigger their suspicions and bring misfortune and even death to the unfortunate. The communist system in Russia had not found a way to remove those in high positions without resorting to false accusations of treason or sentences of prison, exile, and execution. Stalin now economized his forces. He had a yellow color and was physically in decline, but mentally he remained alert and completely controlled national politics. Among those who occupied high positions, there were rivalries, maneuvers to obtain authority and power, and an unacknowledged concern for succession. Stalin undoubtedly observed and even fueled these rivalries, but in such a way that no one person managed to gather much power. Sometimes he encouraged attacks and criticisms against some individuals to warn them not to feel too secure in their position, or even to spur them on. Like Lenin, he had come to regard his position as something personal beyond the reach and capacity of those around him. Although over 70 years of age, he thought his death was still distant and he took no steps to name a successor. He could not find anyone to whom he could entrust the measurements that were of primary importance to him. Two men who had long stood out and were considered possible successors were Malenkov and Zhdanov. Malenkov had held relevant positions since the time of the Great Purges. He was responsible for the organization of the party and for the promotion and demotion of key officials. He acted on Stalin's behalf in party affairs and was posted on the State Defense Committee. Short, stocky, and with a certain Mongolian air in his features, he was a capable and intelligent man, with dark eyes that reflected an agile mind. But in early 1945 Zhdanov was transferred by Stalin from Moscow to Leningrad, where he had served during the siege. Although in poor health and suffering from heart problems, Zhdanov was ambitious and tenacious. Presumably Stalin considered Malenkov to have become self-sufficient or overconfident. Zhdanov immediately launched a strong attack against Malenkov for his role as chairman of the Committee for the Rehabilitation of Liberated Areas, and for the way in which he had carried out the dismantling of German industry. The attack was so effective that Malenkov was forced to abandon his position. Suddenly, in July 1948, Stalin called him again. A few weeks later Zhdanov died. Back in his position, Malenkov began to consider himself the obvious heir, but he had other rivals. At Stalin's urging, or at least with his approval, Malenkov criticized the way the party's policy was carried out in Ukraine. It was actually an attack on Khrushchev. He had been first secretary of the party in Ukraine since 1938. During the war he had served as a political officer in the Red Army when it retreated to Stalingrad and later when it advanced westward and liberated Ukraine. Malenkov now demanded greater party control over the collective farms in the steppes. The Ukrainian peasants had always hated the collective system, and in the hope that it would be abolished at the end of the war, they had expanded their private holdings by occupying lands that belonged to the collectives. On March 19, 1946, a joint resolution of the Council of Ministers and the Central Committee stipulated that all land and equipment that had been appropriated by the peasants should be returned to the collectives. Within a year about 14 million acres were recovered. Malenkov also criticized the corruption and inefficiency of government and party officials. A council for collective farms was made responsible for restoring order and strengthening party control in Ukraine. But in 1946 this entire extensive region suffered a terrible drought and the harvest failed. There was criticism of the party's mismanagement in Ukraine, and Khrushchev was again attacked. In March 1947, Lazar Kaganovich, Stalin's main arbiter of labor disputes, was sent to Ukraine where he replaced the first secretary, leaving Khrushchev as president of the local council of ministers. But, somehow, Khrushchev overcame this crisis and, when Kaganovich returned to Moscow in 1947, he was again appointed first secretary of the party in Ukraine. The sinister figure in the shadows was the Georgian Lavrenti Beria. He has been described as something plump, greenish, and pale, with soft, moist hands, and with bulging eyes behind his pince-nez. His personality was a mix of Iago and Cassius, mild-mannered and malicious. He knew how to provoke the unhealthy suspicions of his boss. Svetlana hated Beria, and years earlier Stalin's wife had called for his resignation. In fact, he was hated by everyone, and possibly considering that this prevented him from joining any cabal and guaranteed his loyalty, Stalin had kept him in charge of the ministries of state security and internal affairs since 1938, and had appointed him also responsible for secret atomic and scientific projects, while allowing him to govern Transcaucasia as if it were a private empire. Stalin, however, was aware of Beria's power. He was about to end his influence when the war broke out. He then entrusted him with security matters and gave him the rank of Marshal of the Soviet Union, an appointment resented by Red Army officers who remembered the role he played in purging the army. Furthermore, in 1946 Beria was appointed a full member of the Politburo, probably in recognition of his important responsibility for secret scientific research and work on the Soviet atomic bomb. But around this time Alexei Kuznetsov, a secretary of the Central Committee, was made responsible for supervising the security apparatus. Kuznetsov was not one of Beria's men, and by entrusting him with the task of supervising Beria's special domain, Stalin warned Beria of the possibility of being replaced. In March 1949, changes in senior Soviet officials were announced. Molotov was replaced by Vikinsky as foreign minister. Marshal Vasilevsky replaced Bulgarin in the defense portfolio. Milkoyan gave up his position as Minister of Foreign Trade in favor of Mikhail Menshikov. The replaced ministers were well-known members of Stalin's old guard. All were or were appointed deputy prime ministers of the Soviet Union. It seemed like a routine readjustment, but it was the beginning of a sinister period in which no minister or senior official could feel safe. Molotov, who had been foreign minister since 1939 and a loyal companion of Stalin since 1917, had no ambition for power. His replacement and the sudden distrust of his boss must have hurt him deeply. He suffered another hard blow when his wife, Paulina, was detained and deported to Kazakhstan. Unlike most wives of high-ranking Soviet officials, Paulina had followed her own professional career and enjoyed a good reputation in Moscow as a hostess. She had been a member of the Central Committee and Minister of Fisheries, and had created the Soviet perfume industry. But she was Jewish and was accused of being involved in Zionist conspiracies. The Central Committee relieved her of all party duties, and she was tried in secret. However, the real reason for her exile was because she had been a close friend of Nadia, Stalin's wife. She could not bear that the memory of Nadia was revived by Paulina, in whom she had trusted. But during the last years of his life, Stalin seemed to feel increasingly resentful and vengeful towards his closest comrades who enjoyed the company of his wives. Kalinin, president of the USSR, was separated from his wife, who was imprisoned for some years. Proskebichev's wife was arrested and imprisoned. Molotov, Kalinin, and Proskebichev, however, continued to serve their boss without protest and with absolute loyalty, although they were known to be under suspicion. Stalin vented his malice and distrust not only toward his former colleagues, but also toward some of the most prominent members of the new generation of the Soviet elite. As in the past, once an individual aroused suspicion of him, he was inexorably punished. Often the victim was relegated to a dark corner of Stalin's mind and, when he was finally dealt with, was erased from his memory as if he had never existed. His ability to push a person away from him and eliminate her from his mind freed him from remorse. The suicide of his wife, Nadia, was the exception. The memory of her haunted him to the point of death. In 1949-50, a purge known as the Leningrad Affair led to the shooting of several senior party officials who had been promoted by Zhdanov. The instigators of the conspiracy against these men appear to have been Malenkov, Beria and Viktor Abakumov, former director of SMERSH, the Red Army's counter-espionage during the war and Minister of State Security from 1946 to 1952. They were evidently trying to destroy opponents who had supported Zhdanov against him. The conspirators managed to poison Stalin's mind against Voznesensky, Alexei Kuznetsov, and Mikhail Rodionov. Voznesensky was a prominent representative of the new professional elite, promoted by Stalin to the place left by the old intelligentsia, which had been eliminated with the purges. He was a professor of economics when Zhdanov put him in charge of Leningrad's economic planning in 1935. 3 years later, at the age of 35, he was appointed president of the Gosplan with absolute responsibility for planning the Soviet economy. Still occupying this onerous position, he was appointed in 1941 Deputy Prime Minister of the USSR and a candidate member of the Politburo. During the war he was Vice President of the State Defense Committee. After the war, still responsible for the Gosplan, he became a full member of the Politburo. In 1948 he was awarded the Stalin Prize for his short work The War Economy of the USSR. Stalin had read the manuscript and, after making some corrections, decided that the prize should be awarded. Voznesensky was clearly one of Stalin's promising men and possibly, it was rumored, he was being groomed for succession. In March 1949, just a few months after receiving the Stalin Prize, he was suddenly removed from all positions and arrested. Alexei Kuznetsov had been second party secretary in Leningrad from 1937 to 1945. As a member of the War Council he had played an important role in the defense and final liberation of the city. He succeeded Zhdanov as first secretary when he was recalled to Moscow. Later, in 1946, he was assigned to the Secretariat of the Central Committee, where he was entrusted with the supervision of the security services. This meant that he had to supervise Beria himself, and it was probably Beria who organized his downfall. Mikhail Rodion had worked closely with Zhdanov some time before, but he had not held any position in Leningrad. He had become Prime Minister of the RSFSR while still very young. In September 1950, the Military Council of the Supreme Court sentenced Voznesensky, Kuznetsov, Rodionov, and their accomplices to death for treason. In addition, the proceedings of the case were sent to all members of the Politburo, who, as planned, approved the conclusions and the sentence, and signed to that effect. On October 5, 1952, the 19th Party Congress opened in Moscow. Stalin was present, but did not take part in the sessions, except to say a few brief words at their closing. Molotov was in charge of the opening speech, but it was Malenkov who gave the key speech, which Stalin had been in charge of since 1924, which seemed to mark him as his successor. However, it was Stalin's speech that he read, because it embodied his political line. He was still the untouchable, revered and infallible leader. The Congress expressed the fact with the tumultuous standing ovation that greeted his appearance and on the numerous occasions when he was cited in speeches. In two of the resolutions, which seemed like simple formalities, he implied that the party was firmly consolidated and that it no longer needed to depend on old traditions to the same extent as until then. From now on the Communist Party of the Soviet Union would no longer include the words the Bolsheviks in its name. After all, the title Bolsheviks, which meant majority, was no longer relevant for a single party that ruled without opposition. The Politburo, a name that was associated with Leninism, was renamed Presidium. Of greater importance was its expansion to 25 full members and 12 alternative members. His objective in introducing these changes was to bring young militants to the top of the party. This was made up of young people, but the old militants remained in power. The veterans did not easily give up their power and position. Stalin himself resigned as General Secretary of the party, a position he had held since 1922, although he had not used the title since the 1930s. This, however, did not diminish his authority and power. But on this occasion he seemed aware that his strength was beginning to fail. He was tormented by wanting to end the continuity of the party's leadership and, at the same time, cling to power. He still had to work to ensure that his thesis was put into practice, but he was determined to promote the new generation of professional Stalinist leaders. This required the withdrawal of the old guard, and Stalin knew that unless he forced them to do so, they would never leave the way clear. At the same time, his corrosive distrust made him question the honesty and dedication of others, young and old. He was convinced that they would be seduced by power and forget the true objectives they had to serve. All his life he had been immersed in the struggle for power and he didn't trust anyone. At the Congress, Stalin remained seated during the opening speech and that delivered by Malenkov. All eyes were fixed on him. The respect, bordering on adoration, that they felt towards Stalin made them consider him as a being apart. He was a short, gray-haired old man whose strength was beginning to fail, and who found himself completely alone, isolated by the adulation and the terrible power he held. He led a solitary existence. His usual residence was the Kuntseva dacha, but he had other dachas not far away, in Semenovsko and Lipki. He only felt comfortable in the dark, crowded forests of pine and silver birch that surrounded these places. In summer he used to work in the garden of the dacha, and in winter, when the sun shone, he would sit by the window and there he would carry out his office work and receive officials. Now he often spent whole days at the dacha and did not go to his office in the Kremlin. Towards the end of summer he used to make a trip to the south and spend 2 months in one of the residences that were always available to him in the Caucasus. Because it was believed that his life was always threatened, he surrounded himself with exceptional security measures. As he traveled between the Kremlin and Kuntseva, 5 black vehicles sped through the city, while traffic was disrupted. Drivers passed each other frequently, changing the order in which they traveled. No one could know which car Stalin was traveling in hidden behind the curtains. Special security guards were permanently stationed at the dacha, and complex security measures, including searchlights, turned the place into a prison camp. His trips to the south were carried out as military exercises. Many of these security measures were probably imposed by zealous officials, like Vilasik, who sought to increase his authority and importance, but they also reflected Stalin's own chronic suspicions. The Kuntseva dinners, attended by Malenkov, Beria, Bulganin, Khrushchev and other old comrades who enjoyed his favor, constituted his only social life. They were working dinners in which political issues were discussed and decisions were made, but they became evenings in which a lot was eaten and drunk, old stories were told and jokes were played. Gilas, a Yugoslav communist, described a dinner he attended in January 1948. He warned that Stalin was in full decline and that there was growing tension between him and Molotov. He also deplored excess eating and drinking. Demanding, severe, and often puritanical, he criticized everything he saw. He had made an idol of Stalin as the great communist leader, and he could not overcome the disappointment of seeing that he was a Russian politician who sometimes revealed his peasant origins. The Kuntseva evenings, when he talked about ESTA affairs and, as an old man, recalled events and anecdotes, were the only occasion on which he relaxed, even if only partially. He often remembered the war, and missed the drama of those years. At a dinner in 1944, the second Gilas attended, she terrified him when he contradicted her claim that it would take the Germans 50 years to recover from the war. No, he replied, they will recover quickly. It is a highly developed industrial country that has a large, highly specialized working class and a technical intelligentsia. Give them 12 or 15 years and they will be back on their feet. Getting up and putting on his pants. And he added, the war will soon be forgotten. We will recover in 15 or 20 years and then we will try our luck again. In Kuntseva and in the Kremlin office, Stalin felt alone, although he did not recognize it. He desperately missed Nadia, his wife, who had died almost 20 years ago. He placed the blame for her suicide on her family, on Paulina Molotov, and on the pernicious influence of Michael Arlen's novel The Green Hat. In 1948 he spoke openly with Svetlana for the first time about her mother, and it was obvious that her memories of her affected him deeply. The only person he loved who could have partially filled the void in his life was his daughter. This one, however, was emotional and self-centered. Devotion and self-denial were not among her virtues. Since the incident of his teenage infatuation with Alexei Kapeler, he had remained distant from his father. When he telephoned her in July 1941 to tell her that he had graduated, his father told her to come see him. Stalin was delighted with the diploma, but did not support his decision to go to university to graduate in literature. You want to be one of those bohemians. No, you should get a good education. It could be history. Study history. Then you can do whatever you want. During the war their meetings were few. In May 1944, Svetlana went to Kuntseva to tell her father that she wanted to marry Grigory Morozov, a student at the Institute of International Relations. He was Jewish, and Stalin, who had some of the traditional Russian prejudice against Jews and who was then distrustful of the resurgent Zionist movement, did not approve of her. Her main objection, however, was that the young man was of no use to his country. The situation is horrible at the front, he said, and look at him, sitting in his house. But he did not forbid the wedding, as Svetlana feared. Yes, it's spring. Go to hell. Do what you want. It was her last comment. She refused to meet her son-in-law or come to her house, but she gave them an apartment near the Kremlin. When Svetlana became pregnant she was more accommodating. You need the country air, she said, and she allowed them to use the Zubilovo dacha, but she never met Morozov. Stalin was delighted when his daughter's marriage broke up in the spring of 1947. He had never liked her son-in-law, but he had affection for Luzif, her grandson. Father and daughter saw little of each other. Months went by without them meeting. In August 1947, Stalin invited his daughter to spend a vacation with him in Sochi. It was an unhappy time. Svetlana found it difficult to communicate with him, and she could not accommodate his habit of staying up most of the night and sleeping for a few hours during the day. She was bored at dinners when Malenkov, Beria, Bulgarin, and the others appeared. It was beyond her power to show affection to her father and keep him company. Weeks passed again without seeing each other. In the spring of 1949 Svetlana married Yuri Zhdanov, son of Andrei Zhdanov, who at one time was considered a possible successor to Stalin. He felt pleased, since he knew the family and liked Yuri. Apparently she decided that her daughter and her husband could move into the second floor that had been added to the Kuntseva dacha. Svetlana commented that as he grew older, he began to feel lonely. He was so isolated from everyone, so elevated, that he seemed to live in a vacuum. He had no one to talk to. However, Svetlana refused to move to the dacha, and in the summer of 1948 she declined an invitation to accompany him to the Caucasus. Stalin was deeply hurt by this refusal, and when Svetlana spent a few days with him in the south in November 1948 he was unsociable. Returning to Moscow, Svetlana, who was traveling on the train, felt shocked and depressed by her father and the isolation in which she lived. It was a special train, which she transported him and the security guards, who always accompanied him. All stations had been cleared of the public. When the train stopped, Stalin went down to the platform and went to talk to the train drivers. She was convinced that those measures had not been taken by her father, and that she would curse the security generals and colonels who crossed her path. He was a prisoner of the system, and in it he was drowning in loneliness, emptiness, and lack of human company. But she realized that she was guilty too. He saw enemies everywhere. He had reached the point of being a pathological case of persecution mania, and it was all due to his loneliness and desolation. At this time the campaign against uprooted cosmopolitans and against the Zionists was developing. The arrests of people from her family circle shocked Svetlana. She complained to her father, but she was angrily rebuffed. For another long period she did not see him again. Her second marriage and living with the Zhdanov family made her miserable. In the summer of 1949-50 she became pregnant and suffered from serious kidney disease. Sad and depressed after the birth of her daughter, she wrote to her father for comfort. Stalin responded immediately. It was the last letter that Svetlana was going to receive from him. Dear Svetoka, I have received your letter. I'm glad for your quick recovery. Kidney problems are a serious matter. Not to mention having a child. Where did you get the idea that I have abandoned you? These are things that people invent. I advise you not to believe your dreams. Take care of yourself. Take care of your daughter too. The state needs people, even those born prematurely. Have a little more patience, we'll see you soon. A kiss for my Svetoka. Your daddy. May 10, 1950. In the fall of 1951, Stalin spent his last vacation in the south. She never left Moscow again, and lived in Kuntseva most of the time. Svetlana visited him with her 2 children on November 7, 1952, their anniversary, and again on December 21 for his 73rd birthday. She didn't look good and obviously she suffered from hypertension, but she refused to receive medical treatment and only used old home remedies. She had always enjoyed tobacco and, for at least 50 years, she had rarely been seen without her pipe or a cigarette in her hand, but she suddenly stopped smoking. On this occasion, as on other occasions, Svetlana thought that she should visit him more frequently. Her friends asked her to call them. She was hesitant because her father often responded with a brusque, "I'm busy." But she knew that he liked her visitors and that she liked seeing her grandchildren. Behind her gruff manner lurked a genuine concern for them, especially after she divorced her second husband. She often offered him money, knowing that she depended on an allowance from her as a university student and that her finances were not buoyant. When she, as a student at the Academy of Social Sciences, received a higher allowance, she gave him money for the children and for the daughter of her eldest son, who had been executed by the Germans. At the same time, she insisted that she must work and earn a living, and that she should never be what he called a parasite. The campaign against Western influences had raised accusations against many intellectuals, especially Jews, for their status as rootless cosmopolitans. This process culminated in 1952 with the execution of several Jewish writers. This purge was followed by the Doctor's Plot, which was first published in the Pravda newspaper on January 13, 1953. A doctor named Lydia Tymachuk had sent a private letter to Stalin, alleging that the treatment prescribed by some eminent doctors, Vinogradov among them, who had been Stalin's doctor, could be considered a form of murder. She claimed that these doctors had caused the premature death of Andrei Zhdanov, and that they were administering similar treatment to Marshals Voroshilov, Konaev and Govorov, General Stemenko and others. Stalin had serious doubts about Tymachuk's accusations. But at this time he had fervent suspicions of the existence of Zionist and Titoid conspiracies, implanted and promoted by a network of British and American agents. He believed, furthermore, that among his old colleagues there was a plot to destroy him or at least to limit his powers. He reacted violently. He did not allow the doctors near him, although he knew that his health was failing. He dismissed Poskrebichev, his trusted secretary for many years. Vilasik, his security chief since the Civil War, was imprisoned. These, like Molotov, Beria and others, waited in fear for the new great purge that seemed to be approaching them. However, this did not come to pass. Death. Death came suddenly. On the afternoon of Saturday, February 28, 1953, Malenkov, Beria, Bulgarin and Khrushchev had dinner in Kuntseva. Stalin was in good spirits and the meeting was jovial. As Sunday, March 1, passed without his usual call, to make an appointment or to discuss a matter over the phone, the greater was his surprise. Svetlana telephoned Kuntseva on Sunday. The duty officer told him, "There is no movement now." This meant that her father was not up and, as she knew, it was forbidden to disturb him. On the same Sunday night the duty officer telephoned Malenkov, Beria, Bulganin, and Khrushchev, who were at her dachas. Stalin had not rung the bell for dinner to be served. The officer feared that something had happened to her, but the guards did not dare to enter her room. The four quickly headed to Kuntseva. Voroshilov and Kaganovich were warned. When they entered his room they found Stalin fully dressed and lying on a rug. He was in a coma. He notified the doctors, who diagnosed cerebral hemorrhage, caused by arteriosclerosis and high blood pressure. The statement announcing his illness to the nation emphasized that medical treatment was being carried out under the direct supervision of the party's Central Committee. In fact, the 6 members of the Presidium who were there organized a guard service, which they provided in shifts of 2 to monitor Stalin and the doctors day and night. On Monday morning, when Svetlana was in class at the academy, she was told that Malenkov wanted her to go to Kuntseva. Khrushchev and Bulganin were waiting for her at the entrance to the dacha. They were both crying. She was taken to her father's room, which was packed with doctors, nurses, equipment, and members of the Presidium. She kissed her father's face and hands and, sitting next to her, held her hand in hers. From time to time, Stalin opened his eyes, but he did not see anything and did not regain consciousness. Her heart and his constitution were strong, but the bleeding was spreading and he had to fight against suffocation. On the 4th day he briefly regained consciousness, but was almost completely paralyzed. A nurse gave him a drink with a spoon. Stalin pointed to one of the many enlarged photographs of children that he had hung on the walls of his room, in which a girl was feeding a lamb. He seemed to joke about his situation. The agony began. Disfigured and with his face darkened, he tried to breathe. It was a terrible fight against death. He raised his left arm, and for his daughter it was like a threatening gesture, as if he was trying to curse everyone present. Then he expired. Voroshilov, Bulganin, Kaganovich, Malenkov, and Khrushchev were sobbing. Only Beria showed no signs of pain. Everyone left to make preparations, and only Svetlana, Bulganin, and Mikoyan remained next to the corpse. An old nurse prepared the room. After some time, the service staff began to come in to say goodbye to her boss. It was a Russian farewell. Valika, the housekeeper who had cared for him for 18 years, fell to her knees, and resting her head on her chest began to moan loudly as peasant women did, and no one tried to calm her down. Her service staff were devoted to her. He was considerate and kind to all who worked for him, and in Kuntseva only the generals and guard chiefs were the object of his wrath. In the early morning hours of March 6, Radio Moscow announced Stalin's death. An immense crowd began to fill Red Square, most sobbed quietly. In the afternoon, the body, which had been brought to the Kremlin during the night, was placed in the Hall of Columns. He was placed uncovered in a catafalque surrounded by flowers. The crowd had increased considerably, and by late afternoon the line of those mourning his death was said to be more than 15 kilometers long. Thousands of Russians from Moscow and distant regions passed by the coffin in a slow and endless procession, saying goodbye to their father. Throughout the country, from Vladivostok in the east to Leningrad in the west, and from Arkhangelsk in the north to Astrakhan in the south, houses and windows displayed red flags with black crepes. Even in the numerous labor camps, full of men and women who had suffered the savage repression of his rule, there were signs of condolence. A nation of more than 200 million people was united in solemn silence of mourning for the leader who had guided and directed them through severe trials and savage war and who, they instinctively knew, had sought to serve Russia and its people. Town.